627. For the time being, the wasteland was still unaware that the Great Wall of Sword Chi had lost the hidden official with the highest battle prowess in history, but had gained a new hidden official with the lowest cultivation base in history. Even if they knew, they would probably treat it as a huge joke. In fact, even on the Great Wall of Sword Chi, not many people took it seriously. This was especially so for the Sword Immortals. They only felt that their boss Sword Immortal was acting indifferently. A new broom sweeps clean. After Qin Pingan sat down, he did exactly 3 things. The hidden official's lineage had 2 private residences, both outside the city. One was used to avoid the heat, while the other was used to avoid the cold. All the secret files that had been stored in the past 100 years were moved to the side of the road. They were stacked layer by layer behind Qin Pingan, piling up like a mountain. The previous hidden official did not take away the jade tablet with the ancient words "hidden official" on it, nor did he destroy the archives that had been passed down for thousands of years by the hidden official's lineage. Other than Qin Pingan's backer, Qin Pingan also got someone to move an immortal's treasure, the sword room. Each person had 2 messenger flying swords that the sword workshop had specially made for the hidden official's lineage. Under Qin Pingan's request, the sword workshop's swordsmith had engraved everyone's names on the swords. Qin Pingan Miyu Pang Yuanji Dong Bud Gu Jianlong Wang Xinshui Guizhuzhou. Lin Junbai Deng Liang Song Gaoyuan Chaogun Shenshin. These were all the sword cultivators of the hidden official's lineage at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. However, the 2 flying swords that belonged to Qin Pingan were directly engraved with the words "hidden official" instead of the name Qin Pingan. The third thing was that Qin Pingan and his subordinate sword cultivators went straight to the point and said something that could not be more straightforward. Everyone, including me, there are a total of 12 people. All the sword cultivators here are very smart and should know that we have one thing in common, which is that our realms are not high and the killing power of our swordsmanship is not worth mentioning in the current offensive and defensive battles. However, our brains are still good. When we encounter problems, we are willing to think more and get used to it. The thought of an ordinary sword cultivator is something that we may have gone through several rounds. This is called practice makes perfect. The identity of the hidden official's lineage is the greatest recognition to you. However, this is not an iron rice bowl. Every one of our suggestions, especially every strategy that ultimately affects the entire sword formation, will easily involve tens of thousands of sword cultivators, or even hundreds of thousands of sword cultivators, and even the lives of many sword immortals. I only have one request, which is that everyone should rack their brains and do their best to make suggestions. If I find that someone is dragging us down in any aspect, or that someone who seems to be smart but is actually not good enough, I will directly expel him from the hidden official's lineage. No matter how valuable your reputation is, it is not as valuable as the lives of sword cultivators and their natal flying swords. Therefore, this is definitely not an easy task, so please be mentally prepared. We need to be responsible for everyone who dies in battle. The bigger problem is those sword cultivators who are living a life worse than death, or those who have friends and family who died in battle. They might hold a grudge against the 12 of us, trash sword cultivators who only know how to talk. It's normal for them to hate us and we can't change that. However, we can't be disappointed in this, not even a little bit. If someone harbors a grudge because of this and deliberately does something bad, once I detect it, I will let Sword Immortal Miyu deliver a sword strike and kill them directly. I won't listen to any excuses, and once I suspect someone, that person will die. Therefore, I only have one final question. Who wants to leave the lineage of the hidden officials? It is not too late to withdraw now. Otherwise, instead of scheming against me, Qin Pingan, and comparing the depths of our shrewdness, it is better to do it cleanly and go to the top of the city to kill demons with your swords. Even if you can obtain a little merit, it is definitely better than wasting your time here only to die harming others and yourself. The other 11 sword cultivators were silent, but their eyes were resolute. Qin Pingan nodded. Very good. Even a young sword cultivator like Junbai with great prospects for the Great Tao did not hesitate at all, daring to stake his Great Tao and his life here. I feel that the hearts of the people can be used. Lin Junbai immediately felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Qin Pingan would not use this opportunity to avenge a personal grudge, would he? Qin Pingan narrowed his eyes, and his gaze wandered across the faces of the sword cultivators. He slowly said, "We are not sitting here to cultivate nor to refine swords. We are only sitting here to represent the Great Wall of Sword Chi, to make the biggest deal in the world with those beasts in the wilderness. We want to make the most profitable deal for the tens of thousands of sword cultivators in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. We want to use the least amount of our lives to exchange for the most amount of the enemy's lives. Everyone, we will never have such an opportunity again in this lifetime. Even if you have great fortune in the future, you will be able to reach the peak of the great Tao, become immortals, ascendant realm, and then reincarnate. Even if there is a next life, you will never have such an opportunity again. Even if you become the leader of a sect in the vast world, there will be countless sword cultivators in your sect. How many sword immortals can you mobilize to make them willing to use their swords and sacrifice themselves? You have to cherish the present, because this is a magnificent feat that only the 12 of us can accomplish in the several worlds in the past 10,000 years, and 10,000 years later. Guizhuzhou sat behind the table and his eyes were resolute. He suddenly cupped his fists but did not say anything. Dong Buji followed behind, also in high spirits, and cupped his fists high. Lin Junbai, Gu Jianlong, Wang Xinshui, and even sword immortal Miyu cupped their fists one by one. This was especially true for the young sword cultivators from other continents. All of them were agitated. For outsiders who dared to come to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to practice their swords, especially those who dared to use their swords and were unwilling to leave after a great battle, the younger the sword cultivator, the purer and more ambitious they were. Qin Pingan said, "Don't be in a hurry to give orders to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Let's first familiarize ourselves with the battlefield. Follow Lin Junbai's plan and perform your duties. After an hour, I will make another decision." To Qin Pingan, Lin Junbai's plan was too crude. However, it was the result of Lin Junbai's quick thinking, and he could not ask for more. However, after an hour, or rather after this, the Great Wall of Sword Qi would deal with the 60/10ths of the wilderness in the same way. Qin Pingan did not feel that his lineage of hidden officials had any chance of victory. Qin Pingan began to flip through the secret files of the old hidden officials. He flipped through the books very quickly, and there were more than 10 books with blank pages beside him. When he saw the key points, he would copy them down. At the same time, he would occasionally glance at the battlefield from the corner of his eye, and then at the 11 people, observing the minute changes in their expressions. The graceful handwriting was the bamboo nunnery sword immortal's handwriting. The sharp strokes were that of the female sword immortal Luo Shan. What a good handwriting! The content was refreshing, clean, and there was naturally no fault to be found. Even though the 3 sword immortals had betrayed the Great Wall of Sword Qi, it could still be said that they had done their best in the matter of the secret records. After an extremely precise hour, Qin Pingan held the folded fan in his hand. He did not open it but only raised it gently, and then slammed it heavily on the table. He said, "Continue to watch the battlefield and just listen to what I have to say. From now on, everyone has to take care of 3 things. The first is the matter of your job. Everyone has to keep a close eye on the painting. The second is for everyone to start taking notes so that others can pass them around. Once there is a need, you can directly ask for the notes from others for reference. The third is for the flying swords to transmit messages to various places at certain times." Qin Pingan continued, "Let's start with the third thing. The flying swords of the hidden officials' lineage are extremely fast. Other than some major strategies which I will personally transmit to all the sword cultivators, the rest of the minor adjustments and changes of the sword formation will be done by each of you. Among them, Miyu, Dong Bubu, and Gu Jianlong are responsible for transmitting to all the native sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The entire Great Wall of Sword Qi will be divided into the left, middle, and right territories. Guizhuzhou and Wang Xinshui are responsible for all the flying swords to all the sword cultivators of the upper 5 realms." Hearing this, Miyu frowned. Because this did not seem to make sense. Logically speaking, he should be the one to contact the other sword cultivators. Qin Pingan explained, "Sword immortal Miyu, if one sword cultivator speaks to another sword cultivator, the level of cultivation is a threshold in the heart. If it is not pure enough, it is easy to cause problems. Many opportunities on the battlefield are fleeting. A stagnation and hesitation can mean that they are gone. Can you understand this?" Miyu nodded. In fact, this hidden official was already very polite. Some of the things that he did not say were reasons. For example, Miyu had a bad impression in the eyes of the other sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Comparatively speaking, Guizhuzhou and Wang Xinshui, who had extremely low cultivation bases, were communicating with sword immortals through flying swords. It was indeed a more straightforward way of doing business. If Miyu, a sword immortal who was famous for being ostentatious, were to give orders, there would indeed be a great number of sword immortals who would not listen to him at all. Qin Pingan continued, "In the future, if you have such doubts, just ask me face to face. If you can persuade me to change my mind, that would be best. Besides, Peng Yuanji is responsible for contacting the battle supervisors of the hidden officials. as well as the Confucian Student's Military Achievement Recorder. There are fewer of them, so Pang Yuanji is responsible for the sword cultivators of the Central Plains. Lin Junbai is responsible for the sword cultivators of the South Swirl Continent. Deng Liang is responsible for all the sword cultivators of the North Continent. Song Gaoyuan is responsible for the sword cultivators of the Golden Armor Continent. Xian Qin is responsible for the sword cultivators of the Drifting Clouds Continent. Chao Gun is responsible for the sword cultivators of the White Peak Continent. These sword cultivators who had mysteriously become part of the hidden official's lineage were mostly skilled in mental calculation and tactics, as well as chess. For example, Lin Junbai and Xian Qin were both true national masters. Miyu really had a question, so he asked the hidden official directly, "Why don't the sword cultivators of the other continents contact the sword cultivators and sword immortals of the other continents? Wouldn't there be less stagnation?" Chen Pingan asked back. Deng Liang and the other sword cultivators from other continents came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi and risked their lives. Now they are being roped in to become the sword cultivators of the hidden official's lineage. Doing such a strenuous and unrewarding business, aren't they allowed to earn some extra favors? His words were very direct. It was obvious that he was doing business. Lin Junbai smiled knowingly. The sword cultivators of the other continents were also a little embarrassed. Of course, at the same time they were even more delighted. They were even more grateful to this hidden official. If they could live, who would be willing to die? If they could not die and live with a clear conscience, then it was only right for them to think about their future path. Miyu pondered for a while and figured out the crux of the matter. This sword immortal smiled helplessly and cupped his fists, indicating that he understood and had no more questions. The native sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi were in charge of contacting the native sword cultivators. But for outsiders like Lin Junbai, there was a hidden meaning behind the flying sword transmission. It was very particular. For example, he was in charge of contacting the Hassa continent in the south of the Central Plains. The sword cultivator Deng Liang of the Snow continent in the north was in charge of contacting the North continent in the northeast of the vast world. It was the same for the other sword cultivators. All of them used flying swords to contact the neighboring continents. Such a favor was like the cross-continent ferry. It was the fairest and least profitable business in the world. Such a sincere favor would naturally last for a long time, and the other party would miss it for a long time. As for the sword shio of this continent who were not locals, they had already thought highly of this group of young sword shio who had joined the lineage of the hidden official. Naturally, there was no need for the hidden official Qin Pingan to help Deng Liang, Xianxin, and the others to add flowers to the brocade. Lin Junbai was the first to think. Since the other young sword cultivators of the other continents were chosen by the Great Wall of Sword Qi to become members of the hidden official lineage, just like what Qin Pingan had said, their cultivation levels might not be high, but none of them were stupid. Naturally, they all thought of it quickly. Therefore, the only person they needed to ask was Miyu of the highest cultivation level, the Jade Plain Realm. Qin Pingan picked up a stack of books beside him. There were more than 10 books and they all only had one title. The second matter is the most important. All of you listen carefully. Qin Pingan took out the 2 books at the top. They were titled First Book and Second Book respectively. He explained, these 2 books record in detail the names of sword cultivators of the upper 5 realms, their life-bound flying swords and their abilities. The first book is for sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and the second book is for sword cultivators of the other continents. Each page records one person. The page number will be written at the bottom right corner. You must remember the page number and the corresponding sword cultivator by heart. Then Qin Pingan put down the 2 books and explained the functions of the other books one by one. The second book was responsible for recording all the demons of the upper 5 realms of the wilderness who had shown their faces on the battlefield. There were also 2 books. The first book recorded all the great demons of the Ascendant Realm, Immortal Realm, and Jade Plain Realm sword cultivators in the Martyr's Palace. The second book recorded all the demon cultivators of the Jade Plain Realm apart from sword cultivators of the Jade Plain Realm. If they didn't know their names, they would give them a random name. They would write down their appearance after taking human form, their true form, their key treasures, their abilities, their general abilities, which camp they belonged to, and who they fought with. The more details, the better. The third book had no second books. It recorded all the Earth Immortal sword cultivators on their side. In particular, they had to choose which life-bound flying swords were naturally suited for the battlefield and how to match them. They had to see if they could create an effect similar to the finishing touch of the Earth Immortal couple. Qin Pingan also gave a few examples, such as the nascent soul sword cultivator Chen Quan. This special Earth Immortal Sword cultivator was similar to the Jade Plane Realm Sword cultivator Wu Qingpei. Ding Ben was also recorded as an Earth Immortal demon. When Qin Pingan explained this book, his tone was extremely heavy. He said that the reason he listed them was because these demon cultivators of the wilderness were the most deserving of death. They were also easier to kill compared to great demons. In the past, they were easily overlooked by the Great Wall of Sword Qi, or rather didn't pay enough attention to them. In a certain phase of the battle, the killing power of these beasts might not be obvious. However, if one looked back at the battle situation, the longer the battle dragged on, the greater the damage these core forces could inflict on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. They might even be more terrifying than some of the demons of the upper 5 realms. In Qin Pingan's words, killing this group of demons was the most cost-effective. The Sword Immortal seniors didn't need to expend too much effort to draw out their swords, and they could still obtain good battle merits. It would be a waste not to kill them. Qin Pingan clearly held this Ding Ben in his hands for a long time and was unwilling to let it go. Therefore, if we can write a relatively detailed framework for this Ding Ben, we can rely on the details to deduce a fact that is infinitely close to the truth. Then, we can flip open the book again and invite those Sword Immortal seniors with great killing power and great speed to find an opportunity on the battlefield to kill the demon cultivators in this book. This is the most immediate action for us hidden officials. Therefore, everyone must think carefully. On this Ding Ben, every alias and entry that is crossed out is the most real battle merit for everyone present. Xian Can asked, what if the senior Sword Immortals have their own reasons and are unwilling to draw out their swords? What if our flying swords are useless after sending messages? On the battlefield, both sides have accumulated grievances for a long time. I'm only saying what if one of our Sword Immortals has set their eyes on an enemy and insists on fighting them and is unwilling to listen to our orders? Are we going to have internal strife first? Qin Pingan smiled and said, if they are too arrogant and are unwilling to move, or if they refuse to leave their post without permission, or if the situation that Shenkin described happens, then everyone should use the identity of the hidden official sword cultivator. This is a military order. If it doesn't work, then don't do it more than 3 times. After 2 flying swords to remind the Sword Immortals, there's no need to talk nonsense anymore. I will invite the Sword Immortals who are even more arrogant and powerful to draw out their swords. If you can't invite them, then beg them. The atmosphere was a little heavy. This young hidden official was joking, but in fact this was definitely not a simple matter. The previous hidden official's defection, the 2 Sword Immortals following, and especially the left and right side's heavy injuries, the Great Wall of Sword Qi's morale was low. This was a fact that even a blind person could see. If there were any more accidents, it would undoubtedly add fuel to the fire. Qin Pingan put down the book and smiled. Why are all of you looking at me? Is it appropriate for the hidden official to personally run an errand and shout? It's nothing if I lose face, but if I lose face for all of you, my conscience will be uneasy. Isn't that right, Brother Gu? Isn't this fair? Gu Jinlong was like a chicken pecking rice. Qin Pingan stopped smiling. You probably don't know the weight of the words hidden official for now. In the Great Wall of Sword Qi, these words can decide a person's life and death. There's no need to reason. Qin Pingan said, it's fine if you have doubts in your heart. You can wait and see. After all, I'm not afraid of using the head of a Sword Immortal to prove the truth of this matter. As for you all, what's the point of worrying about this? If the sky falls, just say that there are 12 of us hidden officials. Naturally, the hidden official will bear the burden. Qin Pingan picked up the latest blank account book. It was the 5 book that followed closely behind the 4 book. The 5 book recorded the first 3 battles and the siege strategy of the wilderness. It recorded everything big or small. The distribution of the troops, the 60 small battlefields in the wilderness, the speed at which the troops were deployed, whether the siege style was always steady or flexible. All of these had to be recorded. Therefore, this book was bound to be extremely thick and heavy. Moreover, the contents would be supplemented at any time. Personal book. All the merits and demerits of the 12 sword cultivators of the hidden official's lineage would be recorded in this book in full detail. This was a book of contributions and also a book of self-examination. There was only one person who wrote it. Naturally, it was the newly appointed hidden official, Qin Pingan. However, only Qin Pingan could read it. Personal book. It recorded the names of all the sword cultivators who died in battle or whose natal flying swords were destroyed in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. This book was destined to be thick. Deng Liang asked, should we also record the sword cultivators who died in the previous 2 battles and lost their flying swords immediately? Qin Pingan said bluntly, there's no need for that. We'll make it up in the future. This book can only be written when we have the time. The living were always more important than the dead. This was war. Deng Liang nodded and did not have any objections. He even secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If Chen Pinggan answered this question incorrectly, then the hearts of all the sword cultivators, including Deng Liang, that they had worked so hard to gather together, would immediately scatter. Everyone was extremely smart. Whether it was Chen Pinggan, the new hidden official, or the second shopkeeper who was in seclusion with the identity of the literary saint's lineage, if he could not suppress them in all aspects in this small world, and make them accept him wholeheartedly, then not to mention anything else, just the personal book would be a huge joke. The hidden official's lineage that had just taken shape was even more of a decoration that did more harm than good. Because in this small world, only the person with the strongest cultivation heart could convince the masses. The Great Wall of Sword Qi had a seemingly comical but actually cruel saying since ancient times. The sword cultivators of the lower 5 realms would also repeat this saying. I'm better than Zhong Yuan. After the Dragon King in Guanzhou, that old sword immortal was the one who had fought side by side with Qin Qingdu for the longest time. He was the one with the highest status and was known as the one who was most likely to break through the great bottleneck of the Ascendant Realm. In the tragic battle where the demon army covered the city, it was he who wielded a sword and killed 2 Ascendant Realm demons consecutively. Then he joined forces with Qin Qingdu to defeat the savage world. According to his battle achievements, Zhong Yuan could of course engrave 2 words. But since he was dead, he could not engrave 2 words on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. How powerful could a dead old sword immortal, a great sword immortal, be if he could not even wield his sword? He was not powerful at all. Chen Pinggan put down the blank book in his hand. Gung even more so. Autumn harvest awaited the coming spring. It was originally a beautiful but extravagant hope. Chen Pinggan continued to talk about the Xian book, the Ren book, and the Gui book. The Xian book, counting the losses of the savage world. The Ren book, calculating all the assets of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, including the sword workshop, clothing workshop, and pill workshop. He also needed to focus on contacting the Nalan family and the Yen family, who were in charge of the trade of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In a war, in addition to the loss of both sides' military strength, it was also the invisible foundation, immortal money, and heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The Gui book. At the moment of each battle, the 12 members of the hidden official's bloodline could evaluate, deduce, and speculate about the next battle. They could express their opinions. As long as they had any thoughts or insights, they could write them down on paper and hand them to Guizhuzhou, who would then send them to Chen Pinggan for summarization. Chen Pinggan put away all the books and said, now that we've finished talking about the third and second matters, it's time to talk about the first matter. There was no problem with Lin Junbai's division of responsibilities before, but since the current situation has changed, we will make some changes. This will also be one of the most important tenets of the hidden officials in the future. We can no longer deal with the changes by remaining unchanged like we did in the past. We must make changes at any time and any place, and every change must be the best result of the combined efforts of the hidden officials. Every time the 12 of us send a message by flying sword, we must give an advantage to the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In the end, Chen Pinggan precisely circled, cut, and defined the detailed responsibilities of the 12 people. He also said that every sword cultivator had to keep an eye on the direction of the battle outside of their duties. They could not just focus on their own small area of land. If they did not make such strict demands on the 12 people, it would be very easy for them to gain benefits in a small area, but it would lead to large-scale losses on their side. In the eyes of the hidden officials, this would be a seemingly inexplicable but actually unavoidable muddled debt. An even greater price would be the unnecessary deaths of hundreds and thousands of sword cultivators on their side. A hero slays a thief, it's all in the pen. Chen Pinggan finally smiled. He bent down and picked up his folding fan. Opening it, he said with a smile, then I invite all of you to scheme with me against the wilderness. What's the point of earning money? If you want to earn it, then earn the heads of those great demons. It was only at this moment that Lin Junbai could be considered to have truly submitted to Chen Pinggan. As expected of Mr. Chui's nominal teacher. Inherited from the same lineage, it was extremely meritorious. Chen Pinggan closed his folding fan and smiled at Pang Yuanji. He directly called him by his name. Pang Yuanji, remember to write Xiao Chua, nickname Zheng Yun, Ascendant Realm Bottleneck Sword Cultivator, Natal Flying Sword Unknown, in Book B. Don't write these words in Book A. As for this person's natal flying sword, if you have any clues, of course, you can write them in Book B. It's for reference only. I can record this merit for you in Book B. Pang Yuanji's face was pale. He nodded without saying anything. The previous hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi had the surname Xiaochua. This was a name that many young sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi had long forgotten. This was because they were used to calling her hidden official. Qin Pingan narrowed his eyes and asked, "You nodded but didn't say anything. Forgive me for being slow, but I can't guess if Pang Yuanji knows about this person's natal flying sword." Pang Yuanji shook his head and said, "I don't know." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "It's all right. The battle will be long. That person probably won't make a move for the time being. If you accidentally forget and accidentally remember, you'll still be rewarded." The conversation between the two made Sword Immortal Miyu and the other sword cultivators who originally stayed out of the matter feel their scalps go numb. A chill ran down their spines. Qin Pingan looked around and waved his folding fan lightly. His sideburns fluttered. "I already know your names, birthplaces and realms. However, I have a presumptuous request. Please tell me your greatest strengths and weaknesses. This is a small matter. Let's get busy with our important matters first. When I ask, you can speak to me telepathically. I hope that everyone can be frank and honest. This isn't child's play." Lin Junbai was a little confused. Qin Pingan's action was definitely not a pleasant one. However, Lin Junbai quickly understood. Qin Pingan needed to understand the hearts of all the members of the hidden official's lineage as quickly as possible. If the confrontation between the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the wilderness was the largest battlefield, the hidden official's lineage and all the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi were second only to the former. The 12 people of the hidden official's lineage were the third. As for the seemingly smallest battlefield, any ripple in one's Dao heart would greatly affect the direction of the first two battlefields due to their status and authority. As the hidden official, Qin Pingan could naturally judge the good and bad of everyone based on the 12 people's subsequent actions. However, this would be too slow. The various strategies of the hidden official's lineage would be slow, and the changes in the battlefield would be slow as well. However, as long as there was such an action, no matter what answer the 12 people gave, it would be a form of testimony. The haggard Qin Pingan naturally had more of his own judgment. After a while, everyone gave their answers. Qin Pingan did not bat an eyelid. He did not record it directly in his book. Instead, he wrote it on a piece of paper and placed it in his book. Yu Zhuanfu walked over. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Can I help?" No one turned to look at the girl from the central divine continent. Even Lin Junbai only dared to divert his attention to this question and answer that could turn out to be a big or small matter. Qin Pingan shook his head. No. Yu Zhuanfu did not dawdle. He went to a secluded spot on the wall and sat alone, drinking alone. Qin Pingan looked at Miyu. "Sword Immortal Miyu, I'll have to trouble you to draw a sword formation within a radius of 3 li as a forbidden area. Also, select a group of young sword cultivators. It doesn't matter if they are at the lower 5 realms. 3 to 5 people will suffice. They will be responsible for informing all sword cultivators of the new rules here. All unrelated people are not to approach. Sword Immortals are no exception." At this point, Qin Pingan smiled. "Sword Immortal Miyu, you have the highest cultivation among us. Only you can be the bad guy. Once there is a conflict, just draw your sword. If you can't win, I will personally reason with the Sword Immortals." Miyu felt a little better. He stood up and did as he was told. The rules of the hidden officials, regardless of whether they were loose or strict in the past, would only be more unreasonable in Qin Pingan's hands. He believed that the Great Wall of Sword Qi would soon know this. Qin Pingan closed the folding fan and gently placed it on the table. He also took off the jade tablet of the hidden official, and placed it beside the folding fan. Then he began to write the 2 volumes of Book A and Book B that he was personally in charge of. A series of names. He had long had a well-thought-out plan, so he wrote very quickly. He named them after the heavenly stems, and added the copies of the first and second volumes. There were exactly 12 books. Now the hidden officials had a total of 12 people. Qin Pingan hoped that after the battle ended, everyone could take 1 book. If they were still alive. Suddenly, Xiankan said in a deep voice, "Great Sword Immortal Yu Qing's current sword Qi is extremely powerful. It only affects the entire sword formation. The 2 sword immortals nearby are forced to follow. Although the sword immortals in a small area cooperate, the effects are obvious. However, the surrounding Earth Immortal Sword Immortals and other Sword Immortals in the middle 5 realms will be much slower in drawing their swords." Soon, the other 2 Sword Immortals nodded and said, "It's true. It's true. Chen Pingan glanced at the painting and continued writing the first and second volumes. He said calmly, "Send a flying sword message to Yu Qing." Wang Xinshui hurriedly controlled a messenger flying sword and explained the reason in a concise manner. He glanced at the sword immortal defensive layout map in his hand. The flying sword instantly flew towards great sword immortal Yu Qing. The young sword immortal's forehead was covered in sweat. He was still on tenterhooks. Wang Xinshui was only at the Dragon Gate realm. Although he was one of the genius sword immortals in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, how could he be relaxed when he ordered a great sword immortal who was one of the 10 peak candidates to draw his sword? Moments later, Qin Pingan raised his head and continued writing. He stared at the painting from the corner of his eyes and suddenly said sternly, "Wang Xinshui, send a flying sword message to Yu Qing again. Don't reason with him. Just tell him directly that if he doesn't change his sword, he will be kicked out of the city. Before he leaves, remember to complain to Boss Sword Immortal first." Wang Xinshui sent a second flying sword message while trembling in fear. Not only that, Qin Pingan seemed to recall something. He cursed and sent a message to Eldest Sword Immortal with his flying sword. Then he got Guizhuzhou to send a message to Unpolished Jade Sword Immortal Wu Qingpei to ask about the progress of his sword refinement, Sweet Rain. Then he said to everyone, "This is your duty. I do not wish to remind you a second time." Moments later, not only did Great Sword Immortal Yu Qing retract his sword slightly, an unexpected guest came to the Forbidden Land. It was likely Qin Pingan's flying sword that made Eldest Sword Immortal personally give the order to invite an important figure who could prevent such matters from happening. Otherwise, the flying sword message would need to be sent twice to reach its goal. Old Def. Miyu naturally did not dare to stop him. He wanted to lead this ancient existence who was one of the 10 peak candidates to Hidden Officer's side to discuss matters. However, he discovered that Qin Pingan was already staring at his and Old Def's feet. Miyu was horrified. Qin Pingan looked up and said to Old Def, "Change it? I don't trust you." Old Def stopped in his tracks and scratched his head. He was not angry at all. He immediately turned and left, vanishing in an instant. Soon it was changed to another person. It was the female Great Sword Immortal, Lu Ji. Qin Pingan said, "Lu Ji, be careful of the sword cultivators here. They might be ambushed by great demons. If any of them die, I will hold you responsible." Lu Ji nodded and went to the northern city wall to oversee the battlefield. She said bluntly, "I will not give Hidden Officer any chance to hold you responsible." Lin Junbai glanced at Qin Pingan, who didn't even want to agree with Lu Ji. She was very fascinated. Qin Pingan put down his brush, stood up, walked around the table and squatted on the painting. "I am more worried about you guys. I will keep an eye on you guys for an hour, so I will only give you an hour. If any of you can't meet my expectations, you will still be a sword cultivator of Hidden Officer's lineage. However, you will have to pass on the responsibilities that require brain work to others. If others can't do it, then I will do it personally. I don't believe that a small group of people who can be considered the smartest in the world can't compare to a Qi refinement warrior of the lower 5 realms. In the end, other than Qin Pingan, the rest of Hidden Officer's lineage will be idlers. I believe that this matter will not be good if it spreads out." All the sword cultivators felt their heartstrings tighten. It was as if they were facing a great enemy than if they were on the battlefield. Miyu had mixed feelings. This young man was really scary. An hour later, Qin Pingan finished evaluating the 11 people one by one. He stood up and knocked his folding fan against his palm. He smiled and said, "Very good. Everyone's ability to slap faces is excellent. It turns out that I am the one who has nothing to do. Especially Pang Yuanji, Lin Junbai and Guizhou's wine. In this hour there is almost no flaw. I can only nitpick. The rest of you are also above my expectations. Keep up the good work. Anyway, as someone said, I am very thick-skinned." Before Qin Pingan could finish, Gu Jianlong, who was watching the battle, said anxiously, "Hidden Officer, can you allow me to say something fair?" Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Get lost." Gu Jianlong said with emotion, "Hidden Officer, you are really generous." Qin Pingan waved his hand and said, "In the next 15 minutes, find 20 Earth Immortal Demon Cultivators. Under the premise that we do not affect the overall situation, we will give the Sword Immortals some easy battle merits. As for the specific candidates from both sides, you will discuss it together and give a list. After confirming that there is no mistake, you will send a message to the Sword Immortals on my side. During this period there is one more thing." 628. Huang Yuan's proposal to travel the Great Wall of Sword Qi together was indeed very tempting. The sword formation of the Great Wall of Sword Qi was too closely connected, there was almost no idle sword immortal. Yang Ji, who was standing on the railing, had even removed the camouflage, revealing the emperor's crown and the emperor's robe. However, Yang Ji did not immediately make a move. Looking at the young man on the city wall, he asked Huang Yuan, "The sword immortal on the city wall changed the formation. It's very methodical. Could it be this person's doing? Why isn't he just a foreigner traveling the Great Wall of Sword Qi? When did the lineage of the righteous world's literary saint become so famous?" It is said that Lu Ji has never had a good impression of scholars. Previously, when Qin Pingan fought with Li Zhen, the direct descendant of the great ancestor of Moon-bearing Mountain, the great demons on the mountain peak of the savage world were all leisurely spectators. Naturally, they all saw it. However, at that time, ancient existences like Yang Ji still did not think that this slightly bigger ant had any ability to affect the trend of the war. In the process of the collision between the world and the Great Wall of Sword Qi, even the sword cultivators of the upper 5 realms were not indispensable. Previously, the 3 sword immortals on the Great Wall of Sword Qi died just like that, causing some ripples. There was once a great demon who attacked the city wall, but he returned with serious injuries and eventually disappeared in the long river of time. Before he died, he smiled and said some words from the bottom of his heart. Other than Qin Qingdou, no one on the Great Wall of Sword Qi was worth anything. In the savage world, other than the gray-robed old man who stood on the ground and supported the sky, it was just a thing. Sword immortals and great demons, on this matter no one should laugh at each other. Knowing that Yang Ji had no intention of making a move, Huang Yuan nodded and smiled. "This kid is looking for death. I don't know how long he can be alive." Huang Yuan looked at Qin Pingan, who was standing beside Lu Ji. "It seems that this kid has a deep grudge against me. He probably blames me for giving him a gift when he was fighting with Li Zhen. Now he took his anger out on me because of the serious injuries of his senior brother. Not only is he not grateful for such courtesy, but he also doesn't know what's good for him. I'll go and greet him then." Huang Yuan's mind moved slightly. In the city in the sky, an ancient temple with red walls, green tiles and incense smoke curling up in spirals, as well as a lonely mountain with a stone tablet, ancestor of Qiu Si, standing on top of it. Only the withered trees, white grass, red leaves and yellow flowers were left on the mountain. The top of the small mountain was filled with desolate killing intent. The temple went to the top of the city wall where Lu Ji and Qin Pingan were standing, while Gu Shan went to the 2 thatched cottages. The ancient temple was slashed into 2 halves by Lu Ji's sword. It crashed into the city wall beneath their feet and turned into dust. The sword immortal of the Wind Snow Temple, Wei Jin, appeared next to the stone tablet at the top of Gu Shan. A moment later, countless rays of sword light burst out from the gaps between the trees and stones on Gu Shan's mountain, and then they silently vanished. After Li Tuanjing of the Wind Thunder Garden, this person was the #1 cultivator of the Aquarius continent. When he first arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he was still a jade unrefined realm sword cultivator. In just a few short years he had lived in a small thatched cottage and had only participated in 1 offensive and defensive battle. He had practiced the sword with the old sword immortal and his neighbors, and yet he seemed to be on the verge of breaking through the bottleneck and becoming an immortal. Yang Ji bid farewell to Huang Yuan. Before leaving, she took a few more glances at that young man and remembered him. But to her surprise, not only did that young man not stop while he was ahead, he closed his fan and made a gesture of slitting his throat. His movements were slow, so they were extremely conspicuous. Huang Yuan stifled a laugh. Interesting. Yang Ji was the former master of the Yeluo and a peak ascendant realm expert. If he acted impulsively and steeled his heart to compete with Qin Pingan, he would definitely mobilize a large force. Huang Yuan was naturally happy to see this happen. The ones who would suffer losses would be Yang Ji's vassal forces, but the merit would be counted on Huang Yuan's head. Even a mosquito's leg was meat. Moreover, in the vast realm, everyone would race their own horses to claim their own territory. Whoever had more direct subordinates and stronger troops would be able to gain a foothold faster. This was a battle of numbers and location. This was no small matter. But Huang Yuan would not go so far as to fan the flames, as that would only have the opposite effect. It would clear Yang Ji's mind and make him hate her. In the wilderness there were no rules. It was very comfortable, but in truth, it was occasionally troublesome. Yang Ji chuckled. "Huang Yuan, if you can capture this brat and hand him over to me in addition to compensating you for the price you paid, I will also take out one of the vast realms sects and the capital of a great dynasty in exchange. How about it?" Huang Yuan shook her head. "Before Qin Pingan appeared today, I would definitely have agreed to this deal. But now the price is a little too low." Yang Ji's face darkened. Huang Yuan did not even glance at this female sovereign of the wilderness. Yang Ji rode the wind and left behind a single sentence that echoed around the railing where Huang Yuan was seated. Don't regret it. Remember, if you dare to touch the capital of any dynasty at the foot of any mountain, you will become my enemy. Huang Yuan had not only rejected Qin Pingan, but also the alliance that Yang Ji had revealed. Huang Yuan paid no heed to Yang Ji's threat. The flood of magical treasures formed by tens of thousands of demi-human cultivators was still as majestic as ever. However, compared to the orderly waterfall of sword aura, the former appeared slightly disorderly. Almost all of the sword immortals had begun to give up on the word pleasure when they attacked. They no longer pursued individual lethality and were no longer free from the constraints of heaven and earth. Instead, almost every sword attack was filled with a sense of utilitarian calculation. How to protect the sword cultivators of the middle 5 realms while attacking the formation, how to cooperate with other sword immortals who were extremely far away to destroy a certain key treasure. How to withdraw the sword from the formation while sneakily flying to the 2 sides of the flood of magical treasures to cut off the heads of some demi-human cultivators of the earth immortal realm. Huang Yuan naturally felt some heartache, but it was not too much of a headache. The ones who really needed a headache and had to solve this urgent problem were the military tents in her camp. As for the 14 of them attacking, the gray-robed elder had set a small rule in private. When they were bored, they could go to the city wall for a walk. However, it was best not to use all of their strength, especially their natal supernatural powers and trump cards. It was best to use them only when the world was vast. The sword workshop's standard long sword in Lu Ji's hand could not withstand the collision between Lu Ji's sword will and the entire temple. After she withdrew the sword, it instantly collapsed and disappeared. She and Qin Pingan stood on the wall and turned to look at the young man who was fanning himself. Does the hidden official want to die so much, or does he not intend to go out of the city to fight in the following battles? I listened to the great sword immortal's orders and guarded the formation here. It's the sword cultivators of the hidden official's lineage, not Qin Pingan. Think carefully, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. There was nothing much to say about the nature of the big demons in the wasteland. Whether it was Qin Pingan killing Li Zhen, or whether it was Wen Shenjian or Wen Shenjian, those beasts did not feel anything. Because the wasteland never cared about right or wrong, but when it came to personal grudges, the higher the level of the beasts, the clearer they would remember it. Therefore, Qin Pingan's actions directly made 2 big demons his mortal enemy. Qin Pingan gently tapped his head with his folding fan. The female big demon actually refrained from attacking, which was a bit regretful. Otherwise, Lu Ji would only have to be responsible for stopping the big demon Yang Ji for a moment, and the 3 sword immortals who had already been informed by the hidden official's flying sword would attack. Yu Qing, Yuan Qingshu, and Wu Qingpei would use their own supernatural powers to cut off the big demon's path of retreat. As for who would kill the big demon at that time, of course, it would not be a single great sword immortal, but a vast number of sword immortals. Before ascending the city wall, Qin Pingan had already instructed Guizhujiu and Wang Xinshui that once a big demon approached the city wall, they were to immediately inform all the local sword immortals to surround and kill it. The current Great Wall of Sword Qi seemed to have the sword immortals performing their own duties, which created the great situation of the waterfall of Sword Qi suppressing the flood of magic weapons. However, once the flying sword of the hidden official's lineage was sent out, there would be dozens of sword immortals who would have to immediately turn their swords around. Even if it would cause damage to the sword formation, all the sword immortals would have to obey the order. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "When you have too many lice you won't itch. When you have too many debts you won't worry. You'll get used to it. Huang Yuan and Yang Ji, as long as you act impulsively, you might become a pair of lovebirds that die together. They're not a celestial couple, they're like celestial couples." There was one thing that Qin Pingan did not reveal. The more secretive one of the 2 hidden official flying swords went directly to the eldest sword immortal. Once a great demon approached, other than a large group of sword immortals drawing their swords, the eldest sword immortal had to directly order Qin Shi and Qi Tingji to draw their swords and kill it. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the sword immortals had already drawn their swords to intercept it. These 2 family heads who had carved words on the wall were just taking advantage of the situation. When the time came, who would hold back their strength? They wouldn't dare. Other than concluding that the hidden official Xiao Chua was a traitor, Qin Pingan actually did not trust these 2 old sword immortals who had extremely high killing power. This originally seemed to be a bad thing. However, in reality, those who could be trusted had the means to be trusted. Those who could not be trusted had the means to not be trusted. If Yang Ji and Huang Yuan felt that the current Great Wall of Sword Qi was still the Great Wall of Sword Qi of the past 10,000 years, and felt that there was a chance for them to return safely, then they would have to pay the price. It was not to say that in the past 10,000 years, the Great Wall of Sword Chi swords were not powerful enough. On the contrary, it was precisely because of the heroic sword immortals from 10,000 years ago that today's hidden official lineage of sword immortals had one room to strategize. Lu Ji shook her head and said, "You're thinking too simply. Few old beasts who have endured to Yang Ji's age and realm are stupid." "It's me who's thinking too simply." Qin Pingan laughed. "Fortunately, we didn't suffer any losses." Lu Ji waved her hand. "Master Hidden Official, please continue with your work. I'll guard here." Lu Ji felt that this hidden official who had been entrusted with a task in the face of danger was sufficiently dedicated and responsible. He had done better than she had imagined. However, if it was only personal preference, Lu Ji's impression of Qin Pingan was average. The reason was very simple. After all, he was not a sword immortal, not even a sword cultivator. Qin Pingan jumped down from the wall and returned to the table to sit down. He laughed. "I made everyone work for nothing. Since we didn't succeed, so be it. We were just taking a gamble." Qin Pingan buried his head in copying books and took the opportunity to repair all the swords of the hidden official lineage. He shared more of his thoughts with these subordinates, and said slowly, "The Wasteland's attack this time has already entered the third stage. Great Demon Bai Ying was in charge of the first opening battle. Other than changing the timing and location to a certain extent, she was mainly used to survey and confirm the details of the defenses on this side of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. In addition, some traitorous sword cultivators secretly sent messages via flying swords, allowing the Wasteland to gain the upper hand. This is actually an extremely meticulous job, which is very compatible with the image of Great Demon Bai Ying in history. Among the 14 great demons, Bai Ying never liked to use force to kill the enemy. She played with psychological attacks. Thus, if Bai Ying was in charge, I wouldn't have shown myself." Qin Pingan put down his brush and thought for a moment. He extended the folded fan on the table and pointed at the ruins of the 5 mountains depicted on the scroll. "Then Yang Ji will be in charge of guarding the 5 mountains on the battlefield. Compared to Bai Ying, who needs to communicate with the 60th camp at all times, Yang Ji clearly doesn't need to make as many last-minute changes. Those 5 mountains have 5 great demons hidden, and their purpose is to intercept and kill our immortal realm sword cultivators. This has little to do with Yang Ji himself, and it's a strategy that the beasts have decided on long ago. Next is Great Demon Huang Yuan. It's clear that Yang Ji is the most straightforward. Even if the Yeluo and that mortal enemy Great Demon are scheming against each other, in our view, their schemes are still superficial. Thus, Yang Ji is the most likely to act even more so than Huang Yuan. If he succeeds, whether it's Huang Yuan or Yang Ji dying on the walls, as long as one of the peak Great Demons dies right before the eyes of all the sword cultivators, the Great Wall of Sword Chi will profit immensely. The repercussions of Xiao Chua's defection can be smoothed out by us, the new sword cultivators of the hidden official lineage. I'm betting on this. What if, not that Yang Ji's brain isn't big enough, that he doesn't know what's important, but that he's a criminal, that he can't control himself, that Huang Yuan will add fuel to the fire. If the Great Wall of Sword Chi fails and the demonic race invades the world, what do they seek? Naturally, it's the great Tao that the great demons seek. Who do they seek it from? Through the strength of the army? Through the merit of sieging the city? Of course, but the most crucial point is what Mount Toyua said. To be more precise, it's a personal preference of the demonic race grand ancestor. It's a pity that Yang Ji didn't take the bait. He's extremely cautious. From this, one can see just how pragmatic the great demons of the world of wastelands are. This is something that I and everyone else present need to learn from, and it's also something that we need to warn our opponents about. That's why we can't take it for granted. At this point, Qin Pingan's eyes were sharp as he repeated the last sentence. That's why we can't take it for granted. Qin Pingan's face was immediately full of smiles. That's why in the 4th and 5th battles, which great demon will be in charge, how the Wasteland's general offensive will feel, whether it's fast and slow, and whether it's well-versed in the art of war, or if it's just foolishly sending itself to its death, we can actually predict a few things beforehand. However, the other party has a total of 60 military tents and is even more meticulous than us. This little bit of prediction doesn't mean much, but it's better than nothing. On the southern wall, Lu Ji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These words were clearly said by the hidden official on the city wall. Previously, when he was observing the situation, he felt that he didn't have a chance to say more to her. In the end, she had to listen even if she didn't want to. Her impression of Qin Pingan didn't improve. Nevertheless, Lu Ji's impression of the hidden official improved imperceptibly. Lu Ji looked at the battlefield in the south and then turned back to look at the small world, where no one used their swords. When she turned back again, there was a slight smile on her face. Those sword cultivators were probably the young people that the Sword Immortal boss looked forward to the most. Lu Ji and many of the Sword Immortals today might have been such young people in the past. Chen Pingan looked at the crowd and restrained his expression. He put on a shocked expression and said doubtfully, "At this point you guys still don't have any thoughts? I only know that Qi refinement warriors of the lower 5 realms will exhaust their spiritual energy if they don't stop attacking. I really didn't know that the more you use your brain the slower you become. As the only sword cultivator of the upper 5 realms, Miyu was the calmest one. It wasn't that his realm was high, but he felt that since there was nothing for him to do, if the hidden official was really dissatisfied and wanted to settle scores, it would be Lin Junbai and Shenshin, these young but evil little bastards with a belly full of evil tricks, who would take the lead. Deng Liang said in a low voice, "The next formation of the demon race's army is all sword cultivators. Our change of formation this time is actually us feeding the swords to the enemy and letting them learn the sword. For example, how the Sword Immortals use their swords in exchange for the greatest lethality of the entire sword formation at the cost of the Sword Immortals withdrawing their swords. How to gather the best Sword Immortals to use their swords and strive to kill the enemy Earth Immortal sword cultivators without warning will definitely be learned by the enemy. Even if the enemy only learned the embryonic form of the formation, if we don't have a countermeasure in the next exchange of swords between the sword cultivators, our losses will definitely increase sharply." Chen Pingan pointed his folding fan at Lin Junbai and said with a smile, "Junbai, speak your mind." Lin Junbai immediately had a draft in mind and said with a smile, "The general situation is like this. We're at a disadvantage, so the sword formation naturally can't be changed. However, we can change the method and create a series of hidden traps around all of our key Earth Immortal sword cultivators. All of the Sword Immortals on our side will have an additional responsibility, which is to guard the formation for a certain Earth Immortal sword cultivator. Not only that, the formation won't be blindly defending. That would be meaningless. Everything we do is to fight back. Because what we're going to target next is no longer the enemy's Earth Immortal sword cultivators, but the enemy's true top combat power, the Sword Immortals." Qin Pingan nodded. If they couldn't kill that Yangji Huangluan, it wouldn't be a loss to exchange for a few enemy Sword Immortals to make up the numbers. Chen Pingan had actually been waiting for Deng Liang and Lin Junbai to say these words. Once someone made a breakthrough, the others would fill in the gaps and follow up in the blink of an eye. Gu Jianlong looked at the confrontation between flying swords and magic treasures on the painting, then flipped open a book on the table. He nodded and said, "Then we need to quickly flip through this third book and try to pick out 10 to 20 of our Earth Immortal sword cultivators as bait." The writing of the third book was originally Wang Xinshui's responsibility. I reckon that it won't be solely Wang Xinshui's responsibility in the future. Apart from this, we can also conduct a demonstration and test of our Sword Immortals to try out more possibilities. In the past, when Sword Immortals killed demons, they were too particular about themselves. At most, they would fight side by side with Sword Immortal friends they were familiar with. But in reality they might not necessarily be the best partners. The third book has become the most important part of the next battle. This burden shouldn't be placed on Wang Xinshui's shoulders alone. Lord Hidden Official, what do you think? Qin Pingan rested his chin on one hand and his elbow on the table. His sitting posture was askew, as if he was casually writing something on a piece of paper. And beside that piece of paper was a book with many pieces of paper. Qin Pingan did not stop writing. He glanced at Gu Jianlong and nodded with a smile. "Just to be fair, I will personally help Wang Xinshui complete the third book and draw out 20 Earth Immortal sword cultivators as bait." Xianqin followed Gu Jianlong's train of thought and continued, "Previously, we didn't have many opportunities to test the effects of our Sword Immortal sword combinations. We can use this opportunity to hone our skills so that the Sword Immortals teamwork will become smoother. With more actual battle merits, the Sword Immortals will naturally not feel too uncomfortable. Otherwise, our hidden official lineage's flying sword messages will wear off after a long period of time. Sword Immortals' temperaments will become lofty. Now, we are only taking advantage of the fact that we are newly appointed officials. Furthermore, the Sword Immortals' attacks were indeed quite effective. But if we stop here, the bit of battle merits we have accumulated will not be of much use. The Sword Immortal seniors will only become increasingly lazy to bother with us. Therefore Lord Hidden Official is right. Our hidden official lineage's enemies, other than those beasts in the wilderness, are our Sword Immortals' realms, statuses and thoughts. They are also the greatest enemies of our hidden official lineage. We can't ignore this. Regarding this matter, we can't just do whatever we think of at the last moment. Patching it up will only delay the battle. There needs to be a dedicated person in charge of researching this matter. Dong Bujua said, "Leave this matter to me." Lin Junbai hesitated for a moment. Qin Pingan said, "Dong Bujua is only responsible for the native sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Lin Junbai is responsible for all the foreign sword immortals. If Junbai has any doubts, all the foreign sword immortals including Deng Liang will answer them. Shouldn't it be taboo for the supremacy to talk about the secrets of senior sword immortals? All of you should put aside these concerns for now. Even if the sword immortals are enraged from embarrassment and bear grudges, it will not land on your heads. As hidden official, I'm not afraid of a bloodbath. If I can't even protect your vital interests, how can I be Lord Hidden Official?" Guizhuzhou suddenly said, "Then what if the other party has already thought of the same answer as us? Besieging the Earth Immortal sword immortals might be fake or even real. But to trap us sword immortals would be even more real. What should we do then? If it becomes an exchange of sword immortals' lives, the other party might be able to bear the price, but we can't." "Absolutely not." With that said, Guizhuzhou looked worriedly at her master, the present Lord Hidden Official. Qin Pingan said with a smile, "Every move, if we only take into account the next 1 or 2 moves, can we win the game? I do think it's very difficult. Therefore Guizhuzhou's idea is very good. We will always be more afraid of the what if than the beasts of the desolate world. The other party might be able to bear many what ifs, but for us, it might only be one what if. When that happens, all the schemes and efforts of the hidden official lineage will be for naught." Qin Pingan turned to look at the silent Pang Yuanji. "Pang Yuanji, you can think about how to adjust the positions of the great sword immortals on the first official book and who to coordinate with to attack. As usual, I'll be the bad guy for the plan you came up with." Pang Yuanji nodded and said, "No problem." Qin Pingan said slowly, "According to the progress of the war, it will take at most half a month before all of us reach an extremely awkward state. We will feel that we can't make bricks without straw. At that moment, we will be extremely familiar with every sword immortal and earth immortal sword immortal in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. What should we do when the time comes? Understand more about the Cave Abode Realm, Sea Viewing Realm and Dragon Gate Realm sword immortals in detail? You can understand them, but that's definitely not the main point. The main point is still the southern battlefield in the second official book and the second official book. Especially the second official book that's so thick that it doesn't seem to have a final page." Qin Pingan's tone became heavier. "Everyone here, we sword shio of the hidden official lineage are destined to disappoint everyone. It all depends on each person's cultivation heart, more or less. Because none of us are perfect and everyone can make mistakes. Every small mistake we make can't be covered up by right or wrong. Once a mistake occurs, it will lead to a disaster on the battlefield where thousands of people will be killed or injured. Previously, because we have racked our brains and done our best to come up with strategies, the chances of victory for the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and the little bit of military merits that we have painstakingly accumulated, will be forgotten by our own people. Then they will either run over and scold us, or they won't say anything, but their eyes will be filled with hatred. But the most terrifying thing is silence, the silence of many people." Miyu, who had always felt that he was the most superfluous existence, could not help but say, "Then let's prove to them that they are not wrong but we are even more right." Qin Pingan opened his folding fan and fanned himself non-stop. "Who dares to say that we sword immortal Miyu are superfluous? Who is it? Step forward, I'll spit in his face." Other than Miyu's awkward expression, everyone had a playful smile. Miyu said with a fake smile, "Lord Hidden Official, I have to thank you." Qin Pingan waved his hand. "Brother Mi is the stabilizing force of our hidden official lineage. Don't be so courteous and estranged." Gu Jianlong nodded. "Fair words." With the reckless Gu Jianlong taking the lead very soon, there were many voices that sounded like the hidden official lineage. Seconded. True. Agreed. No objections. Qin Pingan closed his folding fan and gently placed it beside his hand. "Let's start earning money." On the surface of the fan, there was a small inscription. If one did not look at it carefully, it would look like a blank fan. "Man descends from heaven, bringing spring. The sword goes to the foot of the mountain, the heat does not dare to come." A talisman boat stopped at the top of the north wall and a person alighted. He was dressed in green and wielded a sword. His expression was haggard and his fists were loose, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. He kept the talisman boat in his sleeve and slowly walked towards the hidden official lineage. Not only the hidden official lineage's sword cultivators, even Miyu, who was in the pure jade realm, was caught off guard. The hidden official that everyone had spent so much time with was actually just Qin Pingan's Yin spirit? It must have been a trick cast by the sword immortal boss himself. Yin spirit Qin Pingan smiled and stood up. He held his folding fan and retreated, one after another, merging with his real body. Qin Pingan gently held his folding fan and walked to his seat. He sat cross-legged and smiled, "I have missed all of you." 629. The sword cultivators of the hidden officials were all well-deserved cultivation geniuses. There was only one reason why they did not have a high level of cultivation, and that was because they were still young. Therefore, they were not unfamiliar with the phenomenon of the Yin spirit traveling out of the body. However, it was rare for a third-realm Qi cultivator to have the Yin spirit traveling out of the body. It was even stranger to be able to travel out of the body for a long time in the Great Wall of Sword aura without leaving any trace. However, this kind of strange thing happened to Qin Pingan. Miyu and the other sword cultivators did not even bother to look into it. Lu Ji, on the other hand, saw more and asked directly in mind, "Qin Pingan, did you plan to let Yang Ji and Huang Wan succeed from the beginning when you lured them to attack?" Qin Pingan drew circles in the third book and helped Wang Xinshui to pick out 20 Earth Immortal sword cultivators from his side. At the same time he replied to Lu Ji through mind ripples, "Ordinary fishing bait will attract big fish when it enters the water. Even if the big fish is dragged ashore in the end, will the bait be enough to keep it? You said it yourself, an old beast who has lived to Yang Ji's age will not be stupid. Of course, I will be the first to stop their retreat. Otherwise, the situation of the sword cultivators on our side will not be stable." Lu Ji frowned and said, "Once the Yin spirit collapses, the foundation of the Great Tao will be damaged. As a hidden official, why do you have to do this?" Qin Pingan smiled and said, "A third realm cultivator's Yin spirit in exchange for one or two great demons at the peak of the ascendant realm in the wilderness is a very good deal." Lu Ji hesitated for a moment. She did not like Qin Pingan's beating around the bush, so she said directly, "Please be honest with me." Qin Pingan was silent for a moment. If the hidden officials want to establish themselves, it is not enough to rely on those invisible battle achievements. The biggest problem of the hidden officials is that they hide behind the scenes. They are too stable. Everyone is a sword cultivator, but they have never used one or two swords. When the war is going smoothly, there is no problem. However, when the Great Wall of Sword aura is damaged, the hidden officials will attract criticism. This is human nature. Therefore, by paying a small price early on, I can reduce the influence of the hidden officials' mental state. On the other hand, the lineage of the hidden officials can focus on planning and strategizing. In the long run, the Great Wall of Sword Qi will benefit greatly. Lu Ji shook her head and said, "You should be telling the truth, but I know you didn't tell me everything." Qin Pingan did not deny it. There are some heartfelt words that can only be left unsaid. Great Sword Immortal Lu, don't get to the bottom of it. It's meaningless. For example, why didn't Qin Pingan grieve when his senior martial brother was seriously injured? Was he really just a shrewd person who was good at enduring silently? Of course not. This was because in the depths of Qin Pingan's heart, he hoped that his senior brother could live on and live with a clear conscience. In short, he absolutely could not die either way. Back at the Ning Mansion's martial arts practice field, the eldest sword immortal had once said that if there was a good ending looking back on life, there would be kindness everywhere. That was the logic. Therefore, Qin Pingan's eldest sword immortal had detained his Yin spirit and forbade him from informing his senior brother. He had told him to be careful of the hidden official's sneak attack. After that, Qin Pingan went to visit his senior brother at the straw hut. He was not angry with the eldest sword immortal, nor did he bear any grudges. There were few ifs in the world. There were no ifs. He was killed by the previous hidden official, Xiao Chua, with one punch. Qin Pingan ended the conversation. Lu Ji, just do your best to protect the hidden official's lineage. It's enough as long as you have a sword. There's no need to worry about anything else. It was rare for Lu Ji to joke. The hidden official is so arrogant. Qin Pingan could only reluctantly imitate his disciple. He took out some unorthodox methods of Luapa Mountain and said with a smile, "Great Sword Immortal Lu, your sword skills are divine. You can almost ascend to the heavens. Whether I'm arrogant or not, in your eyes, isn't it a joke to be used as a side dish?" Lu Ji laughed it off. Qin Pingan was multitasking. He circled the immortals in Xi and Wang Xinshui, who was in charge of writing the Xi book. Both parties communicated with each other telepathically at any time. Paying attention to the movements of the two long scrolls on the horse path was the responsibility of the hidden official. Delegating power was not laissez-faire. He also had to carefully observe the 11 sword cultivators and listen to their conversations and exchanges. It was as if an official of the Ministry of Personnel was in charge of an investigation. Chen Pingan put down his brush and habitually rubbed his wrist. For some reason, he thought of the 6th volume of the book True Pearl Boat. There was a youthful wisdom listed in it. Looking up, if the 11 sword cultivators were born in the vast world, with their qualifications and talents, whether it was cultivation or scholarship, they would probably be qualified to be among them. Among them there were a few who were particularly outstanding. For example, Xianxin was simply a living map. His attention and memory of the two scrolls made even Chen Pingan feel ashamed. Xianxin had an extremely detailed account book in his mind about every geographical situation on the battlefield. For example, a certain pothole, why it appeared, when it appeared, and what impact it would have on the subsequent battle between the two sides. If others wanted to do what Xianxin did, they could do it if they really put their heart into it. However, they might need to spend extra effort. It was far from being as natural as Xianxin, who enjoyed it. Therefore, Chen Pingan specially asked Xianxin to write an extra record of the battlefield. When the time came, it would be a reference book that the other sword cultivators had to read. Wang Xinshui had an astonishing intuition about the prediction of small-scale battles. Therefore, Chen Pingan liked to observe Wang Xinshui when he was not busy. Wang Xinshui felt that many of the sword cultivators in the scrolls were not perfect enough. There were even too many flaws. Wang Xinshui's expression would change slightly. Or the exquisite coordination of the enemy's magical equipment would make Wang Xinshui even more anxious. However, the battlefield was constantly changing. In order to remember these details, Wang Xinshui would often stare at the scrolls and his hands would not stop writing. His handwriting was extremely messy. Occasionally Wang Xinshui would feel gloomy, as if he did not know whether what he saw, thought, and wrote was useful or not. After all, he was a sword cultivator of the hidden official lineage. He was too far away from the battlefield. Even if he was on the battlefield, could he replace the sword cultivators in attacking? Therefore, Wang Xinshui was the one with the richest and most complicated expressions. Perhaps in just a few blinks of an eye, Wang Xinshui's face would be filled with joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. In addition, Wang Xinshui liked to mutter to himself. It was very interesting. Lin Junbai's comprehensive planning was a special ability that was similar to his natal mystique. As long as he had enough information and intelligence to support a battle, Lin Junbai would almost never make a mistake. Wu Zhujiu's imagination of accidents, the worst-case scenario, was always one step ahead of others. She could even think one step further. Therefore, after Dong Buji and Lin Junbai worked together to compile the Sword Immortal's heart calligraphy, Chen Pingan's real body sat down. Other than clearly asking Xianxin to write the record of the battlefield alone, he also asked Wang Xinshui, Guizhujiu, and the others to each write a book of essays. The 12 books that Chen Pingan had outlined previously were all named after the heavenly stems. The following books could be named after the 12 earthly branches. The heavenly stems and earthly branches were all present. The sword cultivator was in the middle. This could be considered a good omen. Dong Buji suddenly said, "What I'm afraid of is that the sword cultivator formation of the wilderness will only use the stupidest method to advance. They only care about their own cooperation and don't think about anything else. They won't be greedy for battle merits. Our follow-up plans will fall through. The most troublesome part is that as long as we don't earn anything, it will be a loss. If that's the case, how can we solve it?" Chen Pingan raised his head and laughed softly. "It can be solved. In the battle of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, we're used to being bold and heroic. Actually, it's not too good. On the battlefield, when we're in it, the beasts of the wilderness are all sacrificing themselves. Beside them are all comrades who have died in battle. Then we shouldn't treat them as puppets without any education and emotions. After the Battle of the 13th, the demons attacked the city twice. Looking back, they were all well-prepared training exercises. Now that the wilderness has 60 military tents, what does this mean? It means that there are countless people watching every battlefield. The human heart is something that can influence others. Therefore, to prevent the worst-case scenario of the enemy sword formation not losing while remaining stable, there are 3 things we can do. First, our sword formation should learn more from Qishou and slaughter the enemy. Second, if we can kill those who can't be killed, we shouldn't kill those who are seriously injured. The more they are dead, the better. After we retreat from the battlefield, these wounded will become a natural source of resentment. Third, we should pick those who like to quarrel and quarrel. For example, seniors Zhao Cheng and Chen Quan. I think they're very suitable. When we attack, we should curse the heavens and earth, especially the sword cultivators of the wilderness. For example, we should curse Q-Sword, saying that their attack on the city is actually a return to the ancestral home. Sword immortals must curse these words. Young sword cultivators with louder voices, the lower their cultivation levels, the better. If we do these three things well, we can't tolerate the most valuable sword cultivators in the wilderness. You can forget about entering the bureaucracy, the literary world, or the Jianghu. Gu Jianlong was grief-stricken. Looking at the situation, he was going to be made fun of. Chen Pingan said, "If Sword Immortal me hadn't given that answer, I would have regretted bringing up that topic. Everyone were sitting here and doing these things. It's not that we have to do this. Not only foreign sword cultivators like Shen Kan, but even natives like Dong Budi and Pang Yuanji shouldn't be carrying such heavy burdens. If you're not careful, your Dao heart will be crushed. Compared to going to the city wall to fight Pang Yuanji, which one do you choose?" Pang Yuanji said honestly, "Fight." Wang Xingshui was about to speak. Qin Pingan smiled and said, Xingshui, you have something to say?" Wang Xingshui immediately changed his mind. "Lord Hidden Official, I'd like to agree with Pang Yuanji." Wang Xingshui was indeed special. He was the kind of genius sword cultivator whose thoughts ran extremely fast, and his sword couldn't keep up. Because his realm wasn't high enough, he was always more of a hindrance on the battlefield. It couldn't be said that Wang Xingshui was reckless. In fact, every suggestion he made was just right. However, Wang Xingshui himself couldn't speak with the sword, and so could his friends. That was why Wang Xingshui had the title of one of the newest 5 absolutes of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. "I can fight before, but I'll fight after." Fortunately, there weren't too many casualties. However, Wang Xingshui had mixed feelings about going to the battlefield. He wasn't afraid of dying in battle, but he felt uncomfortable. His heart was in turmoil. Qin Pingan smiled, "That's enough with the pleasantries. I might leave this place often and travel around. If you have any resentment, remember to hide it well. Also, you won't have the chance to fight outside the city, but I can. I can only be envious." Deng Liang, who was calm but didn't lose his spirituality, asked, "The son of a rich family doesn't sit under the awning. This is a ridiculous saying in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. However, on our side, Lord Hidden Official, please think twice before you act. Even if you really have to leave the city to fight, remember to conceal your whereabouts. We, the Hidden Official, don't have Lord Hidden Official to hold the fort. We're reduced to having to change our commander in battle. This is a taboo for military strategists. Thank you for your kind intentions. Speaking so bluntly should be the rule of us hidden officials. Behind closed doors, we're all family. It's a good thing for family members to say nasty things." Qin Pingan said, "However, those who can kill me like Yang Ji and Huang Wan wouldn't dare to take the risk. As for the other beasts, they don't have a good memory. If they don't believe in heresy, they can come and try me." Deng Liang recalled the female sword immortal Xie Songhua's success in one strike, and didn't say anything else. Qin Pingan stood up, "I'll go and have a chat with the 2 seniors, Nalan Xiaowei and Yan Ming." Qin Pingan grabbed the jade token of the hidden official and hung it on his waist. He wanted to find the 2 fellows to talk about the cross-continent ferry on the inverted mountain. This wasn't something that the hidden official's flying sword could explain clearly in a few words. It required a face-to-face discussion. There were some things that could only be said with the identity of the hidden official. Walking on the horse path, Qin Pingan, who looked dispirited, muttered to himself, "Among all the knowledge in the world, only the night fairy is the most difficult to deal with." Miyu looked at the back of the young man, and some inexplicable and strange thoughts arose in his heart. If Qin Pingan's traveling Yin god was said to be the hidden official's lineage, was Qi. His words and actions gave people a sense of danger and surprise. Every word was said with deep meaning, and was imperceptibly accumulating prestige. Bit by bit, he tightened his grip on the hidden official's authority. It even made people involuntarily try to figure out Qin Pingan's thoughts. But now, Qin Pingan's mentality seemed to be more correct. Which one was better, Miyu couldn't say. Actually, both were better, my ass. He was a sword cultivator in the Jade Raw realm, but here he was the one who had the least say. Especially when Miyu thought of his grudge with the literary sage's lineage, he felt even more vexed. Miyu finally rubbed his chin and muttered, "Is my brain really not working well?" Qin Pingan suddenly turned his head and shouted, "Sword Immortal me, come with me. I think Sword Immortal me will be busy soon." Miyu braced himself and followed. But after talking to Qin Pingan, Miyu was relieved. It turned out to be a good thing. He could even go to the inverted mountain to take a breather. Not only that, Qin Pingan took the initiative to ask Miyu if some ideas were feasible. Miyu told the truth and rejected them one by one. This young reclusive official didn't seem to be discouraged. The owner of the Spring Banner House, Xiao Yunyan, was famous for living in seclusion in the inverted mountain. Today Xiao Yunyan visited the 4 great private residences, the Ape Ravager Residence, the Water Fairy Palace, and the Plum Blossom Garden. He passed by them and looked at them from afar. Because of the camouflage art, and the fact that Xiao Yunyan didn't show himself in public, the number of people who could recognize this sword immortal could be counted with one's fingers. Xiao Yunyan finally found a wine shop. He knocked on the door with a spell, causing ripples to spread out. After opening the door, Xiao Yunyan stepped over the threshold. The business in the shop was still cold and cheerless. Other than himself, there wasn't a single customer. In this remnant of Huang Liang blessed land, he drank a cup of forget worries wine. It was something that almost all the otherworldly experts who traveled the inverted mountain had to do. The old man sat behind the counter and took a nap. On the counter there was a jade 8 treasures birdcage. The little oriole inside was also taking a nap like the old man. The young man named Su Jia saw Xiao Yunyan and was very happy. He was mainly concerned about the gourd vine of the owner of the Spring Banner House. Therefore, in the eyes of many familiar customers, Su Jia, who was known for his laziness, was especially attentive today. He quickly placed a jar of wine on the table. Su Jia had never interacted with Xiao Yunyan before. However, he heard that this sword immortal from the North Continent came here to drink when he first came to the inverted mountain. He couldn't afford to pay for the wine, so he used one of the blade-strengthening gourds on the gourd vine to ask for a jar of wine from the wine shop. He drank until he was dead drunk. After he earned some money, he regretted it and wanted to pay according to the market price with large amounts of Guyu money. However, the shopkeeper didn't agree. Sword immortal Xiao probably sulked at the shopkeeper and never came to the shop to drink again. Xiao Yunyan stood in front of the wall and sized it up. He smiled and said, "I haven't been here for 700 or 800 years and it's almost filled up the entire wall. Is the shop's business so good?" Su Jia complained, "It's infuriating to compare with others. I heard that there's a wine shop in the Great Wall of Sword Qi that sells cheap wine. It's only been open for a year, but those nothing signs have almost filled up 3 walls." Xiao Yunyan apologized to the young waiter. He carried the jar of forget sorrow wine and sat back at the table where he first came to drink. He poured a bowl of wine and looked at the counter. He smiled and said, "Shopkeeper, the gourd vine has been brought to the Shui Jingshan of the North Continent by a young lady. In a dozen years, the blade-strengthening gourd will be ripe. When the time comes, I'll have to trouble you to send someone to make an extra trip. As for the ownership of the blade-strengthening gourd, I've already spoken to the Shui Jingshan. Someone will show up and take the gourd away. It's that simple." The old man nodded and opened his eyes. He glanced at Su Jia and asked, "Are you going?" Su Jia asked, "If I leave the shop and Miss happens to return, what will happen?" The old man laughed and scolded, "I don't understand. Do you have to hang yourself on a tree? My daughter has no face, no figure, and no brains. She already has someone in her heart. How can she be worthy of you?" Su Jia said angrily, "I've been here since I was young. How many girls have I seen? If she doesn't like Miss, who else can she like? Like an old man like you?" The old man wasn't angry. His daughter had left home for many years. There was only one old and one young in the shop. Guarding such a deserted place, he could only rely on his disciple to make it more lively. He couldn't bear to scold her. If he scolded her too harshly, she might even run away from home. The old man smiled and said, "Then all the more reason to get rid of you. Go out and take a look. You'll be dazzled by the real pretty girls." Su Jia nodded and said, "I miss Chao Ci too. After getting the blade-strengthening gourd in the North Continent, I'll go to the Central Divine Continent to find him." At this point, Su Jia stood up and walked to the counter. He picked up the birdcage and shook it. He reprimanded, "You fool. Why couldn't you see Qin Pingan's martial roots back then? You like to pretend to be dead, don't you?" The bird in the cage was the same species as the third sect master of the Qingming world, Lu Chen's. However, one was a test of literary luck while the other was a test of martial luck. Xiao Yunyan smiled and said, "Shopkeeper, do you have a story?" The old man waved his hand and said, "Drinking your wine, you only drink the daylily wine like normal wine. You're wasting good things. If not for the blade-strengthening gourd, I wouldn't even want to sell you wine." Xiao Yunyan drank his wine and asked casually, "The Water Essence Palace is still dreaming of making money. They can't change their ways. However, Yuan Zua's residence has already emptied their belongings. However, this isn't important. I just want to know where your shop will be located in the future. There are thousands of immortal wines in the world. I've drunk almost all of them. The only ones that I still miss after drinking are your daylily wine and the green immortal mountain wine from the bamboo sea grotto heaven. The old man glanced at the disciple who was still sulking with the bird in the cage. He walked around the counter and took a jar of wine. He sat beside Xiao Yunyan's table and poured a bowl of wine for himself. The old man said, I'm an outsider and you're an outsider. Naturally, you'll be more comfortable. Why are you still meddling? Since you're meddling, whether my shop is in front of you or in the horizon, even if you get the answer, can you drink the wine? Xiao Yunyan smiled and asked, Can you speak your mind? The old man nodded and said, You know the shop's rules. The drunkard's drunken words are not to be heard outside. Xiao Yunyan looked at the shop's entrance. It was foggy. He said softly, I promised the Great Wall of Sword Chi a long time ago. I have to do it. The old man asked, You can't run away? The old man quickly nodded and said, It's difficult. Xiao Yunyan smiled and said, There's no need to run. As long as you don't swagger out of inverted hanging mountain and act sneakily, there's no problem. The old man was silent for a moment. If that's the case, why do you still dare to stay? Your realm and sword skills aren't enough. You're courting death. It's better to die drunk than to die stupid. Alright, I'll give you another jar of wine for free. Xiao Yunyan said, The hidden official at the Great Wall of Sword Chi has already defected and fled to Savage World. The old man raised his eyebrows. That little girl Xiao Chua has such a huge grudge against Vast World? Xiao Yunyan smiled and said, I heard there's a new hidden official. If you can guess who it is, I won't drink a jar of wine for free. You can guess 3 times. The old man thought for a moment. Is it that sorrowful seedling who followed Alliance to pick up the most money back then, or is it that girl Ning Yao? It can't be that child that Xiao Chua took a fancy to, right? What's his name again? Su Jia said, I think it's Pang Yuanji. Xiao Yunyan laughed and said, I drank a jar of carefree wine for free. I'm in a good mood. Xiao Yunyan drank 2 jars of carefree wine in one go. After he walked out of the shop drunk, he felt that this trip was worth it. The old shopkeeper also told him some interesting things such as some inside information about the Fifth World. The great rivers and mountains span thousands of miles, the treasured lands of Feng Shui, the ancient ruins and the brand new blessed lands were all waiting for him. Over at the Qingming world, it seemed that he could also get a share of the pie. All kinds of unimaginable blessings of the great Tao were waiting for him. The old shopkeeper's most important words were a secret that even Xiao Yunyan had never heard of or even imagined. The old shopkeeper said that many scholarly saints had not only died silently in the river of time to expand the territory and stabilize the world. In fact, many of them had died in battle. Fortunately, the ritual saint who had absolute connection to heaven and earth was still alive. He had led the scholarly saints to the unknown distance outside the sky for a long time and had confronted some stubborn ancient gods for a long time. Xiao Yunyan couldn't help but ask a question. Is there no need for the other 3 worlds to do this? The old shopkeeper shook his head and said, There's no need for that. Xiao Yunyan still wanted to ask the reason. As the ancestor of one of the 100 schools of thought, the old man said, It's better not to know. Xiao Yunyan strolled all the way back to his own mansion, which was similar to Yuanquan's mansion. The place he stepped on was filled with killing intent, because they were all on the inverted hanging mountain. He traveled the border of the Great Wall of Sword Chi with Sword Immortal Kuxia and Lin Junbai. He didn't stay on the city wall to kill enemies, nor did he follow Jiang Guanqing and the other youngsters to the South Hassa continent. Bien stayed in the Plum Blossom Garden and played chess with Madame Ruoyan. It was very romantic. However, Bien left the garden today and went to the Catch-Release Pavilion to watch the cross-continent ferries going back and forth. The Catch-Release Pavilion was regarded as the most unworthy scenic spot in the inverted hanging mountain. However, it was still bustling every day. The small pavilion was always full of people except late at night. Bien didn't go there to join in the fun. He sat on the railing of the white jade viewing platform by the cliff outside the Catch-Release Pavilion and muttered to himself. Bien asked with a smile, Don't you always brag that you and Old Def are old friends? Old Def's prison doesn't have any other sword immortals guarding it. Is there really no possibility of any commotion? It's impossible. Don't go asking for bad luck. Bien sighed, I'm puzzled. You existences in the wilderness have such high realms. Why are you still so stubborn? Scheming and going around in circles. Can this be considered cultivation of the great Tao? Bien touched on his sore spot and asked with a smile, Is the second son of the Tao who caused you to fall to such a state really invincible? If you don't fight with him, you won't understand how terrifying this stinking bull's nose is. Bien was a little regretful. It's a pity that Madame Gouet of the Aquarius Continent's Old Dragon City didn't agree to our Madame Royan's invitation. It's a pity? That woman's true body is the most orthodox Moon Palace descendant. If she was willing to conspire with us, our chances of winning would be much higher. Bien smiled. Us? Phew. I'm just a small character who can't control myself. You can't control yourself, but you can control your heart. Don't be a whore here. Bien said, according to Madame Royan's latest news, many sword immortals who were tempted are now in an awkward situation. They're practically sitting on candles. I reckon they can't wait to chop that second shopkeeper to death. This time that old fart didn't speak to Bien. Bien looked at those cross-continent fairies. Everyone's faces were filled with unconcealable joy. Bien smiled, looking at these people and so many of them. I feel much better. I don't feel guilty anymore. Coming to the inverted hanging mountain and doing business with the Great Wall of Sword Chi was the most cost-effective. They came with a full load and returned with a full load. Once they returned to their own continent, the price difference would be shocking. 3 years of business, but 3 years of business. This was referring to these cross-continent ferries that did all sorts of business. Moreover, the more war it was, the more profitable the ferries were every time they went back and forth. This was because they had a bargaining chip to push down the price. Bien nodded. There's no such thing as right or wrong. There's only a standpoint. I deeply agree with this saying. Ripples appeared in their hearts. Irony? Bien smiled and shook his head. No, I truly feel that way. Just like how having a bigger fist is the only reason I agree. Bien looked around. Soon the world would change. 6:30. Qin Pingan found Yan Ming first. The two of them strolled together and Miyu followed from afar. One was to ask for the Yan family's account book, the other was to ask Yan Ming about the rules of the Great Wall of Sword Chi and the inverted mountain ferry. The real problem was the Yan family's wealth. If they paid the immortal money first, how long could they lose and how could the Great Wall of Sword Chi make up for the Yan family's losses? One was a bag shop, the other was a rich man. They chatted for more than an hour and each had their own plans. On the way here, Qin Pingan and Miyu were very open and honest. Miyu felt that Nalan Xiaowei's side was not easy to deal with, but Yan Ming's side was definitely not a big problem. Firstly, Qin Pingan was already a hidden official, and he was appointed in a time of crisis, so he had great authority. Secondly, Qin Pingan had a very good relationship with the Yan family's young master. Yan Ming should sell everything he had to help support Qin Pingan. Thirdly, and also the most important reason, Qin Pingan's words were effective on the Sword Immortal's side. Qin Pingan bade farewell to Yan Ming and went to find Yan Ming. The Yan family and the Nalan family were the two golden signboards of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The top three families, Dong, Chen and Qi, controlled the clothing, sword and pill shops. The three of them were not rich, so Yan Ming and Nalan Ming were the true gods of wealth. Miyu asked, did it go smoothly? Qin Pingan said self-deprecatingly, there was no problem with the general direction, but there were a lot of problems with the details. I thought that it would be easy to deal with the two seniors, but it seems like it was even more difficult. Miyu teased, aren't you calling me Uncle Yen for nothing? Then this unpolished Jade Realm Sword Immortal who liked to drink wine and lie in the sunset was a little angry. Isn't this Yan Ming too ungrateful? He doesn't give any face to the hidden official? I can understand the logic of one's glory and one's loss. What is this Yan Ming hesitating for? Is it because he lost his arms in his early years, was unwilling to climb the city and killed few demons, so he is even more afraid that the hidden official will steal his wealth? Miyu was not afraid of Yan Ming, who had fallen to the nascent soul stage. He had a lot of immortal money but he could not use it on his intrinsic flying sword. Such a pitiful worm was even worse than sword cultivators who worked hard to kill demons and nurture their swords. Qin Pingan shook his head and said, how can it be so simple? Yan Ming was very good at calculating. Since the general direction had been agreed, it was not a bad thing to grind the details. I'll just look for him a few more times. Speaking of which, Yan Ming's actions show that he doesn't think that the hidden official is more valuable than the immortal's money. He is the one who is truly responsible for the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Miyu asked softly, hidden official, do you really not have any complaints? Qin Pingan said, it's more about enjoying some comfortable things. For an immortal like me, Sword Immortal, it's hard for him to make rapid progress in his realm. Even the slightest bit of suffering will be beneficial. Miyu was speechless. There was still resentment. He just couldn't do anything to Yen Ming, so he pitted himself. However, Miyu could stand these face-to-face words. What he couldn't stand were some sword immortals who smiled and greeted him politely. For example, Li Tumi, or those who didn't even bother to look at Miyu. For example, great sword immortal Yu Qin, who had a good relationship with his brother Mi, who never said anything unpleasant to Miyu because he didn't say anything. Those blunt knives that seemed to be wrapped in silk were the most abrasive to the sword heart. Qin Pingan said with a smile, "It's hard to talk behind closed doors. Don't take it to heart, sword immortal Mi." When they arrived at Nalan Shaowei's place, the old sword immortal said to Qin Pingan, "I never care about money. Let's talk to Nalan Saihuan." Qin Pingan then went to Nalan Saihuan, a female sword cultivator in the nascent soul stage. Her realm was not high, but she was good at managing and making money. This time Miyu was really angry. Old Nalan is so arrogant? Qin Pingan was silent. As for Miyu, he only dared to grumble after the incident. When he saw Nalan Shaowei, he didn't even dare to breathe. The two found Nalan Saihuan. She was a beautiful woman with exquisite makeup and a graceful figure. There was a white jade hairpin in her hair bun, and the end of the jade hairpin was carved with a lifelike little dragonfly. The woman's face was green and her eyebrows were slender. She wore a thin gauze shirt and a pair of red brocade shoes. She was recognized as a great beauty in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. She looked like a pampered lady, but when she arrived at the city wall, her sword was fierce and ruthless, just like Qi Shou. Miyu's thoughts were complicated, and he deliberately looked indifferent. Nalan Saihuan and Miyu were of the same generation. Although Miyu was an embroidered pillow in the eyes of sword immortals, there were many women who liked Miyu. The women who couldn't get what they wanted scolded Miyu more fiercely than men. This Nalan Saihuan was one of them. Before Miyu became a sword immortal, his life was unbelievably smooth. This was why Miyu had the catchphrase, "Since ancient times, deep affection can't be kept." In fact, it wasn't that Miyu couldn't keep anyone, but it was the affectionate women in the Great Wall of Sword Qi that couldn't keep Miyu. Miyu looked at people. What Qin Pingan saw was Nalan Saihuan and her family's gold and silver mountain. Qin Pingan went straight to the point, and his first sentence almost made Miyu lose his composure. "Mrs. Nalan, your patriarch and I have reached an agreement. The old sword immortal is very righteous. He gave up the family's interest to help the Great Wall of Sword Qi through the difficulties. However, when the old sword immortal came, he reminded me that Mrs. Nalan is in charge of the Nalan family, so I better inform Mrs. Nalan." After that, Nalan Saihuan restrained her mind and began to talk about the follow-up and details with the hidden official who had received the old ancestor's imperial edict. The two returned to the hidden official's side on the horse path. Miyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He asked softly, "When Nalan Saihuan and Nalan Shaowei talk back, won't the hidden official be exposed?" Qin Pingan said, "Asking for a sky-high price and sitting on the ground to pay. It depends on your ability. If Nalan Shaowei doesn't want to listen to me, then let Nalan Saihuan talk." In the end, Qin Pingan joked, "If Mrs. Nalan wants to punish me, I think me sword immortal alone is enough to stop her. But if Nalan Shaowei personally slashes me with his sword, brother Mi must protect him." Miyu smiled bitterly, "Isn't there Lu Ji? It's not my turn to arm wrestle with old Nalan." Whether it was Nalan Shaowei or Lu Ji, they were among the top 10 sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Miyu usually saw them. Even if he didn't have to take a detour, he still felt ashamed and full of awe for them. Miyu's friends were mostly sword cultivators in the middle 5 realms, and most of them were romantic. There were only a few sword immortals in the upper 5 realms. Along the way with Qin Pingan, only one sword immortal in the Jade realm greeted Miyu. His name was Lai Ji. In the matter of cultivation, he and Miyu were brothers in the same boat. He belonged to the kind of Jade realm that was not good enough when he was young. In the vast world, this might be the biggest regret of sword immortals, but in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, it was a public joke. It was said that Lai Ji couldn't bear to sit still and was talkative. He once had the nickname Magpie. But the young people in the Great Wall of Sword Qi didn't think that Lai Ji could have such an outrageous nickname. Lai Ji often went to drink with Miyu to relieve his boredom. At this time, when Lai Ji saw Qin Pingan, he smiled and called him Mr. Hidden Official. Qin Pingan, who was walking away with his sleeves folded, smiled and nodded. He reached out his sleeve and cupped his fist in return. After walking away, Qin Pingan joked, "Sword Immortal Mi has a lot of friends. I've benefited from it." Miyu glanced at the southern wall. Like Pang Yuanji, he wanted to use his sword to kill demons. In the next few days, other than guarding the hidden official, Qin Pingan often called Miyu to discuss matters with others. They were all important figures. For example, the sages of Confucianism and Buddhism, who were at the two ends of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Qin Pingan wanted to ask about the inner workings of the Battle of Timing. During this time, Miyu noticed that Ning Yao was wearing the immortal weapon-ranked robe, Golden Wine. He even forged a new sword case with 2 long swords. One of them was the Sword Immortal, that Qin Pingan used to kill Li Zhen. What a good name. It was no wonder that the young secluded official would occasionally chat with Gu Jianlong and Wang Xinshui at the desk. He said that he was extremely talented in naming. If naming was the only cultivation of the great Tao in the world, he should be at the beginning of the immortal realm. Pang Yuanji mentioned that the hidden officials had collected secret records for thousands of years. They had already categorized the Summer Palace and the Winter Palace into different categories. There were so many of them that it was impossible to move all of them to the horse path. It would be very convenient to search and read them over there. Especially the Summer Palace, which was the most important. Instead of making a last-minute effort and having people run back and forth to retrieve the necessary records, they might as well move to the Summer Palace. Since the hidden officials' messenger flying swords were extremely fast, the 2 scrolls could be moved to one of the mansions. Otherwise, with all the hidden officials' sword cultivators gathered on the horse path, they would definitely be targeted by the great demons. By staying on the city wall, we would be reducing the great sword immortal Lu Ji's lethality. Almost all the hidden official sword cultivators agreed with Pang Yuanji's suggestion. Only Qin Pingan did not agree. He said that there was no rush. As for when to move to the Summer Palace, he had his own plans. Pang Yuanji did not want to continue arguing about this. Instead, Dong Bude and Deng Liang both disagreed with the hidden official's decision and raised their objections. Dong Bude emphasized that the hidden official's lineage was too important. If they stayed on the horse path, they would be wiped out if they were not careful. Deng Liang felt that it was a pity that the great sword immortal Lu Ji stayed on the same spot. This went against one of the hidden official's principles of haggling over every detail. For the first time, Guizhuzhou did not speak. She lowered her head. She wanted to stare 2 big holes in the book in the desk. She was very worried. The little girl's silence was a kind of attitude in itself. To Guizhuzhou, who was the most important person in the world, this was still an unprecedented move. However, Qin Pingan still did not agree. He gave more reasons, but he could not convince the masses. Therefore, in these 2 days, the entire atmosphere of the hidden official's lineage was rather solemn. After this, the great sword immortal Yu Qing took some time to come here. He stopped for a moment at the edge of the sword Qi restriction that Miyu drew. Only then did the 10-man great sword immortal candidate continue forward. Qin Pingan immediately stood up and took the initiative to welcome Yu Qing. The 2 of them did not go near the other hidden official's lineage sword cultivators. Yu Qing smiled. Qin Pingan, you don't have to care about my face. Other than apologizing to the last disciple of the sage of literature, I also want to thank Qin Pingan, who is not some hidden official. Qin Pingan nodded. I won't stand on ceremony. I'll accept it. Yu Qing said, when I said that you were in the wrong, I did not hide it. Now that I'm apologizing to you and thanking you, it's naturally awkward. To be honest, if it wasn't for this, if it was someone else who was the hidden official, I wouldn't have been so polite to anyone who dared to criticize my sword. Qin Pingan said, 10-man great sword immortal candidate should have such heroic spirit. Yu Qing rubbed his chin and said, I admit that you do things quickly. However, I really don't like the way you speak. Qin Pingan handed over a pot of wine. Yu Qing laughed heartily. He took the pot and left on his sword. Qin Pingan looked up and did not look away for a long time. Great sword immortals should be like this. They stepped on the bottom line and were clear about their likes and dislikes. He returned to his seat. Just as he sat down, Gu Jianlong smiled. Hidden official, don't be biased. You gave great sword immortal you a pot of wine. We are family. You can't treat him unfairly, right? Chao Gun smiled. When the wine is cooked, it really strengthens the mind. Shenkin followed. I haven't drunk the wine from the wine shop. It's a regret in life. I hope it can be remedied. Guizhuzhou slapped the table. Give me the money first. Qin Pingan smiled. There's wine, but we'll talk about it later. After killing a few Earth Immortal sword immortals, I'll take out a few pots of wine to celebrate. Booze came from everywhere. Gu Jianlong and Wang Xinshui were the most enthusiastic. Dong Bu did not even raise his head. He clicked his tongue and said, You've got guts. Gu Jianlong immediately said to Wang Xinshui, Xinshui, what's wrong with you? Wang Xinshui said innocently, I'm learning from you. After such a comical scene, the gloomy atmosphere from before improved slightly. Today Qin Pingan stood up and left again. He went to another place on the city wall. Miyu had already accepted his fate. Now he had 2 more jokes. He became the sword immortal with the highest realm in the hidden official lineage. Then he became the young hidden official's lackey. Often as he walked, there would be half-baked sword immortals teasing Miyu. With Brother Mi around, why do you need great sword immortal Lu to protect the hidden official lineage? There were also some annoying words that even included the hidden official. Sword immortal Mi, you're so free. Come and enjoy the scenery. Miyu looked at the smiling Qin Pingan. Was this what they meant by eating one's own saliva? That little bastard Gu Jinlong's fair words were indeed fair and hit the nail on the head. They passed by Lai Ji again. As they sheathed their swords, Lai Ji, who was drinking wine, stood up. He saw the 2 of them pass by the city wall. He took out 2 pots of wine from his cube object and smiled as he tossed them to Miyu and Qin Pingan. This is the wine from the second shopkeeper's shop. Miyu reached out to catch the wine pot. It was a bamboo grotto heaven wine. This Lai Ji was really too much of a bootlicker. Qin Pingan also reached out to catch the bamboo grotto heaven wine. In an instant, a strange phenomenon occurred. A bright red sword beam suddenly shot out. The intensity of the sword chi made the color of the sword beam extremely vibrant. It was Lai Ji's intrinsic flying sword, Burning Flower. It was aimed straight at the heart of the new hidden official, Qin Pingan. Miyu felt like his guts were about to explode. He crushed the wine pot and instantly summoned his intrinsic flying sword, Rosy Sky, to block Lai Ji's flying sword. Even if he could not block it completely, he had to buy a chance for Qin Pingan to react. No matter how serious his injuries were, it was better than having his chest pierced by Lai Halberd. A sword immortal's flying sword could injure others, but if the sword chi lingered in the enemy's acupuncture points, it would be even more troublesome. Lai Halberd and Miyu were looked down upon by other sword immortals, but Lai Halberd had attacked with all his strength at close range, and Qin Pingan had been caught off guard, reaching out to grab the pot of wine. Miyu could only pray that Qin Pingan did not die. Miyu's intrinsic flying sword was late. He was still able to hit the tail of Burning Flower with the tip of his sword, causing the tip of the sword to tilt and deviate slightly from the heart. At the same time, Miyu took a step forward and unsheathed his sword. He was about to slash at Lai Ji, who was charging forward with his flying sword. Miyu's sword was of high quality. It was naturally a gift from his elder brother, Mihu. As for Lai Ji, he did not have a Dao companion or a teacher. His sword was just an ordinary sword. Lai Ji's Burning Flower flying sword was slightly altered by Miyu's flying sword. Qin Pingan formed a seal with 2 fingers. Without the protection of his robe, he was wearing the green robe of the Ning residence and the standard robe of the clothing workshop. Especially the robe inside, the light of treasures flowed and rippled. Finally, it condensed into an illusory golden talisman. It was the sword-locking talisman. However, he was too close to Lai Ji. This time, Lai Ji unsheathed his intrinsic flying sword and did not hold back. The flying sword charged forward and the 2 swords clashed. After the sword light exploded, a dazzling light bloomed in front of Qin Pingan. Just the splashing of the Burning Flower flying sword blasted the talisman into pieces. The Burning Flower flying sword sank into the golden sword-locking talisman. Cracks appeared on the talisman, crisscrossing. The flying sword clearly wanted to break the talisman in one go. With the help of the sword-locking talisman, Qin Pingan unsheathed a shrinking talisman and retreated dozens of feet. The only thing that Qin Pingan could do was to unsheath another talisman to escape. The 2 intrinsic flying swords of the unpolished Jade Realm sword immortals followed almost at the same time. However, the Burning Flower flying sword was only for killing. In order to pursue extreme speed, the Burning Flower flying sword pierced Qin Pingan's heart by an inch. This was the flying sword immortal's close combat attack. The more ruthless method was that Lai Ji did not put away his flying sword. Instead, he used his Dao foundation to shatter the intrinsic flying sword of the sword cultivator. Miyu's sword landed on Lai Ji's shoulder. With a slash, the tough body of the unpolished Jade Realm sword cultivator was split in half. Lai Ji's Yin spirit left his body and went forward. He abandoned his true body and used the sword workshop's sword to chop off the head of the new hidden official. After the intrinsic flying sword exploded in the young hidden official's body, Lai Ji's Yin spirit was also affected by his own method. The relatively weak wandering Yin spirit seemed to be bathed in the splendor of Lai Ji's last attack. Man and sword, Dao and life, disappeared together like smoke. Miyu withdrew his intrinsic flying sword. The sword in his hand did not return to its sheath for a long time. This was because Miyu knew that he was done in by the crazy Liji. From this moment on, whether he would be thrown into Old Death's prison depended on whether his elder brother Miyu's immortal realm was strong enough. Lu Ji hurried over on her sword. Her face was ashen. She did not even look at the dazed Miyu. She gritted her teeth and said, "You are really a good-for-nothing." Lu Ji immediately formed a sword seal and tried to gather the remnant soul of the young hidden official. She tried her best to find a chance of survival for Qin Pingan. However, it was meaningless. Lai Ji's attack was too decisive. Lu Ji turned her head to look at the thatched cottage far away. She asked her eldest sword immortal telepathically. Qin Qingdo said, "Let Chou Miao choose 3 sword cultivators to enter the hidden official's bloodline with him." Lu Ji said angrily, "That's it?" Qin Qingdo replied, "You Lu Ji have the nerve to ask me?" Lu Ji said angrily, "Do I have to accompany Qin Pingan from the beginning to the end? What about the safety of the other hidden official's bloodline? What about Miyu? Kill him." Qin Qingdo said, "We'll talk about it later." Lu Ji suppressed the murderous intent in her heart and brought Miyu back to the hidden official's bloodline. Seeing the younger generation, Lu Ji hesitated for the first time. Then she said, "The hidden official was killed by the traitor Lai Ji. Lai Ji is also dead. Miyu is a suspect and is temporarily detained. Chou Miao will bring 3 people into the hidden official's bloodline. Leave the city immediately and move to the Summer Palace." Guizhuzhou laughed, "Great sword immortal Lu, you really know how to joke." Lin Junbai and the others did not believe it either. They looked at each other. Lu Ji sighed, "That's it. Take care of yourselves after you leave the city." Lu Ji then left. Guizhuzhou asked with a smile, "Great sword immortal me, Lu Ji is gone. Don't continue to joke. Otherwise I'll be angry." Although the little girl's face was full of smiles, tears were already welling up in her eyes. As she spoke, she frowned and couldn't say another word. Lin Junbai's feelings were extremely complicated. It was not easy to be the hidden official. The unpolished Jade Realm sword immortal Lai Ji's position in the first book was actually very far back. He was only a few pages away from Miyu. But it was also because of this that Lai Ji could be the accident. As for why Lai Ji would do this, only God knew. There were too many old affairs and grudges in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Almost no sword immortal's story had a happy ending. Dong Bujuan's face was pale. Obviously he could not accept this strange result. Gu Jianlong and Wang Xinshui clenched their fists. They could not accept this. Xin Can and the other sword immortals were also speechless. Soon a young sword immortal male arrived. He was a little over 100 years old and was in the unpolished Jade Realm. He was known as the most stable unpolished Jade Realm sword immortal in the 3,000 years of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. This person's cultivation path was solid and he climbed up step by step. Chou Miao. He had once followed Alliance into the heart of the wilderness. There was a nascent soul female sword immortal beside Chou Miao. She was naturally charming. Her name was Luo Zhini. She was about the same age as Chou Miao and was extremely beautiful. She was the favorite of many sword immortals in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. There was also a golden core sword immortal. The young man Su Ning had 2 natal flying swords, white chain, and mountain color. They complemented each other. The young sword immortal of the Dragon Gate realm, Chang Taiqing. Compared to Qishou and Gao Yeho, these dazzling little mountains. The sword immortals led by Chou Miao spent most of their time cultivating in the words on the southern wall. Even though they were young sword immortals, they were like old Buddhist monks and Taoist masters. Their sword hearts were withered. Chou Miao said, "Miyu will stay by my side. The rest of you will move to the Summer Palace. Zhini, Su Ning, Taiqing, all of you will help." Miyu smiled bitterly. Chou Miao's meaning was very simple. If he stayed by Chou Miao's side, no matter what Miyu wanted to do, he would not be able to do it. The first group of sword immortals, including Lin Junbai, silently began to move. They did not feel any enmity towards Chou Miao and Luo Zhini, but they did not have any good intentions. After all, they had unknowingly gotten used to Qin Pingan's existence. Only Guizhuzhou sat where she was and said in a daze, "I'm not leaving. I want to wait for Master." Chou Miao said, "Okay. When you feel that you can't wait any longer, you can go to the Summer Palace to work." With Chou Miao leading the way, the group left the city on their swords and headed towards the important place in the west of the city. Only Guizhuzhou was left sitting alone behind the desk. All the sword immortals landed on the square outside the Summer Palace. Chou Miao was stunned. No wonder he was not immediately appointed as the new hidden official. Chou Miao did not care about this. In fact, Chou Miao did not care whether he became the hidden official or stayed on the city wall to kill enemies. It was all cultivation. The three sword immortals, including Luo Zhini, were very surprised. As for Miyu, he was almost in tears. Lin Junbai breathed a sigh of relief. That was good. Now he and this hidden official were in the same boat, sharing honor and disgrace. Compared to the unknown Chou Miao, Lin Junbai was more willing to work with this guy in front of him. At the entrance of the hall, there was a young man in a green robe, looking at the group with a smile. His face was pale, but his eyes were bright. Qin Pingan beckoned to Miyu. Walk with me. Then Qin Pingan looked at Chou Miao. In the future, when I'm not here, I'll have to trouble the four of you to listen to Lin Junbai's opinion. Chou Miao nodded and said, no problem. Qin Pingan looked at Gu Jianlong. Gu Jianlong immediately understood. He praised Chou Miao, the famous and solitary young sword immortal. Sword immortal Chou Miao, you're magnificent. The sun and moon can be our witness. Luo Zhini frowned. Qin Pingan had already led Miyu into a corridor, strolling to somewhere else. Everyone entered the main hall and soon found that all the secret records and files of the Cold Palace had been moved here. Other than the entrance, there were 3 walls of books in the main hall in an orderly manner. Many of the secret records and books were pasted with notes so that it would be convenient for people to pick and read them. At first glance, it was obvious that it was the work of the hidden official. The notes were written in small regular script and were neat and orderly. Qin Pingan was silent. Miyu had mixed feelings and did not speak. Qin Pingan took off the blade-strengthening gourd and took out a bottle of bamboo sea grotto heaven wine, handing it to Miyu. Miyu said bitterly, I'm afraid of this wine. Qin Pingan smiled. There are thousands of kinds of people who drink wine, but only wine is the best. There's no harm in drinking it. If you have any questions, just ask. Miyu asked, what's the matter? Who is the hidden official on the city wall? Qin Pingan said, it's a high-grade substitute talisman, plus a puppet technique. It's a real golden body warrior's physique. Plus, the sword immortal boss helped me cover up, so it's quite hidden. But if that's all, I can't fool you, Miyu, which means I can't fool Lai Ji. So I attached a part of my soul to the talisman puppet. On the city wall, my every step and every breath had to be carefully controlled by me in the summer palace. So now I'm seriously injured and I'm not faking it. But I paid a small price to dig out an unexpected traitor, who is also a sword immortal. It's not a loss. In fact, the person I wanted to bait was not Lai Ji at first, but someone else. As for who it was, you've been following me all the time, so you have a clue, but I guess you've forgotten. Miyu asked tentatively, what if when you said you wanted to bait big fish like Yang Ji and Huang Luan, you also thought of this sneak attack? Was it to pave the way? Qin Pingan laughed. Our sword cultivators can secretly send messages to the wasteland, so they can also secretly send messages to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. As for why Lai Ji betrayed us, did he hate the Howren world more, or the sword immortal boss more, or the entire Great Wall of Sword Qi? He must have his reasons. Otherwise he wouldn't have been so decisive. But I'm not interested in the twists and turns of this matter. Anyway, Lai Ji is a dead man. Qin Pingan said in a serious tone, this kind of person, the sooner he dies, the better. Otherwise, he might drag 1 or 2 sword immortals down with him at the crucial moment. Miyu stopped, his expression extremely ugly. I was pulled into the hidden official's line just for this day, this matter? Qin Pingan also stopped, nodded with a smile and said bluntly, not only did I pull you in, but I also invited Lu Ji. Actually, it's the same. True and false, false and true. If not, how can I fool the sword immortals with evil intentions? A sword immortal with the intention of betrayal will become exceptionally smart. Lu Ji is there to protect everyone in the hidden official's line. Unless a sword immortal of the immortal realm comes in front of me and attacks me at close range, there will be a chance. Otherwise, it's wishful thinking for anyone to attack. With this premise, if I leave Lu Ji's side again, it will give people the illusion that there's no such thing as a missed opportunity. At this point, Qin Pingan leaned against the pillar, shook the blade-strengthening gourd in his hand and said with a smile, it's a good opportunity, it'll be a pity to miss it. You can give it a try. Lu Ji's protection and tight security is a facade for others to see. The hidden official is extremely safe and his life is not in danger. After leaving Lu Ji, the absence of the Jade Plane Realm Miyu by my side is also a hint that I must have. Otherwise, the assassin will worry that I have nothing to fear and feel that there's a trap. Not carrying a sword of immortal weapon grade, and not wearing a golden wine robe of immortal weapon grade, is a reasonable move. Then, without the robe and the sword immortal Miyu who's protecting him, The hidden official's real reliance is only the great wall of sword chi and his own golden body realm martial artist physique. Miyu took a big gulp of wine but still did not speak. Qin Pingan said, with the death of the hidden official, the people's hearts will inevitably become lax. Our sword formation will be affected, this is human nature. Therefore we can fish better from now on. Compared to killing a sword immortal, this is the result I want the most. Miyu stared blankly at this young man. Qin Pingan smiled and said, actually I've thought about a lot of things. Most of them are just thoughts, they're useless. Miyu was never good at thinking about those big and difficult things. Even his brother Mi, who had been worried about the stagnation of his cultivation for many years. On the contrary, Miyu was more open-minded. Therefore, Miyu only asked the question he wanted to know the answer to the most. If you hold a grudge against someone in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, do you not even know how he died in the end? Qin Pingan was stunned for a moment. He thought about it seriously and nodded. It should be possible, but I've never thought about it. Because to me the gains do not make up for the losses. A Dao heart is not easy to come by. I've been afraid of being poor since I was young. I'm used to treasuring rare things. Miyu's eyes suddenly sharpened. For example, the Qi family who made things difficult for the Ning residents in the early years. Do you hate them? Do you really not have any selfish motives? After you became the hidden official in the Battle of the 13, you've looked through the secret records in the archives. There must be some clues that you've found. Which sword immortal said what key words? You know even more dirty inside stories. Qin Pingan smiled and said, Brother Mi, take a guess. Qin Pingan handed over the blade-strengthening gourd. Miyu did not touch the wine pot in his hand. Qin Pingan said helplessly, anyway, I'm not the kind of person who holds grudges. I swear to heaven and earth. Miyu seemed to be even more dispirited than Qin Pingan, whose soul was damaged. He asked casually, that girl Guizhuzhou is still at the city wall. When can we inform her to come back? Qin Pingan said, let's wait a little longer. Miyu shook his head and said, scheming, scheming, scheming again and again. You won't even let a little girl go. Guizhuzhou is your disciple. No matter how good your intentions are, I'm still very curious. Qin Pingan, don't you feel tired and guilty at all? Qin Pingan asked back, is it enough just to have a clear conscience? Do you think Lai Ji doesn't have a clear conscience? As a sword immortal he even gave up his life. How much resentment does he have, and how much of a clear conscience does he have? Miyu was speechless. Qin Pingan raised his head to look at the southern city wall and laughed. Flaming flower, what a good name. Sword immortals are all experts when it comes to naming their life-bound flying swords. The two returned to the Summer Palace's main hall. Miyu sat in his seat. Qin Pingan did not take a seat. He only sat on the steps outside the door. Qin Pingan only said one sentence. Other than the hidden official's flying swords, which can leave this place, no one is allowed to take half a step out of the Summer Palace in the near future. They are not allowed to meet with outsiders in private. If discovered, they will be executed for the crime of treason. As for the hidden official's messenger flying swords, Chou Miao and the other two, Lin Junbai, must know the contents of each other's swords. One by one, word by word, they must be recorded by sword immortal Miyu. Su Ning raised her head to look at the figure outside the door. She asked, since you do not trust us, why did you pull us into the hidden official's faction? Qin Pingan held the blade-strengthening gourd in one hand and the folding fan in the other. Before speaking to me, respectfully address me as Sir Hidden Official. Before Su Ning repeated that sentence, she added the words, Master Hidden Official. Qin Pingan then laughed and said something very straightforward, I don't even trust myself. Why would I trust you? Su Ning was silent. Luo Zhini and Chang Taiqing suddenly raised their heads, their faces full of anger. Xian Kan and Chao Gun both admired this hidden official from the bottom of their hearts. They were also foreign sword immortals. Therefore they were even more direct than Gu Jianlong and Wang Xinshui. They opposed the three sword immortals with equal harshness. The two youths did not hide their allegiance. Chou Miao said, speak less in the crowd. If there is nothing to do, return early. If there is something to do, do it. Since the four of us are sword immortals of the hidden official's faction, we will follow the rules. Qin Pingan turned his head and said with a smile, if I die, sword immortal Chou Miao and Junbai are indeed the best candidates for the hidden officials. Lin Junbai pretended to be deaf and mute. Chou Miao turned a deaf ear. In the night, a messenger flying sword went to the top of the city. Then a broken-hearted little girl slowly flew over on her flying sword. She had a sullen face and constantly wiped her tears. After floating down, his figure was still a little staggered. Then she saw her master who had already stood up. She immediately smiled like a flower. Qin Pingan said with a gentle smile, "That's a little too much." Guizhuzhou put away her sword and stood in front of Qin Pingan. She excitedly walked around on the spot. Her arms were swinging and her eyes were full of joy. "Master, let me tell you. Previously I was alone. I believed that you would not die. But I did not expect you to be so resourceful. Not only are you alive and well, you even tricked me. Even if I used my little brain, I would never have thought that you were already in the Summer Palace. Amazing, it can't be any more amazing. I said that as long as I am here, it will not be up to you to think about life and death. In the future it will be the same. Be willing to believe in me." Qin Pingan smiled and took out a small bamboo chest from the objects in front of him. "This is your reward. If you don't find it tiring, carry it. But you are not allowed to show it off to others." Guizhuzhou carried the small bamboo chest and asked softly, "Master, why is this small bamboo chest also a spirit? It grew legs and came to find you?" "All right, when eldest senior sister gave me the small bamboo chest, it did not turn into a spirit. Later, master, make another ordinary chest that does not grow legs and give it to eldest senior sister. This small bamboo chest that has grown up will be mine." Qin Pingan smiled and shook his head. "Later you can argue with Pei Qin yourself. I will not side with anyone." Qin Pingan rubbed Guizhuzhou's head. "Go and busy yourself. Don't delay the important matters." Guizhuzhou skipped up the steps, then turned around and jumped back. With her back facing the people in the hall, she stood still in the hall. After pausing for a moment, she turned around and walked away. Qin Pingan did not follow her into the hall. Instead, he continued to walk around the Summer Palace. The places he walked were all small worlds. Qin Pingan took out a green talisman and waved it lightly. "Boss, Sword Immortal, I will not let you send the small bamboo chest for nothing. If any Sword Immortal has been spying on the Summer Palace recently, just kill him. If he is willing to take such risks and is not patient enough, then he will not be of any use to us, the Great Wall of Sword Qi." After pausing for a moment, Qin Pingan added, "If there is such a merit that comes to us, then it will be on the head of the hidden officials, Sword Immortal Miyu." Even if Qin Pingan was speaking in his own small world to Qin Qingdou, it was like a piece of paper. Although Qin Qingdou did not agree or reject, his meaning was very clear. He had chosen Qin Pingan to be the hidden official, and he could do whatever he wanted. This boss Sword Immortal changed the topic. "I'll make an exception and ask you again. Have you really thought it through? If it really is you, won't you regret it? Won't you tell Ning Yao beforehand?" Qin Pingan did not give an answer and changed the topic as well. "How is my senior brother?" Qin Qingdou said that it was passable. Qin Pingan kept the talisman and hid it in his sleeve. He took out another talisman and gently twisted it. He silently recited the incantation and instantly arrived at the other Summer Palace. Over at the Summer Palace, there was a towering ancient tree. The green tree was like a cool autumn tree. The Summer Palace's winning item was a deer antler poetry rui. It was shaped like a fish's tail and a mushroom. Qin Pingan walked in the huge mansion where he was alone. The two palaces were actually very simple inside. There were almost no superfluous decorations. Qin Pingan planned to familiarize himself with this environment first. Before leaving the deathly silent mansion and returning to the Summer Palace, Lin Sanjiu and Luo Ruoxin left. Qin Pingan muttered to himself, "I've thought it through. I'll do it." 631. Originally, the inverted mountain only had one gate leading to the Great Wall of Sword Aura. Now that a bigger gate had been opened, the old gate was much less lively. In the words of the man with the sword, it was heartbreaking to be fond of the new and tired of the old. The senior Taoist boy was still sitting there reading a book. He was reading a miscellaneous book written by a frustrated scholar. He reached out and grabbed a handful of moonlight and placed it beside the boy and the book, as if he was holding a firefly to reflect the book. Previously, he had been disgusted by the white-clothed youth whose head had been clamped by a door and kicked by a donkey. A good book about scholars and beauties, a tasteless Central Pine collection, had been described by that person as a deleted version of an erotic novel. He had not been able to relax for a few days and could not lift his spirits to read any books. He had no choice but to give up on one of the few pleasures he had and stare blankly every day. It was just that he had endured the boredom of not reading for a month. Thus, after he started reading again, he took a large stack of books and placed them beside him. He was obsessed with reading day and night. Even though the little Taoist boy was an immortal, He read slowly and meticulously. Even though he had a photographic memory, he still liked to flip to the first few pages to take a look. The man with the sword, who was guarding the other side of the gate, strolled over to the little Taoist boy with a long sword in his arms. When he realized that this was considered slacking off, he ran back and placed the long sword on the pillar. Only then did he pick up a pot of wine and return to the little Taoist boy's side to read. The little Taoist boy only wanted to be alone and hated the smell of alcohol. When he turned around, the man followed him. The little Taoist boy had been his neighbor for many years and knew how bored a bored swordsman could be. Thus he followed the man. The man pointed at a sentence on a page and said, "This scholar in the book is quite capable. The mountains are limpid and the waters are beautiful. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is all for beauties. We men come to this world only to ruin the mountains and rivers and let down the beauties." This sentence is so well said. Circle it and you can recite it. The little Taoist boy was used to the man's blabbering and only cared about flipping the pages of the book. The man also ignored the little Taoist boy and only cared about his chatter. After finishing the book, the man sighed and said, "Boring. There's no taste of meat at all." The little Taoist boy put down the book in his hand and picked up another one. It was a book about the Jianghu romance of the dark moon and windy high winds. When the man saw the interesting parts, he drank more wine. However, his eyes were glued to the pages, not missing a single word. He clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "As expected of a book chosen by the heavens beyond the book. The heavens beyond the book, the little heavens beyond the book. The heavens beyond the book, the heavens beyond the book, the heavens beyond the book. The heavens beyond the book, the heavens beyond the book." How envious. It's a pity that the incantation for this cultivation technique is vague. Otherwise I could give it a try as well. See, I was right. The more this sloppy old man likes to talk nonsense, the more he is a hidden peerless expert. What do you think? Did I hit the nail on the head? The old man really has a whole new level of respect for our little heavenly master. Oh, how generous. He used his entire life's worth of internal energy to help open up the conception and governing vessels, and even completely cleanse the bones. Good fellow, if he returns to the Jianghu, won't he be invincible? The book was only halfway through when the little Taoist boy said, "It's obvious that he's not invincible yet." Even with the 60 years worth of internal energy and his own 20 years of hard work, it's still only 80 years worth of internal energy. Previously, there was that foreshadowing. According to the book, the great devil who caused a bloodbath in the Jianghu has already cultivated for 100 years. His internal energy is pure and bottomless. It's impossible to defeat him. The man rubbed his chin and thought that it made sense. Then he's still missing a divine weapon that can cut through iron like mud. However, it shouldn't be too fast. After all, the story is only halfway through. The little Taoist boy slowly turned a page and agreed with the man, "What's the rush? There will definitely be one. Otherwise we won't be able to fight him." The man gulped down a mouthful of wine. Childhood sweetheart, a righteous heroine he met by chance in the Jianghu, and a demon beauty who loves and hates each other. None of them can be missing. The writer was probably just trying to earn some money for daily necessities and paper and ink. He couldn't imagine that there would be two people reading the book after it was printed. Moreover, both of them read the book so crudely, but they actually liked it a little. One of them was a Taoist heavenly lord whose master's name was taboo in the world. What he sought was to learn from the ancient Taoist master. He wanted to control the heaven and earth, control yin and yang, move mountains and seas, breathe essence and exist with the heaven and earth. The other was a great sword deity from the Great Wall of Sword Aura. He participated in the Battle of the 13. Not only did he make friends with heroes in his life, he also had a female sword deity as his confidant. However, the little Taoist boy, whose master and family background were extremely prestigious, left his hometown to train and sharpen his Taoist heart. As for the man, he was considered a felon among felons. He could only guard the door behind them year after year. The little Taoist boy closed the book. The man was anxious. "What?" The little Taoist boy said, "Slow down. This book is not bad. Read it slowly." There was a scene in the book. It was not about the mountains or deities but about the people of Jianghu. With just a few strokes, the little Taoist boy who had never really been to Jianghu felt like he was looking at a painting. The sky was clear after the rain. Mist formed on the water, hazy and eternal. In the middle of the lake, there was a colorful boat with a hero standing at the bow. It broke through the water without any obstacles and gradually approached the pavilion. Along the way the reeds rustled. In the pavilion, there was a white-robed guest waiting with wine. The man sighed and leaned back. He asked casually, Taoist Jiang, what kind of place is the Qingming world? The little Taoist boy answered casually, there are many customs and rules. It's about the same as the vast world. The man asked, Taoist number 2 hasn't found the 500 spirit officials yet. The little Taoist boy didn't think that this was a secret that couldn't be revealed. It's probably still early. It's not easy to change to a snail shell and continue to be a Taoist hall. The man used his hands as pillows and changed into a comfortable position. He crossed his legs. You're all busy. The little Taoist boy smiled. You and I aren't busy. The man looked at the bright moon. Like us, we're also busy staying up late. Alliance had once left a famous saying for the Great Wall of Sword Qi. A cultivator who didn't stay up late wouldn't be able to cultivate the Great Tao. As for how to stay up late, cultivating qi and swordsmanship bitterly was the lowest. Drinking was the middle. Even if you drank until you ran out of money and had no more money to buy wine, the moonlight would enter the cup and the cup would never be empty. As for what was the highest, the drunkards and gamblers were all men. They all smiled knowingly. The little Taoist boy was a little puzzled. He turned to look at the man. Zhonglu, are you that weak? The war at the Great Wall of Sword Qi is tense. If you really insist on returning to the city, Qin Qingdu won't stop you, right? The man named Zhang Lu closed his eyes and rested. He said, I'm mentally tired. The little Taoist boy smiled. With this mentality, it's hard for you to improve further. Zhang Lu said softly, whatever. The little Taoist boy reached out to disperse the bright moonlight that resembled a lamp on a desk. He looked up at the sky. The true taste of the world can only be tasted by the quiet. Did your master teach you that? I read it from some books. Jiang Yunxing, you said that when an ordinary man sees humiliation, he can draw his sword and fight with his back straight. He can forget about life and death, all right? I don't know. I can't be bothered to think about it. All good things must come to an end. I'll miss you in the future. If I have the chance, I'll go to your hometown to play with you. A man saying such things to another man. Who are you trying to disgust? You're just a child. You can't be that old. Zhonglu, are you asking for a beating? The man turned around and fell into a deep sleep. If he was in the 9 great continents of the vast world, a great sword immortal wouldn't only have such a small place to live no matter how poor he was. The little Taoist boy continued reading. Poor sword immortal Xiao Yunyan. Doing business, earning money regardless of day or night. Every immortal coin was known as the purest concentration of spiritual energy in the world. However, it was hard to say whether there was a clean immortal coin in the world. After a huge ferry unloaded and exchanged for a large pile of elixir supplies from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, it left the inverted hanging mountain ferry. This was the cross-continent ferry of the Mountain Water Cave, a large sect in the southwest Fuyao continent. The name of the ferry was very rustic, earthen basin. It was said that the founding ancestor of the Mountain Water Cave started from the streets. However, after he made his fortune, what he did in his life was to cut ties with the past and live his life on the mountain like a noble in the mortal world. Only in the matter of naming the cross-continent ferry of Earthen Basin did he reveal his true colors. A nascent sole steward of the ferry stood at the observation deck on the top floor of the ferry, silently counting the money with his fingers. This trip to and from the inverted hanging mountain would earn him at least 70 rain coins. In addition, the great dynasties at the foot of the Fuyao continent were currently fighting each other. If he operated it well and found the right buyer, it wasn't impossible for him to double the amount. Because of the immortal supreme treasures on the mountain, there were as many as 3 half-immortal weapons. Many earth immortals had already died, and many old bastards of the upper 5 realms had gradually surfaced. If it weren't for the restriction of the Confucian Academy, these old immortals could only stand behind the scenes. Otherwise they wouldn't have just used puppets to compete and be so amiable. Whether it was on the mountain or below the mountain, spending so much money to fight back and forth was a good thing for the Mountain Water Cave, a business sect that was second to none. The Jade Forest sect was rich because sword immortals were as common as clouds in the North Continent, causing immortal sects to change very quickly. When the general situation changed, the immortal coins would naturally roll along with it. Using the abacus, rolling the beads was money. As for the Jade Forest sect's Lu clan, they were an anomaly and could do business with anyone. Many of their transactions were no longer in the category of money. What they earned was the change of dynasties, the change of rulers of immortal clans and clans. The most frightening part was that the Jade Forest sect's Lu clan's biggest goal in doing business with anyone was to ensure that the other party could earn money. Even more frightening was that this matter was really done by the Jade Forest Sect's Lu clan, and became an unshakable family rule that was passed down from generation to generation. The old cultivator's trip to inverted Hanging Mountain this time was quite fruitful. As the manager of the Mountain Water Cave's intercontinental ferries, after receiving the ancestors' instructions, he had previously met with several fellow Taoists from the Fuyao and Jingjia continents in the Lingji Pavilion's superior rooms. They planned to work together to make money. There were a total of 8 intercontinental ferries, so they had to put in some effort in the matter of profits. Otherwise, they would be giving the Great Wall of Sword Chi's Yen and Nalan clans the leeway to compare goods and take advantage of the opportunity to lower the price. Therefore, they had to discuss and choose a transit port that was neither too far nor too close to inverted Hanging Mountain. They would first agree on the price and divide the goods. Each ferry would specialize in a few types of goods, and then come to inverted Hanging Mountain to negotiate the price with the Great Wall of Sword Chi. This was only the first matter, and there were almost no objections. The main reason was that the Mountain Water Cave was rich and overbearing, and they were determined to facilitate this matter. They were willing to guarantee that after the next transaction, they would make money and everyone would be happy, proving that this matter was feasible. In the future, they would follow this rule to travel inverted Hanging Mountain, but as long as they lost money, the Mountain Water Cave would compensate them with their own money. The second matter was that the battle at the Great Wall of Sword Chi was extremely difficult and required a large amount of supplies. The Mountain Water Cave took the lead and threw out a suggestion. Other than jointly building a few new ferries, they would pay the old ancestors to help open up 1 or 2 smoother routes, kill those obstacles that blocked the way, and help to oversee the ferries. In the past there was little money and they were unmoved. But now the situation had changed and Guyu had enough money. Even if these old ancestors looked down on them, they still had a sect, a direct disciple or a family member. As long as their respective sect masters came forward and persuaded them with reason and emotion, there was still hope to persuade these old ancestors to get involved in the mortal world. The third matter was more troublesome. The 2 nascent soul sword cultivators Yan Ming and Nalan Saihuan had both gone to the city wall. The family affairs were temporarily handed over to the family juniors. Although they were far from being as shrewd as the 2 gods of fortune of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the trouble was that this group of people insisted on the price and stubbornly adhered to the rules. If they did not agree, then both sides would drag it out. Although everyone knew that the Great Wall of Sword Chi would definitely not be able to last longer than the cross-continent ferries, as long as they stayed at inverted Hanging Mountain for another 10 days to half a month, the amount of money they would pay to inverted Hanging Mountain would not be a small sum. Therefore, it was not just the Shanshui Grotto. In fact, all the cross-continent ferries hoped to break the deadlock. In history, during the Great Battle of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the Nalan family had not asked for a high price for the cross-continent ferries, saying that if they did not want to sell, then they could scram. Just as the stewards of the more than 10 ferries were like ants on a hot pan and were about to lower their heads and admit defeat, the situation suddenly took a turn for the better. There was a nameless young man on the Fuyao continent's ferries who actually managed to convince all the stewards of the 7 continents sect ferries to withdraw from inverted Hanging Mountain overnight. It was as if they were on a scenic tour as they stopped at the Rain Dragon sect's vassal islands. They only left a single sentence for the Great Wall of Sword Chi, saying that they did not want to earn any money. And this young man who rose to fame and eventually succeeded in helping all the ferries earn a large sum of money was the Shanshui Grotto's founding ancestor. At that time he was only a sea-viewing realm cultivator, but he was able to convince all the old foxes who were used to doing business. In a short 30 years, this young man had his own mountain and cross-continent ferries. It was not that the Nalan family had not thought of specifically targeting the 2 cross-continent ferries of the Shanshui Grotto, but the Shanshui Grotto had dealt with them very easily each time. As time passed, what else could they do? The business continued. Later on there was the Yen family. The head of the family, Yan Ming, was relatively easy to talk to. He was not as straightforward as the businessmen of the Nalan family. Instead, he was more like a sword cultivator with a bad temper. Yan Ming was more like a businessman in name. He was cautious and conscientious, doing his best to help the Great Wall of Sword Chi spend less money. He also allowed the cross-continent ferries to earn money. It could be considered a mutually beneficial relationship. And after Nalan Saihuan took over the family's financial power, her relationship with the ferries of the various continents was not bad. And after Yan Ming and Nalan Saihuan were 2 smart people who were in charge of business, their relationship was average. Generally, they did not interfere with each other's business. Privately, there were also some conflicts of interest. An old cultivator's direct disciple came to the observation deck. He wanted to say something but hesitated. The old Yuanying smiled and said, "If you have something to say, say it." The young man asked, "Master, in the past our Shanshui Grotto's fairies had promised the Great Wall of Sword Chi that we would be allowed to pay on credit. After the battle ended, we would pay the agreed interest. Why did the old ancestor want us to join forces with the other fairies of the Shanshui Grotto and the Great Wall of Sword Chi to reject this?" The old man said softly, "Although the Great Wall of Sword Chi is very strict with news, and no one is allowed to approach the city. Even old acquaintances like me who used to be able to stay at the Sword Immortal's residence for a few days, can't enter the city this time after entering the Great Wall of Sword Chi. I can only discuss business with the two families in the residence between the city and the Mirage. But the more they try to cover it up, the more it proves that the demon race is coming with great force this time. The Great Wall of Sword Chi will suffer greatly in this battle." The young man smiled and said, "The two Sword Immortals, Yan Ming and Nayland Saihuan, are proficient in this Dao. The wealth they have accumulated, whether it is for their own family or for the Great Wall of Sword Chi, is definitely not small." The old man nodded and smiled. "So this time we can help the Shanshui Grotto earn a lot. Not only will we turn the Yin and Nayland family's wealth upside down, we will also empty the pill store's savings. As for not paying on credit, we will naturally take it seriously. It is absolutely not a joke. But the truth is, we can choose not to take it seriously. How we can choose not to take it seriously will depend on Yan Ming and Nayland Saihuan's sincerity." The young man said carefully, "Sword Immortals have good tempers. Don't push them too far." The old man sneered. "The Nayland family has that old ancestor, Nayland Burned Reed. He is one of the 10 great Sword Immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. If it was our Fuyao continent, who would dare to breathe loudly in front of such an old thing? Nayland Burned Reed has a good temper? Very bad. But what can they do when they meet us? Sword Immortals have great killing power and like to kill? You can kill as you wish. Would they dare? Next, we will have to convince the ancestors of the other ferryboat sects to come out. That is why immortal money is the strongest fist in the world." The young man's real question was, why couldn't they earn less money? It seemed unnecessary to constantly earn money from the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The old man seemed to have seen through the direct disciple's thoughts. He smiled. Your cultivation is alright, but in business you are really stupid. You have no perception. You can earn money, but you want to earn less. Do you really think you can earn big money in this life? As long as you think that, you can forget about becoming someone like our old ancestor. Don't even think about it. You are not even fit to carry the old ancestor's shoes." Finally the old man said, "Kid, don't meddle in other people's business. It is already amazing that you can live your life well. When you become an even more important ancestor of the Shanshui Grotto, at that time, you will have the qualifications to talk about earning less money. But I can be sure that when that day comes, you will only want to earn more money than me. Thinking back to today's thoughts, even you find them laughable." "What?" The old man answered his own question. "Because your ass is sitting on the seat of the Shanshui Grotto's ancestral hall." The youngest golden core earth immortal in the history of the Rain Dragon sect, Fu Ku, left the ancestral mountain on the island where the Rain Dragon sect was located. He went to a vassal island to meet a good friend. The Rain Dragon sect did not have any cross-continent ferry boats because they did not need them. The sect had more than 20 vassal islands of various sizes. There were ferries everywhere, and all of them were vassal immortal sects of the Rain Dragon sect. There were tens of thousands of direct disciples, outer sect disciples and servants. Most of the North Continent's cross-continent ferry boats, as well as some of the South Saw Continent's ferry boats, needed to stop here. Fuku did not bring the beauty with him. He rowed the talisman boat alone and boarded the island called Jasper Island. There were immortal trees on the island. The quality of the trees was like jasper and was very precious. It was something that many intercontinental ferries that docked at the shore bought at a high price. Anyway, he had earned a lot at the inverted hanging mountain and did not lack this little expense. Moreover, he could also earn money when he returned to his hometown. Jade Island was located in the northeast of the Rain Dragon sect, so in the early years, there were often old rain dragons that traveled between the Flood Dragon Gully and the South Saw continent. If one was lucky, one could even see a dying dragon that had fallen into the sea. However, the Rain Dragon sect and the Flood Dragon Gully were considered close neighbors. They had always been kind to these dragon-type creatures that followed their instincts to summon rain. Once an exhausted flood dragon floated in the sea and could not return to its nest, there would even be great cultivators who would help it float to the Flood Dragon Gully. However, in recent years it was not so common anymore. This was because there was a sword immortal at the Flood Dragon Gully who was extremely skilled in swordsmanship and had a bad temper. He did not distinguish between right and wrong, and for the sake of reputation he destroyed most of the lair with his sword. Some of the experienced elders on Jade Island said that this kind of sword immortal only had a realm but did not know how to conduct himself. He was a typical example of a person who did not deserve his position. Regarding this rumor, Fuku was actually the most qualified to speak a few words of truth. However, he did not want to spoil the fun of half of his own family. Fuku's talisman boat did not land directly at his friend's private residence. Instead, it landed at the mountain gate on the shore of Jade Island. Then it slowly moved forward. Along the way he took the initiative to greet others. Those who spoke to Fuku, regardless of whether they were men or women, were flattered and felt honored, even if it was just a polite exchange. To Fuku this was a small matter, but it could kill two birds with one stone. One was to help him deepen his approachable image. The other was to help his friend gain some face. Whether it was on the mountain or at the foot of the mountain, there was not much difference. Face could be exchanged for money. Fuku's friend, Yufujing, was a cultivator of the lower 5 realms who did not have any reputation in Aquarius continent. He was an old friend of Fuku's. In their early years, both of them were born in similar realms. He did not expect that Fuku, who was almost at the end of his rope, would have such a great fortune of the Great Tao just because he wanted to take a look at Inverted Hanging Mountain. He did not see Inverted Hanging Mountain. Instead, he stayed in the Rain Dragon sect midway. He soared to the heavens in one step and became the son-in-law of an immortal family. 2 fairies threw themselves at him one after another. His great fortune was truly envied by others. His luck with women was not shallow. It was enough to make others envious. This news was quickly spread to Aquarius continent with the help of the fairy from Old Dragon City's Osmanthus Island. Fuku immediately became an existence that many wild cultivators admired. Even immortal masters of records were jealous of. Therefore Yufujing came to try his luck. Previously he only hoped to get some divine money from his good friend Fuku's fingernails. It was similar to a few small coins to help his friend. Yufujing was satisfied. He did not expect Fuku to be so loyal. After Yufujing left the fairy, he fearfully went to the Rain Dragon sect. He did not dare to set foot on the island. He only dared to report his name and say that he knew Fuku. At that time he did not even have the face to say that he was Fuku's friend. Not only did Fuku hurriedly leave the Rain Dragon sect, but due to the sect's rules he could not bring Yufujing to the island. Therefore he settled Yufujing on this Jade Island. Fuku said that he could stay there without worry and that he was not in a hurry to return to the Aquarius continent. After Fuku left, Yufujing felt both fortunate and regretful. Because Fuku did not say anything. Unexpectedly, one day later, the disciplinary cultivator of the Jade Island's ancestral hall personally came to him and asked if he was willing to become an inner sect cultivator of the Jade Island. Although he was not a direct disciple of the ancestral hall, Yufujing was already moved to tears. One had to know that although the Jade Island was one of the vassals of the Rain Dragon sect, there was an old nascent soul immortal overseeing it. In his hometown, the Aquarius continent, what kind of lofty immortal mansion would it be? As for the disciplinary cultivator, he was also a golden core earth immortal. Yufujing, who was a wild cultivator of the lower 5 realms, did not even dare to dream that a golden core earth immortal would smile at him and speak to him courteously. After that, Yufujing used the identity of a registered cultivator of the Jade Island to cultivate steadily. He obtained the immortal arts and incantations, but his aptitude was really mediocre. Yufujing's cultivation progress was always slow. Even the cave-dwelling realm, which was nothing on the Jade Island, did not have much hope in this lifetime. However, it did not matter. The cultivator of the ancestral hall still regarded him favorably. This time, Fuku had come to the Jade Island to visit him, Yufujing. Yufujing, who had already heard the news from his sect, hurriedly left the house. What the hell was he cultivating chi refinement? Unless he had some special Tao fate or a large amount of immortal money, Yufujing was simply waiting for death. However, Yufujing suddenly stopped at the door. After dawdling for a long time he opened the door. After waiting for a while, he saw Fuku, who was bidding farewell to the Jade Island's ancestral master. Yufujing hurriedly quickened his pace, thinking that he should at least exchange a few words with this nascent soul immortal. The island master's old nascent soul actually stopped in his tracks. Yufujing quickly stepped forward and slapped Fuku's shoulder heavily. He jokingly scolded him for forgetting his brother after getting a wife. Fuku smiled and did not say a word. Yufujing immediately bowed respectfully to his sect's ancestral master. The old nascent soul and Yu Fujing exchanged a few pleasantries. It was nothing more than diligent cultivation and hope for the great Tao. Yu Fujing held his breath and listened attentively. After the old nascent soul left with a smile, Yu Fujing pulled Fu Ku into a private mansion. It was not big, but it was still a private mansion. The Jade Island had a strict hierarchy. Other than the young geniuses who were the future pillars of the ancestral hall, Yu Fujing was the only one who had a private mansion in the lower 5 realms. Yu Fujing pulled Fu Ku to drink. Fu Ku took out 3 jugs of immortal wine brewed by the Rain Dragon sect. He shared 1 jug with Yu Fujing. As for the remaining jug, Fu Ku smiled and said that his master loved wine. He could give it to him later. Yu Fujing smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Righteous. Fu Ku smiled and said, "You can drink the wine, but remember not to get drunk. This jug of wine has a strong aftereffect. If you like to drink it, even if I don't come myself, I'll get someone to send it to the Jade Island." Yu Fujing joked, "You're so arrogant? Fu Ku, are you looking down on your friends in the lower 5 realms now that you've become an earth immortal?" Fu Ku said helplessly, "What nonsense are you talking about? It's because I've reached a small bottleneck and need to go into seclusion for a while. I can't leave." Yu Fujing drank a mouthful of wine and stepped on a chair. He looked out of the house and sighed. "I never would have thought that I'd be sitting here with Fu Ku drinking this expensive immortal wine." Fu Ku smiled and said, "The great Tao is unpredictable. Let's drink, let's drink." Yu Fujing drank quickly and Fu Ku couldn't stop him. Yu Fujing was originally filled with gratitude towards Fu Ku. However, as Fu Ku ascended step by step, he gave others the impression that he was almost perfect. Thus, he had some thoughts in his heart. It would be profitable. Fu Ku abandoned his wife as if this karma had never existed. After ascending the mountain, he returned with the beauty and became a direct disciple of the Rain Dragon sect's ancestral hall. He completely forgot about it. Of course, Yu Fujing wasn't threatening him. He didn't dare to threaten Fu Ku, who was both a friend and an earth immortal. Therefore, at the wine table today, Yu Fujing seemed to be careless and let it slip. It was just a casual sentence mixed in with reminiscing about the past. Fu Ku put down the wine jug. Yu Fujing then gave himself a slap. "Look at this stupid mouth of mine. Fu Ku, don't think too much. I won't say anything about this matter to outsiders." Fu Ku smiled. Then Yu Fujing died on the spot. Fu Ku picked up the wine jug and continued to drink slowly. He looked at the door and muttered to himself, "Yu Fujing, you came to me to fight for riches, so I left the Rain Dragon sect and came to you on a boat. I gave you riches that you didn't even dare to dream of. If you were more obedient and tactful, you might have a chance to become my right-hand man in the future. After all, realms are realms and brains are brains. I always knew that you were a smart person. In the end, you didn't care about your fortune, so don't blame me for not caring about our brotherhood. You're only a cultivator of the lower 5 realms and haven't seen the scenery of the mountain peak. However, I've seen it with my own eyes. If possible, I want face and reputation. It's just that choosing the lesser of 2 evils makes me feel that you're an ingrate. Then, rather than keeping you by my side and letting you harm me sooner or later, I might as well put an end to it. Actually, there's another reason why I'm keeping you here. Every time I see you, I'll be a little more alert and remind myself of how lowly I was born. This way, I'll be able to make myself cherish every immortal coin I have, every flattering smile, and every flattering word." Fu Ku's expression was lonely. "Do you really think that your death is a big deal? I won't do anything. After I leave, I won't say anything. I'll just return to the Rain Dragon sect. The entire Jade Island will be handled flawlessly. I'll even have to thank you from the bottom of my heart for helping Jade Island establish a secret relationship with me. That's what a smart person should do. Yu Fujing, oh Yu Fujing, you're still too short-sighted. No wonder you're looking for death." Fu Ku stood up and wiped his hands. He turned to look at the dead man. "I told you to drink more and talk less when you're drunk, but you didn't listen." Fu Ku really left the Jade Island just like that and went to the mountain gate. Only then did he summon a talisman boat and head to the Rain Dragon sect. Fu Ku lay on the talisman boat and closed his eyes, thinking about the future. For example, he would first become a nascent soul cultivator, then ascend to the upper 5 realms and become the sect master of the Rain Dragon sect. He would take the Rain Dragon sect's Water Essence Palace, one of the 4 great private residences of the inverted hanging mountain, and become a private person. Then he would return to his hometown in glory and go to the tiny Aquarius continent, where he would take in a few fairies who he originally regarded as heavenly goddesses as maidservants. What upright young mountain Sujia? Oh, that's not right. This fairy had already been reduced from a phoenix to a chicken covered in mud. Forget about her. No matter how beautiful she was, what use was there? Was there a lack of beautiful women in the world? No, there was no lack of beautiful women. What was lacking was people like Fuku who were destined to reach the top. Fuku stretched out a hand and gently clenched it into a fist. He smiled and said, I wonder if there's a chance for the female sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Chi to be my mistress. I heard that Luo Jini and Situ Weiran aren't too old. They're very good-looking and can fight. They're first-rate female sword immortals. If the Great Wall of Sword Chi falls, won't I have a chance? As for if the Great Wall of Sword Chi fell, such a mess would be cleaned up by the high and mighty scholarly sages. There was no need for Fuku and the Rain Dragon sect to do anything. Not to mention the Middle Plains Divine Continent, wasn't there the mellow scholar Chin Chunan on the city wall closer to home? Moreover, this was just in case. The sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Chi were really interesting. The vast world's Chi cultivators were all afraid of death. On the other hand, the Great Wall of Sword Chi seemed to be afraid of living. They were doing things that sought death. Thinking of this, Fuku opened his eyes and thought to himself, it's a pity that the beasts of the wilderness are too useless. A bird flew past the talisman boat. Fuku glanced at it and laughed. The Sure family said that the boat and the bird dreamt together. We immortals should ride the boat in the clouds and dream together with the bird. Luhua Island could only be neighbors with the Rain Dragon sect, which was known for its domineering behavior, and not become a vassal. It was impossible for them to not have some ability. In the past 1,000 years, the Rain Dragon sect had only suffered a little at the hands of that sword immortal. The other cultivators who passed by, even if they were earth immortals or immortals of the upper 5 realms, were all taught a lesson by the Rain Dragon sect. In any case, they did not have a good ending. Furthermore, the Rain Dragon sect was too far away from the 3 continents. It was isolated in the sea and the emperor was far away. Therefore, the rules of the Rain Dragon sect were often more effective than the rules of the Confucian Academy. The fact that Luhua Island was not annexed by the Rain Dragon sect had nothing to do with the cultivators of the sect. It was just that there was an ancient ruin on Luhua Island that was named the Cave of Fortune by the later generations. It was said that there was a Taoist expert of unknown origin guarding it. He took all the luck and did not allow others to touch it. However, regarding this old almanac, even the most senior cultivator on Luhua Island could not confirm its authenticity. It was really too old. The great cultivators who dared to explore it did not return. Gradually they gave up on the idea. No matter how precious the immortals' opportunity was, they could not lose their lives for it. Moreover, Luhua Island did not have the slightest intention of annexing it, and the Rain Dragon sect did not annex it. This was enough to explain many things. Luhua Island was only the furthest southwest vassal island of the Rain Dragon sect. It could barely be considered a close neighbor, but it was actually a distant neighbor of the Rain Dragon sect. There were many cultivators on Luhua Island, but they did not have much money. This could be blamed on the Tongya continent that did not like to deal with other continents. They were not even willing to build a cross-continent ferry. Although the Tongya continent's route to the Inverted Mountain was indeed more dangerous than the ferry route in Old Dragon City, the Tongya sect and the Yugue sect were big sections. If they were really willing to earn this hard-earned money, with the amazing foundation of the 2 sects, it would not be too difficult to open up a route, and they would definitely not lose money. Unfortunately, the immortal forces in the Tongya continent were mostly giants. In the vast world, they were famous for not having to worry about food and clothing. It was very different from other continents where almost all countries had immortal mansions and provinces had immortal masters. The Yugue sect only had a cloud cave-blessed land, so they did not care about this kind of cross-continent business at all. In the words of the head of the Jiang family, even if he sneezed or farted, he could make money. If he had the time, why would he go to the Inverted Mountain to make money? You can humiliate me, Jiang Shangzhen, for having a low cultivation level, but you can never insult my ability to make money. If anyone dares to be so heroic, I will smash him to death with money. But if the Tongya continent really had a few cross-continent ferries, Luhua Island would be the first choice when choosing a transit port. Luhua Island was too isolated from the rest of the world. When it came to cultivation, everyone just needed to do it step by step. When it came to making money, there would naturally be pearl divers who went out to sea. Therefore, the cultivators here preferred to search for interesting people outside and talk about them. Otherwise, who would they be showing off their cultivation to? Luhua Island could not be compared to the Rain Dragon sect, and there were not any amazing cultivators. Today there was a dispute that was not strange at all. 2 groups of young men and women with very ordinary cultivation aptitude were divided into 2 camps. Originally, They were arguing about whether a genius sword cultivator of the Rain Dragon sect could be compared to the top genius of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The so-called genius was a sword cultivator who became a golden core sword cultivator before the age of 100. Some said that they could not be compared, while others said that there was not much difference. Later, unknowingly, the quarrel went astray and they argued about what kind of place the Great Wall of Sword Chi was. Some said that the Great Wall of Sword Chi was full of heroes, and it was the place where sword cultivators gathered the most in the world. It was said that if one walked on the Great Wall of Sword Chi and bought a bottle of wine, one could see it everywhere. If one did not go to such a place in one's life and drink some wine, it would be a waste of one's identity as a cultivator. Since ancient times, the essence of quarreling was that whatever the other party said was wrong, and they would not admit it even if they were right. Therefore soon there were people who said that the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Chi were all stupid, and they never knew how to do business. Almost all the cross-continent fairies could make a lot of money. For example, why was the Rain Dragon sect so rich? Wasn't it indirectly making money from the Great Wall of Sword Chi? There were even young men who sneered and said that when they grew up, they would also go to the inverted mountain to earn money from the Great Wall of Sword Chi. They would earn so much that they would not have any money left in their pockets. An old cultivator who passed by scolded them jokingly. All of them only had the ability to scold and argue, so they quickly went to cultivate. Not only did the juniors not listen to the old cultivator's orders, but both sides also insisted that this respected old cultivator be the judge. The old man was famous on Luhua Island for having a lot of stories. In addition, he was not arrogant and could chat with anyone. When he was in a good mood, he would even give you wine. It did not matter if you were a kid or not, you could still drink wine. The old man was a golden core earth immortal, and there was a chair in the ancestral hall. He had a luxurious private residence that occupied a very large area on the island. On the street at the foot of the Elk Cliff in the inverted mountain, he had opened a shop with a friend on the mountain. He had even been to the South Pasua continent, the Old Dragon City in the Aquarius continent, and the Skeleton Beach in the North continent. He had traveled extensively and was knowledgeable. He was an old immortal who had seen all kinds of storms. Therefore, the juniors of Luhua Island all liked to listen to this old immortal's jokes. Once he was drunk, he could tell all kinds of interesting things. Just the local customs of various places in the world, he could tell hundreds of stories. He said that the prostitutes in the brothel would ask the little brats to jump on the bed to exorcise evil spirits. He said that the Confucian Academy did not recommend burning paper money. Neither the Buddhist nor the Taoist schools admitted that this custom was spread in their own schools. Therefore they had been arguing about it for many years. The children who grew up on Luhua Island all looked forward to hearing it. Just the many legendary stories of Jiang Shangzhen from the Jade Gui sect, the old cultivator could talk for a long time. In fact, the old cultivator liked to talk about Jiang Shangzhen the most, because the old cultivator always said that he and the famous man on the top of the Tongyi continent could drink wine at the same table. No one believed it. Today the old cultivator was being held back by his juniors, not allowing him to leave. Thus, he rambled on for a while, saying some good things about that genius sword cultivator of the Rain Dragon sect, as well as the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Only then was he able to get some peace and quiet. The old man walked down the mountain along a wide mountain path. On both sides of the path, ancient trees towered into the sky. The old man had an old habit of counting the steps silently until he reached the shore of Luhua Island. The old man was in a good mood. In the past 2 years, the business of the Elk Cliff had not been bad, and he had made a lot of money. The key was that the old man felt that he had made a lot of money. Occasionally, when it was late at night, the old cultivator even wanted to give some money to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. But when he thought of this kind of joke, the old cultivator couldn't help but laugh. Who do you think you are? Do you need to give some money to the Great Wall of Sword Chi? Do you know any sword immortals? The old man scratched his head and felt a little melancholy. He had been a good-for-nothing all his life. If he could really drink wine with Jiang Shangzhen, it would be great. In the future, when he bragged to the children, he would not feel guilty at all. The old man looked back at the mountain, hoping that it would continue to be like this. There were only small worries but no big worries. The old man came back to his senses, laughed and shook his head. He climbed up the mountain again and counted the steps again. His footsteps were slow and he was not in a hurry at all. Thinking back to those years, there was a young girl with a pink face beside the young man. The young man was not handsome and the girl was not beautiful, but they liked each other. As cultivators, it was only a few steps, so it was naturally not tiring for them. However, every time she wanted to rest, the young man would sit with her on the steps halfway, looking into the distance and watching the bright moon above the sea. The old man stopped and turned his head to look at the moon above the sea. Today's people had seen the moon of the past, and today's moon had once shone upon an old friend. They had all seen her before. The old man suddenly held his forehead, calmed himself down, and stared at the moon above the steps with his eyes wide open. He always felt that there was something strange just now. But when he looked around, the world was silent, and only the occasional rustling sound of pine flowers falling to the ground could be heard. The old man was very careful. Although he had never really drunk with Jiang Shangjun before, he had been to several continents and seen many strange people and strange things. So he did not think that this was a trivial matter. Immediately he flew to the top of an ancient pine tree. However, there was still no trace of Jiang Shangjun. The old man finally looked at a lonely peak that was classified as a forbidden area on Luhua Island. It was the Cave of Fortune that was once very famous, but now its fame was slowly fading away. The old man laughed at himself. If it is really the old immortal inside, it should be a good thing. The sea was vast, even more vast than the land of the 9 continents. In history there were many immortals who quietly left the land, chose a place with good feng shui on the sea, hid in it and focused on cultivation. They either quietly broke through the realm or quietly died without anyone knowing. Yugui clan was located at the southern end of Tongya continent. The mountain range was verdant and deep, and it was filled with spiritual energy. It was a top-notch cultivation ground. Among them, the Xinzhuan mountain had the reputation of being extremely high. In addition, there were many talents in Yugui clan, and there was never a shortage of talents. The only thing they were worried about was that there were too many talents in each generation, and how should the ancestral hall avoid favoritism. From the old ancestor Sun Yuan, to the slightly younger Jiang Shangjun, and finally the first person of the younger generation Wei Ying. As for the talented cultivators who were about the same generation as Jiang Shangjun and Wei Ying, if they were not overshadowed by these two people, in fact, if they were from other clans, they would be much more famous on the mountain. On the top of a mountain called Jui Peak, there were continuous palaces, surrounded by fairy chi and fairy birds circled around. It was not a small cave, but it was even better than a small cave. As for this mountain that constantly absorbed spirit chi from all the mountain peaks, streams, and rivers outside the Jade Funerary sect's ancestral mountain, the reason why it was so special was that all the sect masters in the history of the Jade Funerary sect had once cultivated on this mountain. Sect Master Sun Yuan was one of them, and he only moved out after becoming the sect master. It was rumored that Jiang Shangjun had ascended to the Golden Core realm back then, and the Jui Peak that he thought was within his reach became a cooked duck. The duck did not fly and he actually ran out of chopsticks. As he did not successfully move into Jui Peak, in a fit of anger, Jiang Shangjun said that if there was no place for him here, there would be a place for him to stay. He swaggered out of Tongya continent and directly went to the North continent to cause trouble, causing the entire Yugui clan's reputation in the North continent to be ruined. After Sun Yuan moved out of Jui Peak, before Wei Ying came up the mountain, Jui Peak had always been empty because Jiang Shangjun did not become the peak master. This was because everyone knew that whoever could form their core and establish a peak here would be the best candidate for the next clan master. When Wei Ying was born, he was carried to Yugui clan when he was still an infant. Then, when he was 19 years old, he moved to Jui Peak under everyone's expectations. Then Wei Ying liked to stand on Jui Peak from time to time and look up at the Divine Seal Peak, and he never concealed his gaze. Anyway, it was his next place of cultivation. As long as he did not do anything unnecessary during this period and cultivated in peace, it would be his sooner or later. There was nothing to hide. Today, Wei Ying stood in the corridor on the roof of a building and looked up at a certain place on the Divine Seal Peak. This time it was different from the past. A slender young man stood beside Wei Ying. Unlike his father, the young man's appearance was ordinary. His eyebrows were very light, and he had a slightly powdery name. However, he had a pair of extremely long and narrow eyes, which finally made him resemble his father a little. Jiang Heng. However, the genealogy of Yugui clan's ancestral hall and Jiang clan's genealogy had changed it to Jiang Beihai. However, those who were familiar with him were still used to calling him Jiang Heng. Whether or not he could be called Jiang Beihai Jiang Heng was also a kind of proof of whether he was considered promising among the younger generation of cultivators in Yugui clan. Because whether it was Jiang Heng or Jiang Beihai, they were both Jiang Shangjun's only sons. If Wei Ying was definitely the next clan master of Yugui clan, then logically speaking, although Jiang Heng could not compare to Wei Ying, he should still be the next master of the Cloud Cave Blessed Land. However, in recent years there were some rumors that in Lotus Flower Blessed Land, Jiang Shangjun, who had changed his name to Zhou Fei, had another son. This made Jiang Heng feel uncomfortable all these years. Even if he was uncomfortable, he could only endure it. He did not even dare to reveal the slightest bit of his thoughts of sending people to infiltrate Lotus Flower-blessed land and kill his younger brother. The reason was simple. The person Jiang Heng feared the most was his father, Jiang Shangzhen. Jiang Shangzhen's terror was known to all on the mountain and at the foot of Tongye clan. However, Jiang Heng's fear of his father was even deeper. Jiang Heng's mother, who was also the first daughter of an extremely senior ancestor of Yugui clan, knew her entire life that Jiang Shangzhen had never truly liked her. However, when she was alone with the young Jiang Heng, she would still reveal a happy and sincere expression. She would tell the young Jiang Heng that she was already very, very content to be able to stay by his father's side. And when she was about to pass away, Jiang Shangzhen sat beside the sickbed with a gentle expression. He gently held the withered woman's hand and did not say anything. Instead, it was Jiang Heng's mother who held Jiang Shangzhen's hand tightly. Then she smiled and said something that made Jiang Heng feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. I secretly went to see that woman once. Her hair is white. Even when she was young, she shouldn't be considered good-looking. Jiang Heng. His name is Heng. I guessed your thoughts and fulfilled your wish. You didn't even say thank you to me. All these years, I've only been angry with you about this. Jiang Shangzhen stretched out his other hand and patted the back of the woman's hand. He smiled softly and said, Then did you know that when you were secretly looking at her, I was secretly looking at you? You looked like you had won everything back then. You were so silly and beautiful. The woman nodded and left the world with a smile. Jiang Heng sat on a chair beside the bed and sobbed incessantly. Then Jiang Shangzhen turned his head and said with a smile, You cried your mother to death. Do you want to cry your father to death too? This is not what a filial son should do. The child was so frightened that he kept quiet out of fear. He immediately sat up and did not move at all. At that time, Jiang Shangzhen said something that Jiang Heng could only firmly remember but did not understand at all. If you can't be yourself, learn to lie to yourself first. It's not that easy to be Jiang Shangzhen's son. However, putting aside the unforgettable fear of his father, Jiang Heng actually lived very well in Yugui clan. It could even be said that other than Wei Ying and a few others, no one else could compare to young Master Jiang. At this moment, Jiang Heng followed Wei Ying's line of sight and looked at the Divine Seal Peak. He asked with a smile, You can't forget that Sui Yuyu? Wei Ying shook her head. Yes and no. I still can't forget her, but it's not that I'm obsessed with her. What makes me angry the most is that she would rather die than come to Jui Peak as a guest. Wei Ying leaned against the railing and no longer looked at the Divine Seal Peak. She looked at Jiang Heng and laughed softly. Uncle Jiang knows the thoughts of these women the best. Jiang Heng leaned against the railing, unwilling to talk about this topic. The matter of his name was a source of amusement for many old ancestors of Yugui clan. In addition, there was the matter of Lotus Blossom blessed land. Yugui clan had a seat in the ancestral hall. They could not win against his father in a battle of wits and strength, so they liked to vent their anger on him, Jiang Heng. Anyway, those people saw it more clearly. They all knew that Jiang Shangzhen never gave Jiang Heng any hope, let alone high hopes. Jiang Heng changed the topic. Looking at the situation at the Divine Seal Peak, the old sect master will definitely be able to reach the Ascendant Realm. Wei Ying smiled and nodded. So it's getting harder and harder for me to become the next sect master. Fortunately, Yugui clan can only have one sect master, but Tongyi continent can have 2 to 3 Ascendant Realms. I don't know which lucky person will become the third person. I think that Huang Ting of Taiping Mountain and the child who left Fuyao sect for the academy have a higher chance. Jiang Heng sincerely admired Wei Ying. She could say anything and dared to say anything. She was like this not after entering Jui Peak, but when she first started cultivating she was already like this. Jiang Shangzhen never hid his admiration for Wei Ying. He said that his biological son was not like his son. Fortunately, there was Wei Ying who was more like his son living in Jui Peak. Yugui clan's situation was good now, and it was not limited to one continent. Other than the old sect master Sun Yuan who would reach the Ascendant Realm, Yugui clan's lower sect, Zhenjing sect, had completely gained a foothold in Book Lake of Aquarius continent. Then there was Tongyi sect, Taiping Mountain and Fuyao sect. Now there was a saying in the sect that as long as Yugui clan wanted to go up north, even if the 3 sects formed an alliance, they would not be able to stop us. The land of one continent, the mountains and the foot of the mountain, would be our vassal. Compared to the Dali dynasty of Aquarius continent, the land of one continent was a national territory, which was even more shocking. Yugui clan had been the second in Tongyi continent for thousands of years. Then without doing anything they became the leader of Tong Yi sect. Moreover, after thousands of years, it seemed that even if Yugui clan continued to do nothing, they would still be able to sit firmly in the top position. The old sect master of Yugui clan, Sun Yuan, was probably smiling in his dreams. It was really Tong Yi sect's 8 lifetimes of bad luck, and they could not blame others for taking joy in their misfortune. First, the Ascendant Realm ancestor Du Mao died inexplicably. Not only did he die, but he also implicated a small grotto heaven. Du Mao did not even leave behind all the fragments of the glazed golden body to his own sect. In addition, the Sword Immortal's attacks were too meticulous and far-reaching. It hurt the Dao hearts of almost all the cultivators of Tong Yi sect, and there was only a difference in depth. Later, Yugui clan's Jiang Shangjin held a banquet on the Sea of Clouds at the edge of Tong Yi sect's territory. In the past, if Du Mao, the ancestor of resurgence, was still alive, there was no need for Du Mao to personally make a move, and Jiang Shangjin would have fled in a sorry state. Then an ancestor of the upper 5 realms defected and took the sect's treasure with him to seek refuge with Yugui clan. In the end, he accompanied Jiang Shangjin to the Aquarius continent to choose a lower sect and expand the territory together. However, there was no news of him in recent years, and it was said that he had gone into seclusion. Wei Ying suddenly said, "Previously when we talked about Huang Ting, in my opinion, her fortune is a pity that she was detained in a continent. If the sword cultivators of Tong Yi continent were less narrow-minded and were willing to walk the Great Wall of Sword Qi, even if Tong Yi continent was destined to not become the North Continent, they would have gathered the luck of 1 or 2 immortal realm sword immortals. If my words were effective, from today onwards, sword cultivators would go to the inverted mountain. The mountain is deep and the dew is heavy. Every time they go down the mountain they can more or less return with the dew. The ants move, and the sword Dao luck of Tong Yi continent accumulates year after year, and naturally, it will be abundant." Of course, these traveling sword cultivators must be kept in the dark, because only by being sincere can they succeed. Wei Ying said helplessly, "If she were to stay in Jade Gui's sect, I would be willing to help her compete with Huang Ting on the sword Dao." Jiang Heng did not know if the so-called luck was figured out by Wei Ying herself, or if old sect master Sun had revealed a heavenly secret. However, Jiang Heng naturally would not ask. There was no need to ask when he already knew. As for how the woman of unknown origins came to Jade Gui's sect, and why Wei Ying thought highly of her, Jiang Heng did not care. Wei Ying finally said slowly, "Extreme misfortune leads to bliss, and when the moon is full, it will be a loss. It must be observed." Jiang Heng looked into the distance. Languid said with a smile, "I'm just a muddle-headed person waiting for death. The great cause will be left to Brother Ying to think of. An old horse by the side will fall asleep when the reins are untied. It definitely has no strength to beat a whip." Wei Ying smiled and used all her strength to look into the distance. What a gloomy atmosphere, thousands of graves. Jiang Heng heard these strange words and only subconsciously remembered them. Jiang Heng's thoughts drifted far away. In his early years, he traveled to Inverted Hanging Mountain, Lady Gui of Osmanthus Island, the sword above the clouds from Old Dragon City, the Plum Blossom Garden on Inverted Hanging Mountain. Jiang Heng was originally determined to have the first cross-continent ferry in Tong Yi continent. It could be considered as opening up a new source of income for the Jiang clan. The money was not much, but there was a gimmick. No matter what, he should make that man who seemed to be forever shrouded in clouds and mist look at his son seriously for once. In the end, everything did not go smoothly. Not only did this secret matter not succeed, but not long after arriving at Inverted Hanging Mountain and returning to Jade Gui's sect, that extremely disgusting rumor spread. He, Jiang Heng, had only just returned home from a long trip, and inexplicably had a younger brother? Today Jiang Heng left Jui Peak and returned to his own residence. It was still the old residence that his mother had lived in. Jiang Heng sat on the threshold of a room and turned his head to look at the empty interior. He choked with sobs and said, "Mother, father lied to you. At that time, father was still in Cloud Cave Blessed Land. How did he see you? Do you know?" Finally, Jiang Heng raised his head and muttered, "Mother, you're so intelligent, so how could you not know? You've been like this all your life. The most important thing in your heart is that heartless bastard. Mother, wait for me. One day I'll make him apologize to you personally. I'll definitely do it. From that day onwards I'll no longer be Jiang Heng. I'll be called Jiang Beihai." Suddenly, an extremely familiar voice that made Jiang Heng fear to the bone sounded not far away. "Good son, it's not filial to speak of your father like that. You'll die." Jiang Heng's entire body tensed up. He stiffly turned his head and looked at the smiling man. The man sighed and said, "It's not easy for you to return home, but you're complaining to your eldest son. Fortunately, I'm heartless and have a heart of stone. Otherwise, my Tao heart would have exploded and dropped several realms." Jiang Heng staggered to his feet, his face ashen. The man looked at Jiang Heng. After a moment he nodded with a smile and said, "You're a little stupid. After all, you take after your mother. However, you're still a human. It's actually a good thing that you take after her. Very good. However, you still have to follow the family rules. I won't bicker with you today. You've grown up, and as your father, I haven't taught you anything, so I can't scold you. In the future, you just have to remember one thing. If the father is not kind, the son must be filial. Then strive to be respectful to your brothers. No one can make me worry." Jiang Heng, whose mind was a mess, could only nod woodenly. Jiang Shangzhen turned around and left. He clicked his tongue and said, "How did I give birth to such an ugly child like you? Just looking at you makes me feel bad. You've let your parents down. If you see me again in the future, lower your head and speak to me." Only then did Jiang Heng dare to wipe the sweat and tears off his face. It was as if he had just walked through the gates of hell. If the man's words today were heard by outsiders, they would only pity Jiang Heng's situation. But in fact, compared with the words that the man had said in the past, it was already considered good words. After Jiang Shangzhen left the mansion, he went directly to the ancestral hall of the Xinzhuan Peak to welcome the old sect master who had successfully reached the ascendant realm. In fact, Wei Ying should have a seat in this ancestral hall regardless of realm or status, and her position would definitely not be at the back. It was just that Jui Peak was too special, so there was no seat. The rigid rules passed down by the ancestors were unreasonable. And the rules of the ancestors had always been greater than the sky. After entering the door, Jiang Shangzhen, whose mood had been spoiled by Jiang Heng, immediately felt better. He liked these old Wangzhangs. In fact, it was not the beautiful words that even the immortals on the mountain were envious of, but only the first 3 words. The Yu family is poor. If there were immortals who had nothing better to do, they would choose to set off from Luhua Island and then go straight east to Tongye continent, and they would land near the Fusho sect. The ancestral mountain of the Fusho sect was called Chueshang, and it was surrounded by clouds all year round. In the past, it was as famous as Taiping Mountain, which was also located in the central part of Tongye continent, but it was roughly one in the west and one in the east. It was similar to the north-south confrontation of Tongye sect and Yugui sect. The Fusho sect was proficient in immortal questions and answers, but although it was a Taoist immortal mansion, it was not among the 3 branches of the Baek Okekyung building in the Qingming world. It was similar to the Mount Longhu in the central divine continent or the Dashuan temple in the Qingming world. It was just that before the great change that almost affected the entire Tongye continent, Fusho sect was still slightly better than Taiping Mountain in terms of reputation. The 2 sides had accumulated hatred for a long time. After 2 great demons caused trouble, one severely damaged Fusho sect, and the other greatly damaged Taiping Mountain's vitality. Taiping Mountain and Fusho sect, who had gone through thick and thin together, naturally abandoned their former hatred and became allies. The cultivators of both sides went down the mountain and fought side by side for many years. Now their relationship was much better. In the middle of the night, a young man and woman ascended the Fusho sect, which had been sealed off for many years. Before the mountain was sealed off, Fusho sect had moved the Yelling Heaven Street halfway up the mountain to the foot of the mountain. This unusually bustling street had become a sad place for the sect master of Fusho sect, Ji Hai. This was because if he looked at it, he would be reminded of his Tao companion who had personally built this street. On the Yelling Heaven Street, a young man in a scholarly robe bought some small items. As long as the price was more than 10 snowflakes, he would not buy anything. Beside the man was an extremely beautiful woman with a sword on her back. However, no one dared to cause trouble. The reason was very simple. The sword she carried was the style of Taiping Mountain sword. And there was only one such beautiful woman of Taiping Mountain. She was the nascent soul sword immortal with great fortune, Huang Ting. One had to know that in the past, even He Xiaoyang of the Aquarius Continent's Divine Grandeur sect and the current sect master of the North Continent's Cooling sect were only known as Huang Ting second in terms of fortune. And beside Huang Ting, the scholar who looked like a down-and-out scholar was Zhong Kuei, who had lost his identity as a Confucian gentleman. As an accountant, Qin Pingon was the first to learn from Zhong Kuei. Zhong Kuei walked sideways and said with a smile, "I'm neither human nor ghost. Although I've lost my identity as a Confucian scholar, I'm still not a direct disciple of the Fusho sect. If I want to learn the unique secret technique from Sect Master Ji, I don't think it's possible to rely on my master's face. I'm Qin Pingan's best friend. Since you're also close to Qin Pingan, then the two of us are even closer. If you don't help me say a few words, it won't make sense. Huang Ting had just returned from her travels in the North Continent and was unable to break through the nascent soul bottleneck in one go. After returning to Taiping Mountain, she said she was going into seclusion, but in reality she was too lazy to see anyone. On her way back from the south, when she passed by the Aquarius continent, she even made a trip to the Dali dynasty. She wanted to see that ugly little girl, Charcoal, and see how her sword and saber techniques were progressing. Unexpectedly, the little girl was not on the mountain. Instead, there were two fellows with bad eyesight who cordially asked her to stay. The older one wanted to trick her into becoming a consecrator, while the other one was just short of drooling. He was no different from a street scoundrel. Huang Ting was not in the mood to joke with Zhong Kuei. This time, it was the mountain master who had chased her out, so she had no choice but to accompany Zhong Kuei on this trip to Chuang Mountain. Therefore she talked about serious matters. I have the mountain master's secret letter, so I should be able to help. I don't care about anything else. If Ji Hai doesn't agree, I can't do anything. You're on your own. Zhong Kuei was very worried. Huang Ting could not understand. This was a serious matter, so she should have paid more attention to it. How could she only take it seriously after arriving at Chuang Mountain? Previously at the foot of the mountain, this Zhong Kuei, who was once a gentleman of the academy, was very good at bargaining. He was the type who did not care about his reputation at all. Huang Ting had also been to the Jianghu at the foot of the mountain, but she still felt inferior. However, Huang Ting did not like to pay attention to Zhong Kuei. It was another matter that she had a good impression of him. During the Battle of Taiping Mountain, if Zhong Kuei had not predicted the enemy's move and turned the tide, Huang Ting, who felt guilty towards her sect, would have died of depression. Along the way, Zhong Kuei walked and stopped. He would chat with the water ghosts and water immortals by the rivers and lakes for a long time. He would chat with the wild ghosts wandering in the tombs about trivial matters of the past. Huang Ting let him be. He was not in a hurry and she was not in a hurry either. At that time, Zhong Kuei was still in the right. After bidding farewell to that ghostly old man who almost burned yellow paper to become sworn brothers, he said to Huang Ting, "The old don't talk about the past, the young don't know the rules." It was Qin Pingan who told me that. Huang Ting, who had been silent for a long time, retorted. Would Qin Pingan also nag at others? Zhong Kuei complained to her. You sword immortals, kill with your sword. Talk with your sword and hurt my feelings. The two of them slowly climbed up the mountain. Ji Hai did not appear for a long time, which was not a good sign. Although the two of them were not great figures from the Tongya continent, Ji Hai had always been polite and considerate. He was not the kind of senior who liked to put on airs. Huang Ting was never one to belittle herself. Even if she was the only one visiting the Fusho sect, Ji Hai should have appeared at the top of the mountain steps, even if he did not go to the mountain gate to welcome her. Zhong Kuei was still not in a hurry. He said, I heard that Lu Jinglong from the North Continent, who fought with you at Zhuli Mountain, is not only a sword immortal, but also a sword immortal in the last 3 rounds. Huang Ting nodded and said, What's so strange about that sissy becoming a sword immortal? I am at the nascent soul realm and the bottleneck is much higher. Therefore I am slower than him. A cultivator does not make a difference in a few years. Compared to the two who are ranked higher, Lin Su and Su Xian, I am more optimistic about Lu Jinglong's achievements in the Great Tao. Of course, this is just my personal opinion. Zhong Kuei's interest was piqued. He quietly asked, During this trip to the North Continent, no one fell in love with you at first sight? Huang Ting was not afraid of such things. Yes, quite a few. In the Ghost Valley of the Skeleton Beach, there is a cultivator from the Linen sect. He is quite a nice person. I even wanted to introduce junior sister to him. Zhong Kuei wailed, Is there anything in the world that makes a man feel that the world is falling apart and that he has nothing to live for more than a woman telling a man that he is a good person? Miss Huang, Fairy Huang, please don't say such things in the future. Even being a mute is better than this. Huang Ting could not be bothered to speak again. Zhong Kuei looked to the west. The Chuishang mountain faced the sea. Zhong Kuei muttered to himself, I really want to go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to take a look. Sir won't let me. Huang Ting glanced at Zhong Kuei. Zhong Kuei smiled bitterly and said, I am not you. I am that sword cultivator who follows his heart. Scholars have many rules. Huang Ting smiled and said, You don't even have the title of a gentleman anymore. You are no longer a Confucian disciple, Yet you are still clinging to your identity as a scholar. You are really clinging to it. Zhong Kuei was very good at joking. He did not care even if someone was rubbing salt into his wound. Zhong Kuei tugged at his collar and shook his sleeves. When a scholar's interests are damaged, if he can still maintain a normal heart, he is considered to have achieved a small success in self-cultivation. If he can't do it, he is being sanctimonious. Now I have the aura of righteousness. Back then, that brat Chin Pingon was intimidated by my noble spirit. He was so impressed that he prostrated himself before me. He shamelessly wanted to cut off my head, but I didn't agree. I thought that he didn't have enough ink in his stomach to write poems. Huang Ting said, I am not blind. I can't tell. Zhong Kuei looked up at the peak of Chuishang Mountain and felt a little sad. It was said that in the early years, there was an expert who passed by this place and gave Ji Hai an inauspicious prophecy. When the sun rises and carries firewood, it is difficult to put on a coat after the rain. When the hands are not firm, it is difficult for the beauties of the world to stay. Zhong Kuei did not believe in fate. Even if he was also a person with a prophecy. Zhong Kuei did not like it. However, it seemed that he had no choice but to accept his fate. This made Zhong Kuei even more worried. He did not know who would write the couplets for Jianyang's in business without him as the pillar of the bookkeeper. However, it was said that the beautiful lady from the Great Spring Dynasty called Yao Jinji was very skilled. She also had the nursery rhymes and prophecies. It was hard to say whether it was a blessing or a curse. Thinking of this, Zhong Kuei suddenly turned his head and said, Miss Huang, Taiping Mountain is not peaceful yet. You gave it such a good name but did not take any responsibility. Now that the world is so chaotic, shouldn't you be blamed? Huang Ting laughed and said, looking for a chop? Zhong Kuei smiled mischievously and said, if Miss Sword Immortal can chop a dead person like me back to life, you can chop me up. Huang Ting restrained her expression and asked softly, you don't blame fate? Zhong Kuei shook his head and said, it is my fortune to obtain it, but it is my fate to lose it. It is the same with life and death. After Du Mao's rise, the Tong Yi sect had never been in such a difficult situation. If it weren't for the fact that the sect master had sacrificed the great Tao to reach the peak and used unorthodox methods to break through the bottleneck and become an immortal realm sword cultivator, coupled with the fact that the great protective formation, the Wudong Heavenly Umbrella, was still there, the Tong Leaves sect would have had an even harder time in the past few years. The forefather of justice defected with the treasure, causing the people's hearts to be unstable and the offerings to be scattered. The huge Tong Yi sect still had its territory, but it did not have enough people. It was not that the Tong Yi sect did not have any potential cultivators. On the contrary, there were many of them with excellent potential. It was just that most of them had yet to truly mature. As for the Tong Yi sect's domineering behavior in the past few thousand years, it was a matter of course. The other immortal sects, from top to bottom, were used to it and would even take the initiative to help the Tong Yi sect accumulate resources in exchange for a little incense. It could be that the Earth Immortals of the Tong Yi sect came to their sect as guests and showed up to participate in a certain mountaintop ceremony to help support the sect. Or the young cultivators of the Tong Yi sect who came down the mountain to train could bring their own cultivators along. They could be beaten or scolded at will, but it was fine as long as they did not accidentally break the Great Tao Longevity Bridge. If they were really careless, the Tong Yi sect would be willing to compensate some money after the event. Or they could have a place in the Tong Yi sect's peak opening ceremony. They did not expect to have a place in the Mountain of Ancestors. They only needed to look at the big shots of the Tong Yi sect from a distance from other peaks and then return to their respective mountains. This was a very effective banner made of tiger skin. However, this was something that everyone within and outside the Tong Yi sect was extremely used to. Now it had become the area where the Tong Yi sect was most criticized. Not only was it criticized, many of their small actions were becoming more and more overboard. Some sects that were slightly further away from the Tong Yi sect and had a deep enough foundation were just short of openly poaching the Tong Yi sect. Many of the Tong Yi sect's last-level offerings were quickly divided up. Therefore, even though the master of the Tong Yi sect had ascended to the immortal realm, he still felt extremely exhausted. Those mountain and river deities that were originally prostrating themselves at the foot of the Tong Yi sect also secretly formed an alliance. They even had the guts to start bargaining with the Tong Yi sect. Many of the kingdoms below the mountain that would have taken the initiative to hand over cultivation embryos to the Tong Yi sect also had some other thoughts. They would take the longer route and first bring their children to the Fuyao sect or Taiping Mountain to see if the immortal masters there were interested in them. If one were to judge the matter as it was, It was not that the Tongyi sect had not done many things that could not be found fault with. It was not that they had not done favors to others time and time again. A sect's rain and dew, whose favor extended to the mountains and rivers for thousands of miles, was definitely not just a compliment. Unfortunately, none of the cultivators on the Tongyi sect's mountain were willing to talk about this. A man in a purple robe stood on the riverbank of a sect's territory. This was once a place where sword immortals stayed for a short period of time. The man was the first to be resentful and angry at this person's sword. However, as time passed, all kinds of unforeseen events suddenly occurred. It seemed that there were no signs, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that the roots of the disaster had already spread. In the past, the Tongyi sect relied too much on the realm of the Ancestor of Resurgence. And that Ancestor of Resurgence liked to rely too much on his realm to crush the heroes. Subordinates followed the example of superiors. The entire sect was generally like this. A stable world on the whole was definitely not a bad thing. It was a kind of atmosphere that no one could compete with, a magnificent sect. If trouble outside the mountain could be solved with realm and magic weapons, then they would act first and report later. If that did not work, then they would use the name of the Tongyi sect to solve it. If that did not work, then they would return to the sect and ask for help from the seniors. The 3 axes landed on the ground and it worked every time. Those who were not tactful would have their heads rolling on the ground. Those who were tactful would apologize and kowtow outside the mountain gate. It was not that the Tongyi sect did not have any unique points in the thousands of years. It was just that these minor details were icing on the cake, and it seemed that they could not withstand too big of a storm. When the Ancestor of Resurgence left, coupled with Du Mao's ruthless action of not hesitating to destroy a small grotto heaven in order to survive, not to mention those inexperienced honorary masters, and not to mention those young and simple-minded direct disciples of the Ancestral Hall, even this man as the sect master, would feel bitterly disappointed. Even if they were to change positions, he believed that he would definitely make the same choice as Du Mao. Beside the man, a timid young woman came. The man turned his head and asked with a smile, "How is the recovery of his sword heart?" The Tongyi sect recognized the sword immortal embryo and received a long sword personally bestowed by the ancestor Du Mao. However, after a few words, his sword heart was almost broken. The young woman, who had just shed her innocence, said happily, reporting to the sect master, "Senior brother's sword heart has almost recovered. Once it is perfected again, there is hope that he can immediately break through the realm." Although the man was mentally and physically exhausted, and had already lost the possibility of his own future, as long as he saw these young faces, these future pillars of the Tongyi sect's resurgence, the man would be able to recover some of his spirit. The man smiled and said, "These years you have worked hard. Many of the responsibilities that originally belonged to you as a teacher have fallen on your shoulders." In the early years, the only flaw that the Ancestral Hall unanimously agreed on was that the child in front of him was too timid. He did not expect that in the path of peace, the heart of cultivation and the words and actions of leaving the mountain would be as soft as her voice and appearance. He also did not expect the bleak situation of today. Instead, his heart of cultivation became more and more tenacious, and this tenacity was not seen in the young people of the Tongyi sect in the past. Of course, it was also related to the sect's smooth sailing in the past. She shook her head vigorously and summoned the courage to say loudly, reporting to the sect master, "It is very good to cultivate and cultivate the heart. It is not hard at all, don't worry, sect master." The purple-robed sword immortal smiled. It was very good, this girl even dared to speak loudly in front of others. He left on his sword. Before he left, he said to her, "Our Tongyi sect has hope. I believe in you, you must also believe in yourselves." Only the young woman was left by the river. When the sect master's figure was far away and should have reached the ancestral mountain, she sat by the river and stared blankly. She did not know how the most unreasonable sword immortal in the world would reason with the wilderness after reaching the Great Wall of Sword Chi. She threw a stone into the river and secretly cursed that person in her heart. Aquarius Continent, Old Dragon City. Vassal King's Mansion. Song Jisin, or rather the Song clan's vassal King Song Mu, was extremely vexed today, and decided to hide for some peace and quiet, and lay on a bench in a corridor. All sorts of people from all walks of life, all of them sharpened their heads and wanted to enter the vassal king's mansion. Song Jisin felt more and more that he lacked a few people by his side that he could order around without worry. As long as their brains were good and their cultivation level was high enough, Song Jisin did not care about their background. However, Song Jisin was the one who chose the former. Otherwise, the Fu family's hints, the Yunlin-Jiang clan's hidden meaning, and even the Zhengyang Mountain, Clear Wind City Su clan's various people, all of their words and actions made Song Jisun feel vexed. The key was that there were many people who had the qualifications to enter the mansion, and Song Jisun could not neglect them. In the past, he did not feel that it was difficult to talk to people, and now he did not feel that it was too difficult, but he felt that he was really tired. In the end, even though Song Jisun had been the vassal king of Dali for several years, he still did not feel that he was really the vassal king of half the continent. Even Yuanying stage cultivators and even Upper Five Realms cultivators had to treat him with respect. Even the Dali generals as well as the disciples of the Shangzhou country who traveled south to Old Dragon City, when they spoke to him, they had to weigh their words and tone. Song Jisun was still not used to it. It was like a dream. However, the thing that made Song Jisun feel the most unhappy was something that seemed very small. The servant girl by his side, GQ, who had depended on him for so many years, seemed to be getting further and further away from him. Song Jisun seemed to be more and more unable to understand her. In fact, GQ did not say anything unreasonable and she did not even look at him. But Song Jisun could perceive the strange atmosphere between the vassal king's mansion and the Fu family's mansion in Old Dragon City. Song Jisun did not want to ask her, he wanted her to tell him. One did not take the initiative to ask, and the other did not take the initiative to say. Song Jisun lay on the bench planning to not think about anything and take a nap. At least he should take a nap. He murmured, "It can't be that this is a superficial unity. It can't be." Song Jisun suddenly got up and sat upright. Because a man in a white robe sat down beside him. Imperial Uncle Song Jianqiang. Song Jianqiang, a martial artist of the 10th realm. Song Jianqiang said indifferently, "You feel that it's hard?" Song Jisun nodded. "I didn't delay anything. I can't guarantee that I did it well, but I definitely didn't make any big mistakes." Imperial Uncle, please rest assured. If you scold me, I will listen carefully and I will correct my mistakes. Song Jianqiang sneered. "If scolding you is useful, I can scold you to death." Song Jisun felt a suffocating pressure and he started to have difficulty breathing. But in fact, Song Jianqiang did not do anything, he just said a harsh sentence. Song Jianqiang said, "Martial Mountain's Ma Kushuan will come here to work in the future." Song Jisun's face was gloomy. That little bastard in Apricot Blossom Lane who liked to pretend to be stupid since he was young. Song Jisun rarely hated someone so much. Song Jianqiang got up and prepared to leave. He looked at Song Jisun. "I can promise you one thing, for example, if you want to kill Ma Kushuan, tell me. But you only have one chance. I may not agree to many of your requests, such as killing His Majesty and letting you sit on the dragon throne. As for whether you want to waste this chance on Ma Kushuan, it's up to you." Song Jisun stood up. "I will remember." The dragon platform by the seaside outside Old Dragon City was now a forbidden area of forbidden areas. It was a ban personally issued by the vassal King Song Mu. Therefore there were very few people who could go there to enjoy the scenery. If they were Qi refinement warriors, they had to be at least nascent soul. The person who went there the most was actually a servant girl of the vassal king's mansion. However, that girl's appearance was really not vulgar. It was said that she was a mortal girl, but she was actually more beautiful than the female cultivators. Today she was standing alone on the dragon platform, standing at the highest point. Looking around, there was no one spying. The Fu family's golden core consecrator, who was originally near the dragon platform, had already moved to another place. Now that she was in Old Dragon City, if even she could not detect any signs, then there was definitely no one using that trashy divine ability to view the mountains and rivers. Her golden eyes glowed with a mysterious light. She was wearing the Fu family's ancestral dragon robe that had refined all the clouds. Now in the Aquarius continent, she wasn't someone who could be killed just because she wanted to. Instead, other than the number of people who could be counted on two hands, she could kill whoever she wanted. However, this insignificant cultivation base was still meaningless. Just Fan Junmao, who had become Great Mountain Lord Nanyue, still made her feel restrained. And Fan Junmao's breakthrough speed in the future would also be very fast. GQ lowered her head. It was a four-legged snake with horns on its forehead, obediently lying by her feet. She lifted her foot and stomped down heavily. That four-legged snake, pitiful thing, did not dare to escape. It could only shake its tail to show its pitifulness. It actually caused the entire dragon platform to shake. She said angrily, "Can you live by shaking your tail and begging? You are living worse than that bumpkin who wants to hide while crying." She instantly increased her strength and stomped the four-legged snake into the ground. GQ retracted her foot, and turned to look at the distant south at the blurry sky. The person who could control her was dead. What a pitiful death. The other person could also control her, but he never knew the truth. What a joke. In the night. Old Dragon City's fan family's ferry, Osmanthus Island. Madame Gouet and her only disciple Jean Su sat in an elegant and quiet residence. Jean Su smiled. Master, this is not the Mid-Autumn Festival, why are we eating mooncakes? Madame Gouet held a mooncake in one hand and held it in the other. After chewing slowly, she said gently, I just want to. Only in front of her master would Jean Su be a little mischievous and cute. She stretched her legs, intertwined her fingers and stretched. Then she looked up. The ancestral osmanthus tree on the island was very tall, and the moon seemed to be hanging on the branches. Madame Gouet took a bite of the mooncake and teased, Do you still like Sun Jiaoshu and not fan air? Jean Su blushed slightly and complained, Master, this is such a spoil sport, it's inappropriate, very inappropriate. Madame Gouet smiled, Okay, I'll apologize to you. Jean Su continued to look up at the beautiful scenery that resembled a moon and an osmanthus tree. She casually asked, Master, I heard that every world has a moon. There are even 3 in the wilderness. In addition, there are so many grotto heavens and blessed lands. Which one is real? Are all of them real? Everyone is everywhere, everyone can raise their head and look at the bright moon. Madame Gouet smiled, The real moon is probably in the heart. Moon in the middle of the moon. Jean Su sighed, If only it could be like this forever, it would be great. Madame Gouet smiled, The moon can be waxing and waning, but it is only in people's eyes, the moon in their heart, it will not be like this. But which one is better? There has never been an accurate answer. Madame Gouet, who was not very beautiful but had a graceful temperament, looked up at the moon in the sky. She was used to looking at the human world from the moon, but it was not bad to look at the moon from the human world. The reopening of the Qinghuan country's transportation was finally successful. All the yamen and officials who handled this matter were very satisfied. In fact, no one was optimistic about this matter at first because it was difficult to do, and it was easy to offend people, and it was easy to cause endless trouble. If one was not careful, the official's robe would be covered in mud, and it could not be washed off. Therefore, at the very beginning, there were only 2 doctors from the Ministry of Works who were transferred out of the capital. There was also a provincial governor who was in charge of a certain section of the main road of the transportation. These 3 were the ones with the highest official titles. There was also Lu Qingfeng, who was promoted from the county magistrate to the transportation supervisor. But as everything went smoothly, the officials in charge of the government became more and more important. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue and the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works fought to leave the capital and go to the place where mosquitoes and flies covered the sun and leeches crawled all over the feet to suffer in the transportation. Half a year later, the minister of the Ministry of Works took the lead personally. It was said that he did everything by himself, and in the end he worked hard and finally reopened the transportation. When he returned to the capital, the noble minister only brought back a Wanmin umbrella. His Majesty was very happy and there were many people who were promoted. Those who originally had a high rank were rewarded with some imperial items. Of course, only Lu Qingfeng, who was tactful enough to hide behind the scenes, didn't get much benefit. In fact, the 3 officials who had worked with Lu Qingfeng for a long time felt a little uncomfortable. However, the 3 officials who had worked with Lu Qingfeng day and night for a long time finally thought of something and didn't say anything more in the memorial. As for why Lu Qingfeng did this, the 3 officials who had been promoted still couldn't figure it out until now. Logically speaking, an official whose name had been removed from the family tree and whose reputation was extremely disreputable had finally made a real contribution. How could he not want what he deserved? Ordinary people would beg for what they did not deserve. This Lu Qingfeng, on the other hand, was skinny and looked like an old farmer in the village. Not to mention, almost all the details and trends of the transportation were his credit. In the end, he was the one who did not get promoted and got rich, and he was only transferred from the transportation supervisor to the provincial governor. Today, Lu Qingfeng was on the way to a remote county in Qinghuan country to take up his post. He rode in a carriage and the coachman was Wang Yifu, who used to be a county lieutenant. Lu Mang, who used to be a page boy since he was young, sat beside this burly man. His teacher sat in the back of the carriage reading. The road was bumpy and reading was the most tiring thing. However, every time Lu Mang could not help but lift the curtain to remind him, his master always said that he would stop reading after a while. In the end, Lu Mang gave up. Along the way, old master didn't look at the books of the saints. He only looked through and organized all the official roads of Qingwan country. He even collected a large pile of geographical maps. From the messy local county records he picked out all the records related to the roads. No matter how big or small the road was, whether it was abandoned or not, he circled and copied them. Lu Meng felt that he would probably never know what his master was thinking. Lu Meng and Wang Yifu had a good relationship. Even though he was a county lieutenant, he was still willing to follow his master to the transportation canal. He did not get promoted and he was loyal. Therefore Lu Meng still liked to call this man County Lieutenant Wang. Wang Yifu did not say anything. Lu Meng, who had always been Lu Qingfeng's page boy, was the first to leave the Lion's Garden with Lu Qingfeng. First, they traveled around to study. Then they went to the capital to take the exam. Later they went to the county government. Now he was still a teenager, but he was not that young anymore. Regarding this matter, the teenager would be very happy today, but he might be sad in the future. However, there was one thing that made him sad now. His master was still young, far from 40 years old, but there was already frost on his temples. What made Lu Meng sad was that his master's appearance now was not at all like the elegant scholar in green robes of the past. At dusk, the carriage arrived at a post house. After handing in the customs and official documents, the three of them rested for the night. The post house official did not realize that the man surnamed Lu was an official. Instead, the silent retainer of the coachman was more like an official. Because he felt that Lu Qingfeng's official position was neither high nor low, he arranged 2 rooms for the 3 of them. It was neither good nor bad. After dinner, Lu Qingfeng lit the lamp and began to read. He also took out a pen and ink. Wang Yifu sat aside and said with a smile, "Mr. Lu, no matter what, even if it's just to read without hurting your eyes, you should try to cultivate. You don't have to save this little immortal money for Dali. Anyway, the Dali Imperial Court will only make more money." Lu Qingfeng put down the book and shook his head. "Forget it. I know how good my cultivation aptitude is." Today was the second time Wang Yifu mentioned this matter. Lu Qingfeng still refused, so Wang Yifu would not say anything more. Lu Qingfeng opened the book, which was rare. He could not help but keep reading. Instead, he closed the book and wiped his eyes with his hand. "Drink some wine?" Wang Yifu was surprised and said with a smile, "In terms of knowledge and governance, 100 Wang Yifu are not as good as Mr. Lu. But when it comes to drinking, it's the other way around." Lu Qingfeng smiled bitterly and shook his head. "You're cursing without drinking." Wang Yifu in front of him. He was the powerful general of the Lu dynasty in the northernmost part of the Aquarius continent. He was the cornerstone of the country. And the Dali dynasty was only one of the vassals of the Lu dynasty in its earliest days. Lu Suo brought over the wine bowls. They were all wine from the marketplace. They could afford it and the taste was not bad. Lu Suo helped the 2 pour wine, then looked at the 2 sitting motionless masters and County Lieutenant Wang. He wondered, "Aren't we drinking wine? There are no side dishes unless I can call those officials at the relay station who look askance at people." Lu Qingfeng smiled. "The real face is not to open the banquet until you're here. If you don't sit down, County Lieutenant Wang and I will not dare to take the wine bowls." Lu Suo laughed and sat down. His master, when he made a joke, it was very interesting. It was a pity that he did not do it often. Lu Suo could not hold his liquor and did not like drinking. Moreover, he did not dare to drink too much. He had to watch over his master. If County Lieutenant Wang kept urging him to drink, he had to stop him. Fortunately, his master drank slowly and County Lieutenant Wang never urged him to drink. This made the young man feel relieved. When he was happy, Lu Suo drank a little too much. Wang Yifu put down the wine bowl. "Mr. Lu, I've always been curious about how you view the mountain." Lu Qingfeng took a sip of wine and said slowly, "It doesn't matter how I view the mountain. The boundary between the foot of the mountain and the foot of the mountain is not as big as we think. At the foot of the mountain people die early. On the mountain people live longer." Wang Yifu asked, "Mr. Lu, you don't talk about immortal spells? Isn't the difference more obvious than the length of your life?" Lu Qingfeng shook his head and smiled. "I'm a scholar. When I fought with a soldier on the battlefield, I was killed by 1 or 2 slashes. County Lieutenant Wang, do you think the difference between the 2 sides is big?" Wang Yifu nodded. "So in Mr. Lu's opinion, those who cultivate on the mountain only have bigger fists. That's all." Lu Qingfeng stopped drinking. The rich and the people on the mountain, especially the former who are as rich as a country, and the latter who have attained the Tao, have both received great kindness from heaven and earth. They don't have to worry about their lives, and they don't have to worry about food and clothing for several lifetimes. Then they should open their wallets and return some of their wealth. It's not that I want everyone to learn from those moral sages. That's not the case. It's just that if you do so, you'll be giving away small money and welcoming big money in. In the end, it's still about making money and getting more benefits. Lu Qingfeng continued, indulging those who break the rules is the greatest harm to those who follow the rules. Speaking of this, Lu Qingfeng turned to look at the half-drunk young man, Lu Suo, and asked with a smile, "Then how can we be sure that the rules we set are definitely good and right?" "Master, you think about these yourself. If I don't think about it, I can't think of the answer." Lu Suo shook his head and grinned, "But master, you should think less. Otherwise I'll be tired too." Lu Qingfeng waved his hand and said helplessly, "Just continue drinking, you don't have to think about anything." Wang Yifu raised his wine bowl and toasted Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng also raised his bowl. "I'll do what I can, I won't be courteous with County Magistrate Wang." After that, Lu Suo fell asleep on the table. It was rare for Wang Yifu to chat with Mr. Lu for such a long time, and to be so casual. Mr. Lu talked about the big things in Wang Yifu's eyes, his expression was calm and he was extremely calm. Only when he talked about a small matter that Wang Yifu had never thought about. Lu Qingfeng actually drank a big mouthful of wine for the first time, he was really drowning his sorrows in alcohol. Everywhere in the Aquarius continent, the disappearance of dialects is heartbreaking. Many big and small, even if they are extremely fragmented, as long as the books are still circulating, there will always be a chance to remedy it. But those dialects that are related to many customs, if they are gone, they are completely gone. Lu Qingfeng finally looked at the window in a daze. The window was closed, the scholar could not see the moon outside. Whether it was brighter than yesterday or dimmer than tomorrow, he did not know. Su Yuanxia returned to her hometown and opened a martial arts school. However, the owner of the school liked to close the door and secretly write books. She also cleaned the servants' rooms. When she peeked in, it became a joke that was neither big nor small. Although the bearded man was old, his appearance was really not presentable. But there were still many girls who were willing to marry him. After all, it was obvious that he was a master who did not lack money. The key point was that this old man was popular in all aspects. He could chat with the local Jianghu gangs, the county magistrate, the officers in the county governor's mansion in the same city, and the scholars and scholars. An old bachelor, as long as his wallet was full, it would be difficult to be a bachelor. In the mountains around the city, a group of immortals came, occupying a secluded mountain with beautiful scenery. Very quickly, the mountain was surrounded by clouds and mist. Soon the common people swarmed there. At the foot of the mountain, some kowtowed to the immortals and some begged the immortals to help solve the disaster, but they were all rejected. Then, when an immortal on the mountain was wandering outside the mountain, he fell in love with a girl who was a cultivator. She was originally the most common girl in the county, but she was unwilling. She wanted to marry her childhood sweetheart and live a stable life. The young man she liked happened to be learning martial arts in Su Yuanxia's martial arts dojo, and he was temporarily regarded as an outer disciple. However, Su Yuanxia did not know whether to laugh or cry. He went to the mountains and used reason and the saber on his waist to persuade the group of chi cultivators. They did not want to use force and they had to make a deal where both parties were willing. Those cultivators were not in a high state and they were reasonable and amiable. Hence they agreed to it. Unexpectedly, Su Yuanxia's martial arts dojo soon brought a large group of relatives to the girl's parents, who made a mess and wailed. Especially the old woman, she cried until she fainted and almost couldn't breathe. Later on the girl changed her mind. Regardless of whether she was persuaded by her parents or her relatives, she agreed to go to the mountain to cultivate immortal techniques. Thus, Su Yuanxia was put in an awkward situation. But Su Yuanxia didn't think much of it as she had been in the Jianghu. That pair of man and woman, before they parted, had just made a promise to each other. After both of them had thought it through, they would still be full of longing for the future. One learned martial arts, became a Jianghu hero and opened his own sect. The other learned immortal techniques on the mountain, and they could even help each other in the future. But in less than a year she came less often. After another year she didn't come anymore. Even if the man went to look for her, he couldn't go up the mountain, let alone see her. The young man who didn't drink in the past started to drink to drown his sorrows. Su Yuanxia could only sigh at this. It was true that the girl was a cultivator. One time she followed her master and senior brother, and she could fly across the sky of the county. She was willing to travel to the famous mountains and learn flying cinnabar. At that time it was sunset. The young man looked up and his face was full of tears. Su Yuanxia couldn't persuade him. That night, Su Yuanxia lay on the roof, sitting and drinking. He missed his two Jianghu friends who were younger than him. The silly and smart Zhang Shanfeng. The always thoughtful Chen Pingan. He didn't know how many bottles of wine he would have to drink the next time the three of them met. The world was full of strange things. Su Yuanxia only hoped that his two friends could cross the mountains and cross the rivers smoothly. The bearded man tilted his head and rubbed his chin. Speaking of which, he was the most handsome among the three of them after shaving. In an alley in Yunlu City Book Slip Lake, there were two people who lived opposite the door, one old and one young. A young man and a child with a snot all year round squatted in the courtyard. They were roasting corn and breaking it in half. The young man handed half to the child. The child was anxious and didn't take it. "Gu, why should I eat the small half? You're old, can't you give in to me? Do you still want to be my brother-in-law?" Gukin smiled and said, "I've never eaten the small half of the corn in my life. I've always eaten the big half. I'm familiar with you, but I can't make an exception." The child glanced at Gu Kan. It didn't seem like he was joking. He should stop while he was ahead. Anyway, the corn was Gu Kan's and he didn't spend a single copper coin. The child gnawed on the corn and asked vaguely, "You're so rich. Do you often eat roasted corn?" Gu Kan nodded and said, "Of course I do. Why wouldn't I? I'm so hungry that I even eat dirt." The child rolled his eyes and said, "You're always talking nonsense. No girl will like you." The child did not know that the person in front of him, who could still be considered a decent person and was barely worthy of his sister, was once the great demon Gu of Book Lake. After he stopped for a while, he quickly became a local tyrant of Book Lake that could not be underestimated. It could even be said that the current Gukin was walking on a steady path. He was doing well in all aspects of human relations and making connections, but everything was happening behind the scenes. The former true monarch Lu Jimao, who was now a cultivator of the upper five realms and a consecrator of the True Realm sect, had completely regarded Gu Ken as his only direct disciple after the master and disciple question and answer session before he went into seclusion. He left the river-severing sutra, which was related to the foundation of the great Tao, to Gu Kan. His senior sister, Lord Tian Hu, now regarded this little junior brother as her last life-saving straw. The young general of Dali, Guaniran, who was originally in charge of guarding Cloud Tower City, had already left. However, the new general of Dali was clearly a friend of the great-great-grandson of the Guan family. Moreover, he was the kind of person who would only drink lower than Guaniran at the table. Gukin knew that they were friends and not friends, but it didn't matter. The new emperor of the Stone Hair country, Han Jingling, the youngest assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, Huang He, and many other young old friends of Book Lake had privately come to find Gukin one after another. The most important thing was that an uninvited guest once came to find him. Gukin recognized the other party's identity at a glance, even if the other party used a camouflage technique. Gukin didn't pretend to be stupid. He directly bowed and respectfully called him Sect Master Jiang. Jiang Shangjin was quite happy at that time. Not only did he enter the door, but he also drank with Gu Kan and silently isolated himself from the world. He didn't treat Gu Kan as an outsider at all and said a few shocking words. He said that Jiang Shangjin was 2F** King Sullen now. He was lying on the side of the bed and snoring like thunder. He also scolded the old sect master of the Jade sect for choosing a place that was too stupid. Any other place in the middle of nowhere would have been fine, but he chose this place. Wasn't he deliberately making it impossible for Jiang Shangjin to sleep every day? Gukin just listened and held the cup with both hands, but he didn't drink. The meaning of this action was very simple. Gukin, as long as he was in Book Lake, would only be the Gukin that sect master Jiang thought should be the right Gukan. As for Gukan's current situation, what he thought, what his heart was, and what he wanted in the future, everything was not important at all. Therefore Jiang Shangjin only came, drank a few cups of wine and left. Gukin never hide these things from Tsing Yi and Ma Dui except for some words of the sect master of the True Realm sect. However, Tsing Yi and Ma Dui were still very worried at first. They were worried that Gukin would become the Gukan of Verdant Canyon Island and not the Gukan who followed Mr. Chen through mountains and rivers. Fortunately, Gukin didn't make them worry too much. In addition to all kinds of unimaginable social activities and drinking parties, Gukin would still take at least 6 months out of every year to travel with Tseng Yi and Ma Dui around the mountains near Book Lake. In the process, in addition to the mountains and rivers, there were also many unexpected conflicts. One of them was a tragedy in the human world. Gukin did not keep the peace like he did in the past, and neither did he dismiss the matter with a smile. This time he used the ordinary sword at his waist, which was originally just for show, to kill 12 Qi refinement warriors alone. All of them were killed in one strike, and among them was a Dragon Gate cultivator whom Tseng Yi and Ma Di were very wary of. However, before Guqin, who was not even a sword cultivator, they could not be said to have any power to fight back. At that time, even Tseng Yi and Ma Di felt very satisfied. Those cultivators deserved to die. In the end, Guqin had his back to the two. He held the sword in one hand and was not in a hurry to sheath it. He clenched his other hand into a fist and gently knocked the hand that held the sword to shake off the blood on the long sword. When Guqin turned around, he had already sheathed the sword. He smiled and said, "Let's go. Heaven and earth give birth to life and collect corpses. Don't worry about it." Now, Guqin's family business was not small. In addition to the Verdant Canyon Island that Lu Jimao won back, there were many islands under his name. Therefore, Guqin rarely came to the house in the alley. However, every time he came back from a trip or took a break from work, he would come here to stay for a night. There was enough corn today. Although he could only eat a small half each time, the child still ate until his belly was round. Guqin was thinking about something. He had gone through a lot of twists and turns to carefully place the two chess pieces in Jingyang Mountain and the Su family in Qingfeng City. Even he didn't know when he would be able to use them. Since he couldn't rush it, he would take it slow. The child burped and simply sat on the ground. He looked at the guy surnamed Gu and asked, "Other than me, who would be so easy to talk to and let you eat a big chunk of corn?" Guqin glanced at him. The child was suddenly a little scared. Guqin laughed and pointed at the child's face. "Wipe your snot." The child immediately sniffed and didn't even need to wipe it with the back of his sleeve. Guqin thought for a moment and said, "It's probably very difficult for me and that person to return to the relationship we had before. But it's okay. As long as I don't make a big mistake, not even once, he can only keep thinking about me. There are so many good friends in the world who break up at the drop of a hat. They don't even have a falling out, but they still gradually drift apart. I feel more at ease when I'm not far from him like this." Guqin looked at the child who was sitting on the ground with his head shrunk. He smiled and said, "What do you think? Little snot?" The child didn't know why, but he felt that he didn't recognize the current Guqin, so he didn't dare to make a fuss like before. He said softly, "I'll do whatever you say. I'm young and don't know anything. I'll listen to you." Guqin laughed. "You're smart, but you're still a little lacking compared to me." This time the child wasn't afraid of him anymore. He rolled his eyes and said, "I'm smart? Go and ask the teacher about the teacher's ruler." Guqin made a sound of agreement and said with emotion, "That makes sense." Guqin suddenly stood up and said to the child, "Go sit in my room for a while. Remember not to mess around." The child didn't know what was going on, but he still obediently went to Guqin's room. However, he stood on his tiptoes by the windowsill, worried that something would happen to Guqin. So he was still a smart child. There was a kind of intelligence that was innate. Guqin looked at the door and said with a smile, "It's okay if you don't want to come in. I'll go out and see you." A weak scholar who had stuck his head out timidly appeared and introduced himself. "My name is Lu Qiqing. I'm from the Baishan country, which is very close to Lakeview Academy. I was originally traveling to study at Book Slip Lake. When I arrived at Cloud Tower City, I was confused and inexplicably stood here. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I'm definitely not a thief. I'm a proper gentleman, the kind with scholarly achievements." Guqin narrowed his eyes and cupped his fists. "Since there's no need for me to go out, I'd like to invite you to come out." The scholar's aura changed completely and he strode over the threshold. Lu Qiqing clicked his tongue in wonder. "The younger generation will surpass us in time." Guqin stood up and said with a smile, "As long as you don't think that this child can't be left alive, it's fine." Lu Qiqing laughed when he heard this. Interesting. Wonderful. By the way, I originally came to take back the River Severing Sutra. I was worried that it would meet a bad person, but I didn't expect it to be a match made in heaven. Kid, you look young but your cultivation level is quite high. What's your name?" Guqin had a strange expression and thought of something. "Senior, are you going to take in another disciple?" Lu Qiqing's expression changed slightly. He was a little embarrassed and sighed. "It's embarrassing to be in such a situation." Guqin said, "Senior, please speak properly. We need to discuss things properly." Guqin paused for a moment and stared at this scholar, who was definitely at an extremely high cultivation level. However, he didn't show any respect. Otherwise, Senior will be disappointed after being pleased for a moment. Lu Qiqing copied Guqin and said, "That makes sense." Then Lu Qiqing smiled. "You shouldn't stay in this small pond. You should go to the White Emperor city of the Central Divine Continent. The Dali dynasty's national strength was rising with each passing day. Recently, there had been a continuous drizzle in Dali's old middle peak, which was annoying. The Great Li dynasty originally had 5 mountains, but now they had all been demoted to mountain deities. In addition to the new North Peak, the cloud-covering mountain, 3 mountains were about to be selected to serve as the North Peak's mountain to assist the crown prince. In the past, the entire Aquarius continent had not been so particular. In the vast world, the Central Divine Continent had done something similar in history, but the results were not obvious. It could even be said that the consequences were far-reaching. This was because this was a waste of money and effort. It was also not liked and it was easy to cause problems. The reason was simple. These vassal mountain ranges were usually very far away from Mount Diyu. They were not the kind of mountains that were adjacent to Mount Diyu. The old mountain gods were nominally living under someone else's roof and were inferior to the mountain lord of Mount Diyu. Once they became the mountain lord of the Mount Diyu, the rules and restrictions increased tremendously. This was because the mountain lord could do whatever he wanted and arrive at his own mountain at an extremely fast speed. According to the etiquette set by the scholarly sage, the imperial court originally only had the Ministry of Rites, which could inspect and evaluate the merits and demerits of a mountain god. Although the Minister of Rites and the Assistant Minister did not dare to neglect this matter, after all, this was an important matter for the country. However, the specific matters were all handled by the imperial physician of the Department for Purging Officials. The one that they had to deal with all year round was actually this imperial physician, who was not of high rank but held real power. Not only that, Shanjun and Deyu could wantonly plunder the fate chi of mountains and rivers from the mountains where the mountain god temple was located. Of course, Deyu could also give the crown prince's mountain in return. However, even if Shanjun said it with certainty, could it really be believed? A green-clothed woman was walking on the mountain path with an oil paper umbrella in her hand. This trip was to reason with them. If they could not be reasoned with, then they would eat something. After all, the entire area of the old Middle Peak could be considered the new territory of the Dragon Spring Sword sect. On the way north, she picked up a little girl on the way and brought her along. The charming little girl smiled and asked, "Sister Xiao, do you know the name of the paper umbrella in our hands?" Ruan Xiao said absent-mindedly, "I don't know." "Hold flowers. Isn't it very vivid and very nice?" "Yes." "Sister Xiao, why are you always so listless?" "I finished the pastries. I'm hungry." "That makes sense." "Sister Xiao, have you heard that eating bayberries without spitting out the seeds and eating watermelons without spitting out the seeds can make you feel better?" Ruan Xiao laughed and patted the little girl's head. "Look at how smart you are." The little girl raised her feet and looked at her muddy shoes. She said gloomily, "Annoying?" Ruan Xiao nodded. "Very annoying indeed." The little girl moved a few steps away. Then she stepped on the mud heavily and asked, "Sister Xiao, do you have a sweetheart?" Ruan Xiao smiled and narrowed her eyes. "Yes." The little girl turned around and raised the oil paper umbrella higher. She looked at Sister Xiao's profile for a long time and said softly, "Sister Xiao, you are so nice. Why doesn't he go out with you?" Ruan Xiao thought for a moment and said, "He has always been in my heart." The little girl put her finger on her cheek and made a face. "Sister Xiao, you are a woman. You are not shy at all." Ruan Xiao began to answer the little girl who had a lot of questions. "Is that so?" In the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. The woman who had been wearing red clothes year after year did not stay in the Cliff Academy today but went to an ordinary orange garden in the suburbs of the capital. It was a pity that it was not winter yet. Otherwise, the oranges hanging on the trees would look like little girls in red clothes. Li Baoping just had a sudden idea today. She remembered that she had passed by this place earlier and wanted to take a look. After seeing it, she was satisfied and went back the way she came. On the way back, she met 2 people who made Li Baoping even happier. One was Little Charcoal, who carried a small bamboo box and held a walking stick. The other was the guy who was nicknamed Big White Goose by Little Charcoal. Pei Qian ran towards Li Baoping. Li Baoping rubbed Pei Qian's head. "Taller? Take it easy. Don't turn from a short winter melon to a tall bamboo pole." Pei Qian, who was originally in high spirits, immediately became worried. Li Baoping pinched Pei Qian's face and laughed. "I'm just teasing you. Why is your little brain still so slow?" Pei Qian had a lot to say to Sister Baoping. Li Baoping gestured to Pei Qian not to be anxious. She turned and asked, "Is little martial uncle okay?" Cui Dongshan smiled and nodded. "Little martial uncle, sir, master will be back." Pei Qian said angrily, "Put master in front of sir." Li Baoping looked at the two guys who were chasing each other. She took a deep breath and rubbed her cheeks with both hands. It was a pity that little martial uncle was not here. Otherwise it would snow in winter and everyone could have a snowball fight together. After growing up, she met little martial uncle the least. Of course, she and little martial uncle were on the same team. On the big tree at the top of Cliff Academy, Cui Dongshan, Li Baoping and Pei Qian climbed up one by one. They were extremely skilled. They sat side by side on the branches. Pei Qian wanted to sit in the middle. Cui Dongshan could not compete with him. Li Baoping gave in to him. Pei Qian succeeded and was overjoyed. Li Baoping had already heard Pei Qian talk about his experiences along the way. He spoke very slowly. He had just finished talking about taking the ferry to Old Dragon City on Oxhorn Mountain. Cui Dongshan hugged the back of his head with both hands and shook his legs. The capital of the Great Sui Kingdom at night was brightly lit. Most of the prosperous places in the world were probably like this. The moon melted in the light wind. Wealth and peace were the way of the world. Cui Dongshan closed his eyes and did not want to look at these anymore. He had seen far too many of them. He only hoped that Sir would return to his hometown early in a beautiful season. "632. Qin Pingan went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi alone and witnessed Q-Sword with his own eyes. There was actually someone who could challenge the Great Wall of Sword Qi? None of the immortal sects and clans in vast heaven would believe it. They would even laugh their heads off. This battle of swords in the wilderness was absolutely real. It had begun on a dark night with almost no moonlight. Qin Pingan only saw that on the battlefield in the south, there were first bits and pieces of sword light vaguely lit up, and then more and more, just like when he traveled under the mountains in his early years, he saw lotus lanterns floating into the river. When the lanterns converged, there were tens of thousands of sparks that could compete with the brilliance of the sun and moon. Finally, the intrinsic flying swords drew out streaks of light as they slowly flew towards the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Finally, they formed an extremely resplendent galaxy. Looking down from the top of the city wall, it was as if an immortal was in the sky, looking down at the lights of the mortal world. If one were to disregard the relationship between friend and foe, the scene in front of one's eyes was truly spectacular. As the hidden official, Qin Pingan did not need to draw his sword, nor could he draw his sword, because he would soon return to the summer palace on the north side of the city wall. It wasn't that Miao and Lin Junbai didn't do a good job, but Qin Pingan still couldn't set his mind at ease. This was an obsession that had both pros and cons. Qin Pingan felt that even if he wanted to change it, now was not the time. It was just like how he had forced himself to seek external help in the past. He still needed to get used to it slowly. Qin Pingan stood at the top of the city wall near the thatched cottage and sighed. This kind of mutual exchange of swords is unprecedented and will never be repeated. The eldest sword immortal smiled and said, "It's most likely true that no one will be able to surpass it in the future. It's not really unprecedented. In the early days, when the swordsmen of the mortal world raised their swords, they questioned the heavens and swords fell from the heavens like a golden rain. It was even more beautiful than this. At that time, do you know who were the Qi refinement warriors who protected and held the fort for the swordsmen in the mortal world? There was the Supreme Saint Master, the Tao Ancestor, the Buddha Ancestor, and nearly half of the 100 schools of thought. Everyone was selfless and honored to die." Qin Pingan recalled the time when he and Cui Dongshan were traveling together. On the way back, the young man in white had said a lot of strange things. Qin Pingan said softly, "It is said that at that time, there was no such thing as 3 religions and 100 schools of thought. The knowledge of each school was only in its embryonic form. Whether it was the sword cultivators of my generation, the Qi cultivators, or the flood dragons of the 4 seas, they were all allies who fought side by side. Even the desolate world stopped fighting the humans. They didn't help, but they didn't hinder us either." Qin Qingdu nodded, revealing a rare look of reminiscence. "Me, the dragon monarch, clairvoyance, and those sword cultivators of the same generation who had long been forgotten by history, one after another, drew our swords and ascended." Qin Pingan squatted down and reached out to touch the cool ground of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He looked up at the battlefield in the south. "Boss, Sword Immortal, back then everyone was struggling to survive. If they didn't do so, they wouldn't have been able to survive. I'm not belittling your heroic deeds. I don't dare and I'm not willing. Now that 10,000 years have passed, I've been to the 3 continents. It's not like I haven't seen the world. So I dare to say that the world as a whole is still good and stable. Boss, Sword Immortal, all of you are like the seniors of a large family clan. You can see clearly the juniors' right and wrong. In fact, all of you are already very forgiving. However, I still hope that all of you will not be disappointed. If all of you are completely disappointed, the juniors will have fewer chances to correct their mistakes. Qin Qingdu remained silent. Qin Pingan wanted to say something but stopped. Qin Qingdu smiled. Since you're the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, you should have the courage to speak frankly. Qin Pingan placed his palm on the ground and said, I still feel that the world is getting better and better. It's moving up step by step. I believe so. Boss, Sword Immortal, don't think that these 10,000 years have only been lonely. The world behind us has been stable for 10,000 years. Smoke rises from the chimneys at the foot of the mountain and the celestial aura on the mountain. Generally speaking, everyone has their own goals and aspirations. Even when I was young, I wasn't afraid of death. Later on, when I became an apprentice of the Dragon Kiln, I started thinking about earning money and living well. The people's thoughts are as messy as weeds. But there needs to be soil for it to take root and sprout, right? As long as there's soil, there are thousands of possibilities. Qin Pingan raised his head and said, Boss, Sword Immortal, do what you need to do. But don't be disappointed, don't be sad, okay? The old man squatted down and reached out to press the young man's head. He smiled and said, Young people will always be young. They haven't seen the world. Even if you've seen the sword I taught you, you still don't know the true heart of a sword cultivator. The old man withdrew his hand. Sword cultivators of my age have all come from the deepest despair, step by step. Convicts? In the earliest days, who wasn't a convict in the human world? So it's not too much of a disappointment. Of course, there will be some disappointment, but it's definitely not as complete as you think. For 10,000 years, what I've seen more is a little hope here and there. In the ashes of hope, spring grass may grow again in the coming year. The grass on the plains. Although the Great Wall of Sword Qi doesn't have such a scene, even if I stay on the city wall, it seems like I can smell the fragrance of spring grass from the Great Wall of Sword Qi every year. Qin Pingan was stunned for a moment. He couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect Sword Immortal Boss to say such words. It's very poetic. Qin Qingdo smiled. I'll tell you two more interesting things. Remember, don't be in a hurry to reveal the heavenly secrets. Qin Pingan said seriously, Go ahead, Sword Immortal Boss. Qin Qingdo changed his mind and shook his head. We'll talk about it in the future. Qin Pingan was about to leave. Qin Qingdo suddenly said, Willow Tendon Realm, Sword Cultivator, 2 intrinsic flying swords. Peak level 7, pure martial artist. It's still not enough. Qin Pingan said helplessly, Sword Immortal Boss, don't be so harsh on me. Among my peers, I'm already considered very good. On the path of martial arts, at least I can see Chao Ci's back. As a Qi refinement warrior of the lower 5 realms, to be able to win a chance for Sword Immortal Boss and become a hidden official, I don't dare to say that it's a credit, but it's not too much to say that it's hard work, right? Moreover, I don't think this Willow Tendon realm is bad. It's good luck and good luck. If I'm not careful. Qin Qingdo immediately dispelled Qin Pingan's wishful thinking. He shook his head and said, You don't have the fate to see through the mystery of the retention realm. Don't even think of ascending to the upper 5 realms. Qin Pingan smiled bitterly. Boss, can't Sword Immortal Boss wait until I've ascended to the 4th realm before saying this? Qin Qingdo said, Have you thought of the last person among the 3 Sword Immortal spots? Qin Pingan shook his head. It's difficult. I can't think of it at the moment. Qin Qingdo waved his hand. If you can't even think of something important, what's the use of having a hidden official like you? Go to the summer residence and use your brain more. Strive to ascend to the cave abode realm and martial artist realm as soon as possible. Qin Pingan bade farewell and left. He only asked Qin Qingdo one thing and Qin Qingdo agreed. It was about leaving the city to kill demons. Qin Qingdo said it didn't matter. As long as he was willing to deal with the hidden official sword cultivator and it didn't affect his official business, it didn't matter. When Qin Pingan summoned his talisman boat, he glanced at the thatched cottage. Senior brother was still recuperating in seclusion. Xiaochua's punch was truly vicious. Sword Immortal Boss said that if it were someone like Yu Qin he would have died long ago. Even Lu Ji and Nalan Chaowei would have dropped in their realms. Qin Pingan's talisman boat had just left the northern city when someone landed on the ferry. Qin Pingan asked, You're leaving? Lu Xianyang nodded and said, I reckon we'll have to leave in the next 2 days. The matter of setting up defenses along the coast of the South Sa continent has long been on the agenda. There's a lot of work to be done. Qin Pingan brought up the old matter again. Ask Sword Immortal Boss. You must wait for me regarding Xingyang Mountain. You must be careful. Lu Xianyang was puzzled. It's fine if you haven't seen my sword. But is there a need to be so careful when dealing with Xingyang Mountain? Qin Pingan nodded and said, there's a need. Trust me. Lu Xianyang asked, Li Tuanjing alone can suppress Xingyang Mountain for hundreds of years. Is he worthy of being so serious about? Qin Pingan said, Lu Xianyang, the conflict between Wind Thunder Garden and Xingyang Mountain in the early years is a world of difference from Xingyang Mountain in the future. Xingyang Mountain and the Su clan of Qingfeng City are both potential sects of the Aquarius continent. Among them, Xingyang Mountain will divide up the majority of the Sword Dao destiny of the Zhuang dynasty. This is something the Dragon Spring Sword sect can't do. This is because no matter how much the Emperor of the Song clan respects Master Ruan, he will never allow the Dragon Spring Sword sect to monopolize the land of the old Zhongyue Sword sect. Apart from the fact that Master Ruan's own sect has too few members, which is a natural limitation, the Song clan's action will also allow Xingyang Mountain to be close to the Song clan. Once it becomes a sect, Xingyang Mountain will be connected to the Song clan. Is this still the conflict between Li Tuanjing and the many sword cultivator ancestors of Xingyang Mountain in the early years? Qin Pingan sighed and shook his head. Then he said in a more serious tone, I can't say more. Anyway, Xingyang Mountain is one of the most important parts of the grand scheme of the Dali dynasty. It's indispensable. When the time comes, what you and I will ask for is really just the protective formation of Xingyang Mountain and those old sword cultivators. Lu Xianyang stared at Qin Pingan in a daze. Qin Pingan asked, what's wrong? Lu Xianyang smiled and said, are you mistaken? Who said that we have to succeed in one go in the matter of Q-sword? Today I stabbed Shanger with my sword and ran away when the situation turned bad. Tomorrow I'll come back and stab him in the crotch. Isn't that Q-sword? Do you really have to do as you say? Kill him in one go and even shatter his sword heart into smithereens? Qin Pingan, now that you've become a mountain man, you're so concerned about your face? I remember that you and I weren't such people when we were young. We wouldn't do such a loss-making business, right? Don't you know what kind of person I, Lu Xianyang, am? I might not know what I say, but when I do things, I'm quite reliable, right? Lu Xianyang's smile faded. When you do things, you tell yourself that you're only thinking about doing nothing wrong. Is that really the case? You're wrong. You just didn't think of it, but you're doing the best thing. People like me are half stupid and half smart. I don't seek perfection. If I can deal with myself, I can also deal with my opponents. Living a life of confusion is a life of haggling over every detail. Living a comfortable life is also a life of suffering. How to live a life of suffering comfortably, you have to learn more from me. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm only saying that you're right and wrong. You're much better than me. But when you're alone, you have to occasionally slack off and let yourself catch a breath. Books don't care to talk about this kind of logic, but when I didn't study, I already understood it. I just didn't have the chance to tell you. It was rare for Qin Pingan to be stunned. He was stunned for a long time. Lu Xianyang smiled and said, Little Snot is no longer Little Snot. Your Uncle Lu is still your Uncle Lu. Qin Pingan nodded. I understand. Lu Xianyang shook his head. It's not that you understand. You have to remember. Qin Pingan smiled and said, you have the final say. The two of them sat facing each other in the talisman boat. Life is full of partings. It's so easy to meet and part with the spring breeze and autumn flowers. I only hope that it won't be too difficult to meet again. Lu Xianyang was silent for a moment. He blinked and said, you haven't done that? Qin Pingan looked puzzled. Lu Xianyang looked around. There was no one around. He reached out a finger and touched it. Qin Pingan quickly slapped Lu Xianyang's hand away. He lowered his voice and said, do you want to die? Don't drag me down with you. Lu Xianyang was stunned. We haven't even held hands. I'm not a well-educated person. I've been honest since I was young. Don't lie to me. Qin Pingan felt as if he was struck by lightning. Lu Xianyang's face was full of sorrow. You're even worse off than me. You're not single. Qin Pingan smiled and said, you should find my future sister-in-law first before you talk about this. Lu Xianyang shook his head and leaned back in the boat. It's hard to find a woman who doesn't covet my looks. The talisman boat stopped at the entrance of the summer palace. According to the rules of the hidden officials, no outsiders were allowed to enter the palace. The two of them landed on the ground. Qin Pingan kept the talisman boat in his sleeve. Lu Xianyang didn't leave immediately. Lu Xianyang stood in front of Qin Pingan. He helped him straighten his collar and patted his shoulder. He nodded and said, "Let's go. When I'm not around, you can't just take care of others. Remember to take care of yourself." Qin Pingan nodded and said, "You should be careful too." Lu Xianyang was about to turn around when Qin Pingan threw him a seal. He smiled and said, "This is the only one of its kind. Remember to keep it well. You might be able to sell it for a sky-high price in the future." Lu Xianyang didn't even look at it. He kept it in his sleeve and left on the wind. Qin Pingan stood in place and didn't retract his gaze for a long time. The gates of the summer palace were wide open. There was no gatekeeper. Qin Pingan walked all the way to the main hall. Chou Miao asked, "Hidden official, we've finished planning the layout. We've discussed it just now. 3 people at a time will go to the city wall to attack. This won't affect the plan. Moreover, watching the battle from afar is better than being there yourself. It's easier to grasp the details." Qin Pingan nodded and said, "Who are the first 3? Chou Miao stood up. Miyu and Dong Bud followed suit. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Go ahead. But don't worry about me, Jianxian. Deng Liang, remember, don't stay there and refuse to leave. After 10 days we'll have to change people. It'll be me, Jianxian, Pang Yuanji and Lin Junbai. After that, it'll be Song Gaoyuan, Chao Gun and Shenshin. After that, it'll be Luo Zhini, Su Ning and Chang Taiqing. Finally, it'll be Gu Jianlong, Wang Xingxue, Guizhujiu and possibly me." Qin Pingan didn't have any doubts about Chou Miao and the other 3. He was a young junior that eldest sword immortal and Alliance admired. However, Qin Pingan still had some misgivings about Luo Zhini and the other 2. Therefore he placed them behind Deng Liang and Song Gaoyuan. However, if he placed Luo Zhini and the other 2 at the back, even behind Gu Jianlong and the other 2, it would be too much. Moreover, letting Luo Zhini and the other 2 travel together was also a kind of dispensable compensation. Therefore it was reasonable for Luo Zhini and the other 2 to have a prejudice against hidden official. As long as it didn't affect the overall situation and they did what they should do, Qin Pingan didn't mind this little bit of prejudice. In fact, Qin Pingan had the same attitude as Qin Sanchio towards this group of money-picking sword cultivators who were most familiar with the local customs of the wilderness. They admired and yearned for them. However, it was important to be wary of others. Therefore Luo Zhini and the other 2 didn't like him. Qin Pingan didn't care. If he really wanted to be a good person, he shouldn't have been hidden official. Chou Miao and the other 2 left the main hall and left the summer palace on their swords. Most of the sword cultivators of the hidden official were young and wise. They knew that this war would last for a long time. The shortest was 3 to 5 years and the longest was more than 10 years. However, the intensity of the war was still beyond their imagination. With Huang Luan holding the fort, the demon cultivators had a flood of magical treasures. The Lotus Nunnery Master was the backbone of the demon army, leading tens of thousands of demon sword cultivators to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. After the 2 battles, millions of demons from the wilderness would leave their homes under the leadership of the demon cultivators. They would swarm madly towards the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It was said that the road to the battlefield in the north was filled with piles of skeletons. It was the Great Wall of Sword Qi's turn to bear the brunt of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. After enduring the Q-sword of the savage world, it was time for the sword cultivators on top of the city wall to engage in battle. Qin Pingan didn't enter the main hall immediately. He took a stroll in the square outside the door. The hidden official's bloodline was already used to this hidden official's behavior. He would often walk around the courtyard alone, drawing circles as he walked. He thought of something and said a few words to the sword cultivators in the house. Qin Pingan remembered the conversation in the main hall. It was Chou Miao and Deng Liang who started the conversation. Chou Miao's vision was more far-sighted. When the hidden official's lineage had roughly deduced the next battle after the Ant faction siege, Chou Miao said that the savage world was definitely not as simple as changing the timing and location of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Deng Liang made an example. He said that when he was traveling under the mountain as a rogue cultivator in his early years, he passed by a county city and witnessed a street fight between 2 Jianghu sections. Almost 100 people were killed or injured. The side that won a Pyrrhic victory not only gained all the territory, but also created a great deterrent force in the neighboring counties. The local government, the Jianghu forces, and the rich were all afraid of the outlaws. They all had their own thoughts. There were many who sacrificed their wealth to avoid the disaster. There were many who took the initiative to join the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Gradually, the sects in the neighboring counties lost their momentum. Qin Pingan didn't say anything at that time. It was not appropriate to use this to describe the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the wilderness, and the vast world. But the result of the inference was correct. Qin Pingan asked the saints of Confucianism and Buddhism who were guarding the city. What the wilderness wanted to do was to immediately gain a foothold in the vast world after conquering the Great Wall of Sword Chi and the Inverted Mountain. They wanted to immediately change the territory of the vast world into the territory of the wilderness. They wanted to change the territory of the vast world and gain an advantage. Or rather, they wanted to do their best to win opportunities for the great demons and reduce the mysterious pressure of the Great Way. Therefore, the seemingly insignificant demon army that died in the Great Wall of Sword Chi was definitely not in vain. They would be of great use in the future. Miyu, who was sitting in the house like a door god, suddenly asked, "Hidden official, have you become a sword cultivator?" Qin Pingan turned his head and asked, "Why do you say so?" Miyu said, "As long as you think of what if as 10,000, it is often the truth." Qin Pingan didn't give an answer. He just smiled and said, "It's a pity that the great sword immortal me didn't go to my hometown to be a worshipper." "633. A group of more than 10 people crossed the gate from the Great Wall of Sword Chi in the summer to the inverted hanging mountain in the winter. They all used the camouflage spell and chose a night on the inverted hanging mountain to go to the Spring Banner House, one of the 4 private residences. Yan Ming and Nayland Saihuan, the 2 gods of wealth in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, were in the group. Except for the lone peak in the middle where the Great Lord of Heaven was guarding, no one noticed the sudden appearance of this group of people. The Great Lord of Heaven looked down at the gate. Beside him was the old perfected cultivator with the golden horsetail whisk. The latter asked softly, "Master, will they cause trouble?" The Great Lord of Heaven sneered, "Who will cause trouble? Those merchants who only care about money? Do they dare?" The old perfected cultivator reached out and stroked the golden threads made of dragon whiskers. "If they just use their power to suppress others, they may not succeed." The Great Lord of Heaven looked at a man in the group and nodded. The latter glanced at the Great Lord of Heaven on the peak and nodded as well. The Great Lord of Heaven seemed to have just come to see this person. After greeting him, he turned and left saying, "After I go into seclusion, you will take care of things. It's very simple. Don't care about anything." As the first disciple of the Great Lord of Heaven, the old perfected cultivator was stunned. He held the horsetail whisk in his other hand, bowed and said softly, "Yes, master." The old perfected cultivator then couldn't help but ask, "Master, what about Martial Uncle Jiang?" Once the master went into seclusion, no one in the inverted hanging mountain could control the little Taoist boy from the main branch of the Baek Okekyung building. Anyway, as a perfected cultivator, he didn't dare to control him in terms of seniority or cultivation. The more different the Taoist lineage was, the more difficult it was to reason with. The Great Lord of Heaven turned to look at the old gate. A little Taoist boy was sitting on a futon and flipping through a book. He was chatting with sword immortal Zhang Lu, who was drinking wine beside him. The Great Lord of Heaven hesitated for a moment and said, "Let him be. Jiang Yunxing has been quite obedient in the past few hundred years. He has been guarding the gate of the inverted mountain. If it was in my hometown, a few inverted mountains would not be enough for him to torment. My youngest martial uncle dotes on him the most. Every time he went to the Deshiendu temple to cause trouble, he would bring Jiang Yunxing along. If not for Daoist Sun's murderous intent towards Jiang Yunxing and little martial uncle's foresight, Jiang Yunxing wouldn't have to come to the vast world to seek refuge." Taoist son of the green netherworld, 10 of the great mystic temple's sword immortal lineage. The old Jinren sighed with emotion. "Martial Uncle Jiang, you are bound to have good fortune after surviving a great disaster." Fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. In a different world, fate had reversed. Perhaps the reason why Martial Granduncle brought Martial Uncle Jiang to the Deshiendu temple in the early years and made a scene, provoking Taoist Sun's murderous intent, was actually all done on purpose. At Taoist Sun's level, as long as he was far away from the Baek Okekyung building, especially near his own Taoist temple, he could completely manifest the great Tao and change the world's fate. Martial Granduncle of the Third Sect Master's move was probably the so-called work of an immortal. Of course, the premise was that he could escort Jiang Yunxing out of the green netherworld realm alive. The great heavenly lord had already gone into seclusion. The old Jinren stayed by the railing, overlooking the entire inverted hanging mountain. People only knew that the inverted hanging mountain was the largest mountain seal. Few people knew that the 8 scenic spots, including the Release Pavilion and the Elk Cliff, and the lone peak beneath their feet, were an ancient array formation passed down from the 3 mountains' 9 marquises. What was ultimately created was an existence similar to the ancient ascension platform. The old Jinren was a disciple that the great heavenly Lord took in from the vast world. His hometown was here. However, the old Jinren was similar to the old Josie who carried the wormwood to the sea for the third sect master, Lu Qin. For cultivators, the place where they were born before they ascended the mountain was their first home. After ascending the mountain, the place where they cultivated was their true home. Therefore, whether it was the old Jinren who guarded the inverted hanging mountain or the old Josie who drifted on the sea year after year, they all hoped to go to the green netherworld realm to cultivate the Great Tao. However, the Great Tao was high and the journey was long. If there was no one to lead them, how could they ascend to the other world if their realm was not high enough? The old Jinren looked at the cultivators who sneaked into the inverted hanging mountain and felt that it was meaningless. Since the honored master had given the order to ignore everything, the old Jinren used his supernatural powers and directly appeared at the release pavilion in the dead of night. In another instant, the Jinren who had killed countless flood dragons and used it to refine his natal horsetail whisk appeared above the sea. Since he had nothing to do, he wanted to take a look at the flood dragon gully. If not for Jiang Yunxing's words to this true lord, all the descendants of the true dragon in the flood dragon ravine would have died long ago. The true lord only needed to wait for the rabbits to show up and kill those flood dragons one by one. That horsetail whisk should have been an immortal weapon long ago. Little by little, he accumulated the items on the mountain and successfully refined them into immortal weapons. This was the ability of the old Jinren. Thinking about that ancient secret, the old Jinren stood above the vast blue sea inside. Back then, the only person who could persuade the sword immortal to keep his sword was actually Lu Qin. Outside of the six extremes, he traveled to the land of nothingness and lived in the wilderness of Wushu. Interacting with the spirit of heaven and earth alone, the third chief was truly worthy of the title of perfected person. It was no wonder that in the eyes of this uncle master, all the celestial sects in the world were just Wushu nests. The celestial spells that could move mountains and overturn seas were nothing more than moles drinking water. Regarding the third chief, the more the old Jinren thought about it, the more he felt that he was insignificant. For a moment he was absent-minded. The little Taoist boy exclaimed and turned to look at the railing of the tall building on the peak of the lone peak. He pinched his fingers and calculated. The sword immortal Zhang Lu asked curiously, "What's wrong?" The little Taoist boy said, "It's similar to Buddhism's gradual enlightenment to the state of enlightenment. It's similar, but it's still lacking a warning." Zhang Lu smiled and said, "You've accumulated hundreds of years of friendship. Aren't you going to help?" The little Taoist boy shook his head and said, "Not everyone can warn others. Anyway, I don't have that ability. With one blow, if the blow is slightly off, those who are not gradually enlightened will only end up with bumps all over their heads." Zhang Lu smiled and said, Continue reading, continue reading. Generally speaking, whenever the heavens in the book spend the night by the lake or deep pool, there should be a beauty taking off her clothes to take a bath." The little Taoist boy did not immediately flip the book. Instead he suddenly said, "Take it easy. He has not used this door twice." Zhang Lu smiled and said, "He's still as sentimental as ever. This kid will probably not sincerely praise your Taoist knowledge for the rest of his life." The little Taoist boy shook his head and said, "It's only about the matter, not the person. It's not like that. True feelings and sincerity are all good seedlings for cultivation. Actually, our Taoism's knowledge is broader and deeper than you think. You can't ignore our Taoism just because my Taoist techniques are not good enough." Zhang Lu yawned and said, "If you don't flip the book and help me perk up, I won't be able to stay up the night." The little Taoist boy began flipping the book. Not long ago, the Fuyao Continent's mountain water caves ferry boat had just sailed 1,000 miles out of the inverted mountains when it suddenly received a message from a flying sword from a private residence in the inverted mountains. The old nascent soul cultivator pondered for a long time. As expected, the sword room on the ferry boat had received many flying swords from their fellow Taoists. In the end, the old Yuanian cultivator weighed the pros and cons and chose to quietly leave the ferry boat and return to the inverted mountain. It was not only the mountain water cave. In fact, the few people in charge of the ferry boat who were discussing secret matters at the Lingjijai Inn had also just left the inverted mountain not long ago. They all received flying swords from their own channels and needed to make a trip back to the inverted mountain. In fact, almost all the ferry boats that were at the inverted mountain or not too far away from the inverted mountain were all invited to Xiao Yunyan's Spring Banner House as guests. The inviters were neither Yen Ming nor Nailan Saihuan, but the Great Wall of Sword Qi. This was a strange thing that had never happened in the history of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. This was not a small matter that outsiders could put on airs and make excuses for. Of course, many big merchants were also curious as to who the person in charge of the Great Wall of Sword Chi was. Who had the right to do so? Could it be the old sword celestial Nalan Zaiwei who had been schemed against by the unknown Mountain Water Cave's elder ancestor? If it was this person, it would save them a lot of trouble. Therefore, all the cross-continent ferries that received the news, most of which were from the Central Plains and the Snow-White Continent, secretly returned. Most of them agreed to meet along the way as they needed to speculate the intentions of the Great Wall of Sword Chi with people they were familiar with. There was definitely no danger to their lives. The Great Wall of Sword Chi would not go crazy. What they were afraid of was that the Great Wall of Sword Chi would make a foolish move and create new problems that would hinder them from earning money. However, if they could make the final decision and work together to dispel the arrogance of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, it would be a good thing for once and for all. The owner of the Spring Banner House, Xiao Yunyan, personally welcomed the guests at the entrance. Together with the few remaining trusted elders in the residence, he led the guests to various places in the residence. Xiao Yunyan's expression was amiable. Many of the ferry's managers were flattered. Because Sword Celestial Xiao Yunyan had that string of precious gourd vines, those who owed him incense were either from big sects or renowned Sword Celestials. Therefore, the Spring Banner House was not something that the Plum Blossom Garden or the Water Essence Palace of the Rain Dragon sect could compare to. At the inverted Hanging Mountain, those who could stay in the Yuan Sua residence were well-deserving rich people. However, those who could enter the Spring Banner House were usually accomplished in the Great Tao and had a bright future. The Spring Banner House had roughly arranged for more than 10 secluded courtyards. The people in charge of each continent's ferries were gathered together. Before everyone entered their respective courtyards, Sword Celestial Xiao Yunyan would say with a smile, "Everyone, please have some tea before heading to the Spring Banner House for a meeting." Southwest Fuyao Continent's Mountain River Cavern's nascent soul cultivator, White Brook, did not know what Sword Celestial Xiao was up to. However, when he entered the courtyard, he saw a person sitting in the main room looking up at him. White Brook's heart tightened as he lamented incessantly. That person was none other than Fuyao Continent's Sword Celestial Xie. This person was a true rogue cultivator. Even though he had become a Sword Celestial, he did not have the intention to establish a sect. He liked to wander the world and finally came to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. He did not interact with any of the immortal mountains in Fuyao Continent. This was especially so for Xie, who had never concealed his extremely poor impression of the Mountain River Cavern. He did not even nod at the Mountain River Cavern's patriarch when they met. In the main room, there were a few ferries managers who shared the same feelings as White Brook. All of them sat upright. In another courtyard, a Golden Armor Continent's ferries manager entered and similarly saw a woman resting with her eyes closed on the main seat. She carried a sword on her back. Her looks were not important. What was important was the long sword behind her, Fuyao. Its name shook both Golden Armor and Fuyao continents. This led to an extremely interesting story of an old friend. A long sword that was named after a continent, and the owner of the sword was not a sword cultivator of this continent. How could it not have a legendary story? Female Sword Celestial Song Pin. There was once a great poet of Fuyao continent who saw Song Pin from afar and could not forget her for the rest of his life. He had yearned for Song Pin for many years and was completely infatuated with her. In his life he had never married. Just the sentimental poems he wrote for her could be compiled into a collection. Among them, the most famous one was, "I once saw you and dreamed of you, your eyes were clear and bright." Not only that, there were a few songs and poems written in Song Pin's tone. They were actually quite moving, making people feel funny and pitiful. The few old cultivators on the cross-continent ferries had a worried expression. When they saw the newcomer, their expressions did not turn for the better. They did not have the leisure and sentimental mood of that poet. They only felt that it was easy to enter the Spring Banner Temple but not easy to leave. Song Pin opened his eyes and stretched out 2 fingers. He picked up the wine cup beside him and drank it in one gulp. "Everyone is here? Then I'll be the big one and invite everyone to drink before we talk." The Sword Immortal personally invited everyone to drink and first drank a toast. Northwest Flowing Dawn Continent's Sword Immortal Pooh. He was a thin and tall old man with a withered face. He did not sit in the room but stood at the door to admire the snow. The few old cultivators on the ferries could only stand in the corridor and watch the heavy snow. Pooh. He was once the most eccentric Sword Immortal in Flowing Dawn Continent. He killed people based on his emotions. It was said that after when Jian was defeated at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, He stayed at the Great Wall of Sword Chi to cultivate in seclusion. He waited for everyone to arrive. You all do business and like to sell. Since we're all from the same place, why don't you give me some face? Are you selling? Everyone looked at each other. One of them plucked up his courage and lightly cupped his fists, asking, "May I ask if Sword Immortal Pooh is asking this question as a sword cultivator from the Great Wall of Sword Chi, or as a sword immortal from the Dawnflow continent?" He glanced at this nascent soul cultivator who did not give him any face. Scram. Pass a message to your ancestor Li Sun. When I return to Flowing Dawn continent, I will bring 2 or 3 friends and my sword to your ancestral hall as guests. Before the nascent soul cultivator could salvage the situation, he took out his life-bound flying sword and pointed it at the ferry manager's forehead. It was as if he was going to detain him on the spot. The other party did not dare to move at all. Then, he grabbed the other party's neck and casually threw him onto the street outside Spring Banner Temple. He spoke to him with his heart lake ripples. Your ferry is called Secret Embellishment, right? It doesn't look sturdy enough. Why don't I change it for you? Can a hidden unpolished Jade Realm sword cultivator Lung Ran protect it? The nascent soul cultivator who was about to leave resentfully was stunned. This cross-continent ferry was the lifeblood of the sect. It was famous for its large and sturdy size. It was named Secret Embellishment because of its large accumulation of magic treasures. It was also because of this that the sect specially hired an unpolished Jade Realm sword immortal Lung Ran to guard it. However, other than himself, no one else on the ferry knew about this. After all, the sword immortal's actions could be counted with one's fingers. The nascent soul cultivator braced himself and returned to Spring Banner Temple, intending to apologize to Pooh He. He was not afraid of any action of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. After all, no one would die and they would not target him alone. However, he was afraid that Pooh He would not let him go. He and the entire sect would be implicated and suffer a fate worse than death. Among the 4 troublesome ghosts on the mountain, sword cultivators were the most troublesome. It was obvious how difficult it would be to deal with a shameless sword immortal who was a native of the same continent as them if they became enemies. Should he sell such face? There were several people on the South Swirling Continent ferry. In a courtyard, they were chatting happily with their own sword immortal, Yuan Qingshu, who had a wide range of friends. Yuan Qingshu was different from Pooh He, Xieji and Song Pin. Not only did he bring wine, but he also drank with them amicably. He even said that the wine was the most famous wine of the Great Wall of Sword Chi's Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven. However, he mentioned one thing at the end. He said that his 6 direct disciples could go to the immortal abodes of his friends and be worshipped in name. As for the official matter of today's meeting, there was no hurry. After drinking, they went to the central hall. They would talk about it later. There were more people on the White Peak continent, second only to the fairy merchants of the Central Divine continent. The female sword immortal, Xie Songhua. Xie Songhua was a very strange sword immortal. She grew up in the White Peak continent, but made her fortune in the Central Divine continent. She was not willing to call herself a sword cultivator of the White Peak continent. She said that a continent that could not even defend the word North did not deserve to be called a native of the White Peak continent. Generally speaking, for someone with such a bad temper, even if they were a sword immortal, they were destined to not be able to survive in the prosperous Snowy Peak continent. After all, the Snowy Peak continent's immortal clans were the least afraid of those lone powerhouses. But this could not stop Xie Songhua from having a few good friends in the Snowy Peak continent who happened to share the same rotten tastes. For example, one of them was a pure martial artist who loved to go to the cold north to hunt monsters, and the latter just happened to have a close relationship with the Snowy Peak continent's Liu family. In addition, Xie Songhua had always despised the sword cultivators of the White Peak continent. However, this time at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, she was smiling with Deng Liang and the other juniors for the first time. Today, Xie Songhua waited until the 7 or 8 people were seated. Her opening speech was extremely intimidating. In the Great Wall of Sword Chi, I've used my sword twice. I've already accumulated enough battle merits to kill an immortal great demon. I have succeeded in my mission and retired. It was not to the extent of causing an uproar. However, everyone's hearts were already filled with fear. Now that the Great Wall of Sword Chi was heavily guarded, the circulation of information was extremely limited. Moreover, no one dared to inquire about it. However, there was one matter that everyone on the Hanging Mountain Road knew about. It was Xie Songhua who used her sword to destroy the Great Tao foundation of an unpolished jade sword cultivator. According to the rules of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Her battle merit was equivalent to killing a half-immortal great demon. She was also the person with the greatest battle merit in the entire Great Wall of Sword Chi. To be honest, the merchants of the White Peak continent, other than the dispensable glory they saw more in their eyes. What they really thought of was the business opportunities within. If anyone could recruit Xie Songhua to be a consecrator of the Mountain Gate, it would definitely be a profitable business. However, no one dared to open their mouth. Everyone knew what kind of temper the female sword immortal Xie Songhua had. Saying such words would be asking for trouble. Why did everyone feel fear? It was because Xie Songhua, a casual sword immortal who did not care about worldly affairs and had no fixed residence, had taken the initiative to discuss business for the first time. What good could it be? As expected. I owe someone a favor, so when I return to the White Peak continent, I will travel with all of you. Xie Songhua's following words caused everyone to be extremely anxious. He said, for those who do business, there is no one who does not want to earn money. It is reasonable and there is nothing wrong with it. He does not care about it and can empathize with all of you. In this world, there is no business where both parties are willing to do business and can earn money. It is not your fault but him. So not only can all of you relax, there will be a pleasant surprise. After we finish our discussion at the Central Hall, I'll know which one of you has the least money, which one of you is the poorest, which one of you is the most desperate to earn money from the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Since it's on the way, I'll be able to return that person a favor. After we leave the inverted hanging mountain, I'll personally escort this cross-continent ferry back to the White Snow continent. Xie Songhua, who was carrying a bamboo sword sheath, looked at everyone and sneered, if the escort is not successful then I, Xie Songhua, am not capable enough. The White Peak continent's ferry stewards, after everyone had gathered, they saw the floating duckweed sword lake sect leader, Li Kai. Everyone stood up solemnly and cupped their fists. It was not a jade unpolished sword immortal or a sect leader who deserved such a sincere greeting, but Li Kai dared to come to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, that was all. Li Kai did not take a seat after returning the greeting. He picked up a pot of wine that he had prepared, and went straight to the point. Han Huizi will not go back and I should be about the same. That's all, let's drink. The sword immortal of the Wind Snow Temple, Wei Jin, met the two managers of the ferries in Old Dragon City. He did not talk about official matters, but only asked about the recent situation of the Aquarius continent. Then he concluded, when I reach the immortal realm, if I don't die in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, I will make a trip to the North Continent in the future and meet the Heavenly Lord Xie Sherwen again. The two old cultivators who were already somewhat reserved, became even more uneasy. The Eastern Aquarius continent was located in a corner, and had the smallest territory, and immortal stage Wei Jin was recognized as an extremely rare great sword immortal embryo in the history of the Aquarius continent. Who dared to not take it seriously? As long as Wei Jin broke through to the immortal stage, Xinyao Zong Qizhen, who was originally the leader of the immortal cultivators in the continent, and Jinjing sect, who had changed from a dragon crossing the river to a local snake, should also reconsider, right? In fact, some time ago, as the most stagnant and unsmooth news in the 9 continents, Old Dragon City's ferry had received some small news that the jade unpolished sword immortal stage Wei Jin had reached a bottleneck. Tonight, Wei Jin had directly exposed this layer of window paper, so the two old stewards of Old Dragon City who depended on each other for survival became more and more nervous. Great sword immortal Wei, we have no relatives, nor do we have any grievances or enmity. Why are you telling us this to two small stewards? Wei Jin drank alone, and it was still the most expensive wine in that deceitful shop, 1 pot of wine for a small sum of money. Tonight, everyone's words were carefully chosen, and it was fine to talk about the old days with the people of the same hometown, but first they had to finish talking about the contents of the paper. Otherwise, why would Wei Jin talk about the boring content of breaking through to the next realm with two merchants who had nothing to do with him? However, it was true that he wanted the sword-seeking heavenly monarch, Xie Shi. The largest courtyard in Spring Banner House was filled with the people in charge of the cross-continent ferry of the Central Divine Continent. Compared to the solemn and treacherous atmosphere in the courtyards of the other continents, the merchants and cultivators here were all calm and composed, and there were even 2 old jade unpolished realm cultivators, Wu Qiu and Tang Feiqian, who were personally overseeing the cross-continent ferry for their sect, but they did not have the identity of a steward as it was too degrading. Wu Qiu was a sword cultivator and they were used to storms and waves. The 2 old immortals sat next to each other, chatting and laughing, and their voices were not soft. Other than their identities in the Central Divine Continent, it was also because the Great Wall of Sword Chi's hospitality could not suppress them. Miyu, a jade unpolished realm sword cultivator, was 2 realms away from the expected old sword immortal Nalan Xiaowei. There was also sword immortal Ku Xia from the Xiaoyuan dynasty, who was half a family member. It was still unknown who he would help. Why would the Great Wall of Sword Qi send such 2 people to entertain their guests? It could be seen that Spring Banner House was destined to be peaceful tonight. Wu Qiu and Tang Feiqian, the 2 old cultivators of the upper 5 realms, felt a little more relaxed. They could even look at sword immortal Miyu and the female nascent soul cultivator with a playful gaze. The latter's aptitude was extremely good, but she wanted to be the manager of this bumpy and unrewarding fairy. What? Wasn't it because she was trapped by love? The central divine continent was filled with talents. Why would she be so obsessed with Miyu? If Miyu could leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi and be willing to become Dao companions with her, she would be able to climb up the social ladder. However, although Miyu was affectionate, he was still a sword immortal from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. How could he go to the central divine continent? Sword immortal Ku Xia was not good with words. According to the person's instructions, there was no need for Ku Xia to say anything. He was just sitting here to accompany the guests. Wu Qiu turned to sword immortal Ku Xia and asked with a smile, "Why did Yan Ming and Nalan Saihuan not appear? Could it be that they are at the central hall waiting for us to finish our tea?" Sword immortal Ku Xia shook his head. "I'm not sure." Wu Qiu nodded. "No hurry." They were both sword immortals of the unpolished Jade realm, but sword immortal Ku Xia had an additional identity. No one dared to underestimate him. He was the junior nephew of Zhou Xinji, one of the 10 of the central divine continent. No matter how much Mr. Zhou looked down on this stupid junior nephew, it should not be a reason for outsiders to look down on sword immortal Ku Xia. The more sword immortal Ku Xia was a good person, the more they should not offend him. Therefore it seemed that the Great Wall of Sword Qi had Ku Xia come out to entertain them. It was not a mediocre move. However, when the 2 sides fought over money, sword immortal Ku Xia's face would not be of much use. After all, sword immortal Ku Xia was not Zhou Xinji. Sword immortal Ku Xia sighed in his heart. In a while, when they meet that young man, it will be their turn to have a headache. Sword immortal Ku Xia, who was in a complicated mood, even felt that if the person who had represented the Great Wall of Sword Qi to fight against the future Mountain Water Grotto ancestor of the Fuyao continent was not the old sword immortal Nalan Xiaowei, but the young man who should be in the central hall of Spring Banner House, they would have a chance. Because sword immortal Ku Xia could not imagine that there would be a day when Lin Junbai would be willing to be under someone else. The female Yuanying said to Miyu with her heart ripples, "Miyu, you will pay the price. I will risk being punished by the sect after this to make you lose all your face. Besides, I may not pay any price, but you will definitely have to bear the consequences." At this point, there was a hint of joy in the woman's voice. What a good excuse. "Miyu, did you not think that you would have a day like this?" Miyu looked at the woman. His words were full of regret and heartache. His heart was full of emotion, but it was the kind of murmur that was unique to Miyu. "I never thought that the graceful girl back then would become so unlovable. Blame me, blame me." The woman was speechless, her face became more and more resentful, and her heart was full of sorrow. Many of the words that were about to come out of her mouth seemed to have been shattered by her gritting her teeth. She could not say a word. She fell in love with someone, and it was that person who was more affectionate but was not liked. It was as if there was no chance of winning in this life. Miyu did not speak anymore, his expression was gloomy. He looked at her and then looked away a little, as if he was only looking at her from the corner of his eyes. He could look at her, but he did not dare to look at her. In the central hall of Spring Banner House, there was a young man leaning against the door, with an ancient jade token hanging from his waist. In the room, Yan Ming and Nalan Saihuan had already taken their seats, but neither of them was able to sit on the main seat beside the 4 immortal table. Not only that, the 2 Yuanying sword cultivators' seats were relatively at the back. Nalan Saihuan felt a little awkward, but Yan Ming did not care. Previously she was tricked by that guy who was full of nonsense. After that, Nalan Saihuan reported the details to Nalan Xiaowei. As a result, her ancestor looked at her like she was a fool for a long time. In a fit of anger, Nalan Saihuan wanted to completely overturn the agreement between the 2 sides. She did not expect the ancestor to let her forget about it, and do what they talked about. The owner of Spring Banner House, sword immortal Xiao Yunyan, was standing beside the young man outside the door. He did not care at all if the place was occupied. The 2 people who met for the first time were chatting about North Continent's Lu Jinglong and Water Classic Mountains Fairy Lu Sui, and they hit it off very well. Xiao Yunyan said that Lu Jinglong's Dao was promising, and he hoped to become the first Ascendant Realm Sword Immortal in the North Continent in the future. The young man said that Fairy Lu was gentle, moving, and considerate. She and Lu Jinglong were a match made in heaven. He also praised Fairy Lu's teacher a few times. Xiao Yunyan did not care whether the speaker was sincere or not. He had been here for hundreds of years. Even if it was some polite words, it was good to listen to. The heavy snowfall on inverted hanging mountain did not take long. Beauties and snow were a perfect match since ancient times. After chatting about the gourd vines and the fine wine of Huangliang blessed land, Xiao Yunyan asked, "Can we call them over now?" The young man smiled and said, "There's no hurry. We can't let the Sword Immortals go to inverted hanging mountain for nothing. We can let those who are used to touching immortal coins experience more of a Sword Immortal's elegance like me." Xiao Yunyan nodded and said, "We should have done so long ago." The young man, who had been chatting a lot, remained silent on this matter. He only covered his sleeves with his hands and tapped his fingers inside as he looked at the heavy snowfall. It would be great if the snowflakes cost money. Xiao Yunyan looked up as well. It was rare for him to be calm. "Last year's old dream, I dreamed that I was by your side, but I suddenly felt that I was in a foreign land. This year's new dream, I suddenly came to Water Classic Mountain and saw that she was still smiling like a flower." The young man suddenly said, "Sword Immortal Xiao, after tonight's matter, let's discuss the matter you promised the Sword Qi Great Wall. We can change it. The matter will still be the same, but the outcome can be different. None of the three parties will make things difficult for you." Xiao Yunyan frowned and asked, "Do you have the final say?" The young man smiled and said, "If I don't have the final say, who has the final say?" Xiao Yunyan felt relieved. The Sword Immortal, who had already made up his mind to die in inverted hanging mountain, took a few steps back and cupped his fists to thank the young man. The young man accepted it calmly, but reached out his sleeve and cupped his fists in return. As long as it did not involve life and death, nothing would happen. Xiao Yunyan, who was relieved, returned the favor and said, "We can count Spring Banner House in on the business." The young man immediately reached out and grabbed Xiao Yunyan's arm. "Righteous. As expected of a Sword Immortal. We didn't watch the snow for nothing. I've been waiting for Sword Immortal Xiao's words for a long time." Xiao Yunyan was caught off guard. He guessed that the merchants would be in for a bad time tonight. This was because other than the ones who served the guests, there were two other Sword Immortals who had returned from enjoying the scenery, Sun Jiyuan and Gao Kuei. Other than that, Sword Qi Great Wall Sword Immortal Miyu. Middle Plains Divine Continents Xiao Yuan Dynasties Ku Xia. South Whirlpool Continents Yuan Qingshu. Northwest Flowing Dawn Continents Pu He. West Gold First Continent Song Ping. Southwest Fuyao Continent Xieji. White Snow Continents Female Sword Immortal Xie Songhua. North Continents Fuping Sword Lakes Li Kai. Aquarius Continents Wei Jin. A large group of Sword Qi Great Wall's native Sword Immortals and foreign Sword Immortals suddenly left Great Wall of Sword Qi and gathered at Inverted Hanging Mountain. This was something that had never happened in the history of Great Wall of Sword Qi. Xiao Yunyan bade farewell and took the lead to enter the house. He sat down on his chair. It was only a few steps away as it was closest to the central hall's entrance. Among the Sword Immortals who visited Inverted Hanging Mountain tonight, there was no one from Tongya Continent. This was because Tongya Continent was the only continent that did not have cross-continent ferries. Coincidentally, there were no Sword Immortals practicing their swordsmanship at Great Wall of Sword Qi. It could be said that both sides were compatible. However, the man who nodded to the great heavenly lord had restrained his Sword Qi to the extreme. He quietly left Inverted Hanging Mountain with a fifth realm Sword Immortal from Tongya Continent who was traveling alone at Great Wall of Sword Qi. They went to Tongya Sect, which was the most desolate place in Tongya Continent. However, this time they were not asking for swords. They were helping Tongya Continent and the world. If not, he would not be willing to leave Great Wall of Sword Qi and let his junior brother stay alone. Scholars were most afraid of righteousness. He had always thought of himself as a scholar at the foot of the mountain, not a Sword Immortal on the mountain. More importantly, when he went to Tongya Continent, he would be able to use more swords in the future. Moreover, it was possible that he would be alone with no Sword Immortals by his side. His junior brother had schemed and asked his senior brother to go to South Whirlpool Continent. He said that the situation there was the most dangerous there in the future. However, after hearing the words of a certain little bastard, he decided to go to Tongya Continent. His junior brother was filled with regret. Qin Qingdu was quite happy at that time. It was a long journey. Along the way they would not stop at Jiaolong Gully and Raindragon Sect. They would only stop at Luhua Island for a while to determine whether the Cave of Fortune was the legendary Taoist Gao Zhen or the hidden great demon that Cui Dongshan mentioned. If it was an expert they would sit and discuss Taoism. If it was a great demon they would kill it with a sword. There were very few difficult things for Zhuo Continent. This time the person who went with Zhuo Continent was a young golden core sword immortal from Tongye Continent. Although he was young, in fact he was about the same age as Zhuo Continent. The young golden core sword immortal was called Wang Shizi. He was a sword immortal from the mountains. Among the sword immortals he could be called a genius sword immortal at this age. Unfortunately, when he arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he could not find many people from the same hometown. Unfortunately, the Great Wall of Sword Qi was full of sword immortals. Wang Shizi's realm was not high, so he was in a very awkward situation. The only place that could be considered a neighbor was the Baoping continent. Other than the Wind Snow Temple's Wei Jin, there were no other sword immortals. Wang Shizi naturally did not dare to find Wei Jin to exchange pleasantries. What could they talk about when they met? In the end, in the more than 10 years in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he was really alone and immersed in cultivation. He went to the city wall several times to kill demons, but the harvest was not much. It was only enough to support him to stay in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It was just that in the past 2 years things had gotten better. Because he often went to a small wine shop to buy wine, he had no friends. Unless there were few customers, it was difficult to drink at the table. He could only squat by the roadside and drink a pot of wine and eat a bowl of yangchen noodles. Compared to the loneliness in the past, the taste was really good. This time, returning to his hometown was a big surprise. He did not expect to be able to travel with Zhuo Continent's sword immortal. However, Wang Shizi knew the seriousness of the matter, so he remained silent along the way. As they approached the Flood Dragon Ravine, Zhuo Continent's left and right said, "There's no need to be too reserved. If you have any doubts about your cultivation, feel free to ask." Wang Shizi said softly, "My realm is low, so it's not a big problem. It won't be too late to ask when we reach the Tongye continent." Zhuo Continent did not make things difficult for this sword cultivator of the same age. Zhuo Continent's left and right looked in the direction of the inverted hanging mountain. The night was dark. Between the heavens and the earth, jade fluttered in the wind. The snowy light shone brighter than silver. Wang Shizi asked curiously, "I chose to leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi at this time. Senior, why are you still willing to take the initiative to teach me sword techniques?" Zhuo Continent's left and right retracted his gaze and smiled. Tongye Continent's Mountain Zheyi cultivator, Jindan expert Wang Shizi, alone. In the past 14 years, you have ascended the city wall thrice and been forced to leave the city thrice. Zhuo Continent's left and right are the same kind of people, so I'm not teaching you about the sword. I'm just sparring with you. Wang Shizi was speechless. He wanted to say something several times but stopped. Zhuo Continent's left and right said, "If you have something to say, say it." Wang Shizi smiled and said, "I thought it was the second shopkeeper talking to me." Zhuo Continent's left and right laughed. "Qin Pingan and I are from the same sect. It's not strange for you to think that our words and actions are similar." Wang Shizi said, "Senior, I believe that Zhuo Continent's left and right will become famous in the future." Zhuo Continent's left and right shook his head. "Just wait and see. The world will only think that he has done too little. All the things that he did not admit in the past will become reasons to attack him." The last disciple of the sage of literature, Zhuo Continent's junior brother, a young man that even Qin Qing has to look at with new eyes, and a new hidden official who is far away from the battlefield. These are all excellent reasons to deny my junior brother in the future. If he dies, it's only right. Then let's not talk about it. But as long as he doesn't die in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, it's all wrong. Wang Shizi's heart was heavy. Zhuo Continent's left and right said, "It's not strange. You'll get used to it." Zhuo Continent's left and right flew east with Wang Shizi. They did not speak anymore. Inverted Hanging Mountain, Spring Banner House. Spring Banner House's central hall was decorated according to the etiquette of a scholarly family in the world. There was a painting of a celestial mountain in the central hall. It was from an unknown mountain in the North Continent. On both sides of the wall, there were couplets of Confucianism about cultivating one's body and family. There was also a plaque that said Lu Bei Tang. A long table was placed in front of the wooden wall. In front of the table was a four-immortal table with 2 chairs on both sides. Chairs were placed in an orderly manner between the door and the wall, facing each other from the east and the west. Those who entered the door would have their own little world as they sat. The people in charge of the various continents' fairies and managers entered the hall one after another. After Bai Shi of the mountain water cave sat down, he exchanged glances with his old friends. They did not dare to speak their minds, but they could see a little worry in each other's eyes. The placement of the chairs in the hall was very particular. The foundation of the sect, the size of the fairy business, and the personal reputation of the fairies' manager seemed to have been calculated. For example, Bai Shi discovered that the manager of the Southern Basket Fairy in the Bale Mountain continent was an unknown Jindan bottleneck cultivator. He had always been doing medium-sized business. Among the managers of the fairy, he was the kind of person who did not have much to say at the wine table. However, today's seating arrangement was extremely polite. Bai Shi knew that this person was actually a hidden talisman cultivator of the unpolished jade realm. The reason why he was doing business across continents in the inverted hanging mountain was because he had an ulterior motive. Every time he secretly went to the Jiaolong Valley to do a real hidden business. He used immortal money in exchange for his exclusive secret technique and the opportunity to absorb dragon qi. When he arrived at the Bale Mountain continent, he would sell a few rare talisman containing pure dragon qi to the Lu family of the Bale Mountain continent at a sky-high price. The old ancestor told Bai Shi to pay attention to the situation. There was no need to deliberately make friends with this person. He only needed to pay attention to his eyes and words after meeting him. Bai Shi dared to say that this old Jindan cultivator looked calm, but in fact he was definitely not feeling good. Finally, everyone took their seats. The dozen or so sword immortals who had left the Great Wall of Sword Qi sat on the seats on the right. Their seats were closer to the seats on the left, which was even more sparse. It just so happened that a continent's sword immortal and a continent's fairy manager sat face to face. Therefore, it was only at this moment that the dozens of fairy managers began to re-evaluate the young man. Every guest present was a sly old fox with his or her own business acumen. More or less they had paid attention to this young man before. The central hall of Spring Banner House occupied a large area, with many pillars and many couplets hanging on them. The young man had been looking up to admire the words on the couplets. For example, the two old immortals of the upper five realms, Wu Qiu and Tang Feiqian of the Middle Earth Divine Continent, had carefully observed this slightly abrupt young man. After seeing the general depth they were a little confused. They did not really think that the other party was just a cultivator of the lower five realms. They were a little calculative and unanimously regarded the person as a young sword immortal who was good at concealing his aura. The chairs on both sides of the four immortal table below the horizontal board were still empty. However, there was a jade token placed on the four immortal table. Looking at the position of the jade token, it was placed near the vast heaven fairy manager. Not only Wu Qiu but almost everyone had some guesses. Could it be that the immortal sword immortal of the Grand Hui sword sect, Han Huizi, would occupy one of the two seats, and then there would be a grand sword immortal at the end, such as Naran Huowei? Or even one of the family heads of the Dong, Qin and Qi family? Otherwise, why would there be so many sword immortals holding the fort? It was a pity that it was too difficult to obtain news from the Great Wall of Sword Qi now. Furthermore, no one dared to act rashly and act without authorization. Even an easygoing sword immortal like Sun Jiyuan had already closed his doors and declined guests. Later on he went directly to the top of the city. All the servants in the residence either followed him to the top of the city or were grounded. There were once people who felt that there was no need to do so. Not long after they snuck out they died. Therefore, the news that was circulating in the inverted hanging mountain was the news that the Great Wall of Sword Qi felt there was no need to hide. When everyone took their seats, the sword immortals opposite them had already taken their seats. Different sword immortals, different temperaments, different sitting postures and different auras. Even Wu Qiu felt a sense of suffocation. Unknowingly, they were all facing off against the dozens of sword immortals who were lined up in a row. The key was that it was obvious which sword immortals were from the vast world, but tonight all of them claimed to be sword immortals from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Other than the Central Plains and the North Continent, the other 6 continents' representatives already felt that it was very difficult to endure being treated as guests by the sword immortals of their hometowns. They did not expect it to be even more torturous here. After all, the dozens of people in charge of the fairies from all the continents had seen many storms and waves, but who could personally experience this kind of situation? All of the sword immortals were mute. One had to know that such a situation would only occur when a sword immortal was about to fight to the death with another person. Why would they need to speak to someone who was about to die? In the hall. The owner of the Spring Banner House, Sword Immortal Xiao Yunyan, sat near the door and did not speak. Actually, his position determined that he would not be the first to speak tonight. Yan Ming and Nayland Saihuan did not show any signs of speaking either. All of the Sword Immortals were silent. Miyu Weijin, Sunjiyuan, Gao Kuei, Yuan Qingshu, Xie Songhua, Puhi Songpin, Xieji Li Kai and Xiao Yunyan. There were also two nascent soul Sword Immortals, Yan Ming and Nayland Saihuan. Some of the older and more cowardly stewards began to sweat from their foreheads. Could it be that they were going to be wiped out? Some stewards carefully glanced at the two empty main seats. Some stewards also sized up the young man standing beside the pillar in the distance. Coincidentally, the young man's eyes met and he smiled at the steward. The old steward's smile was forced and his face was a little stiff. The young man did not speak, but once he spoke, it was like a mountain crashing into a lake. His footsteps were neither fast nor slow. As he walked towards the main seat, he chuckled and said, "Since everyone is here, let's start talking." As soon as he said this, some of the lazy Sword Immortals also started to sit up straight. When he walked to the main seat on the right side of the four immortal table, Miyu was the first to stand up. 11 Sword Immortals and 2 nascent soul Sword Immortals stood up almost at the same time. The dozens of people on the other side were so frightened that they hurriedly stood up. Some of them who stood up a little slower wished that they could give themselves 2 big slaps on the spot. They did not know what was going on and still felt like they were falling into a fog. However, they could not stop the Sword Immortals from scaring people to death. After the young man sat down, all of the Sword Immortals sat down. The young man stretched out a finger and lightly tapped the table. The jade tablet flipped and fell, revealing the 2 ancient words, "Hidden Official." In the hall, it was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. All of the businessmen who came to the inverted hanging mountain to seek wealth quickly glanced at the jade tablet. Then all of them held their breath and focused as if they were facing a great enemy. The young man whose identity was finally revealed smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself. I am Qin Pingan, the new hidden official of the Sword Qi Great Wall." "634. The hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Isn't that the legendary young lady with pigtails? It was rumored that she could shatter the true body of a great demon in the desolate land with just her fists. She was the most combative person in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. How did it become this unfamiliar young man? But even if he did not dare to believe it, he had to believe it now. With so many Sword Immortals present, the young man could not speak without thinking. Or rather, even if he did not believe it, he had to pretend to believe it. Otherwise, if he was beheaded and thrown out of the inverted hanging mountain by the flying swords of the Sword Immortals of this continent, who would be responsible for this grudge? Could they form a group and fight together against the same enemy to settle the score with the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Don't forget, people of the same trade were always enemies. Many fairy businesses were in conflict with each other. An old steward of the Snow-White Continent pondered for a while, stood up and bowed, saying slowly, "Congratulations to Sword Immortal Chen for being promoted to Hidden Official. I am Dai Mingho, the steward of the Snow-White Continent's Tai Tang Fairy. My cultivation realm is not worth mentioning. I am afraid of dirtying your ears. Junior dares to say for tonight's meeting, it is already our great honor for you to appear alone. How can we dare to disobey your words? Actually, there is no need to trouble so many Sword Immortal seniors. Junior is slow-witted and does not know the progress of the battle at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. I only know that any Sword Immortal seniors are the most powerful experts in the world. Staying at the inverted hanging mountain for a while will reduce the number of Sword Immortals. It is a pity." Wu Qiu's mouth curled up, but he suppressed it. Dai Mingho's words were both soft and hard. It was a good start. As expected of a Jindan expert on the path of cultivation, an upper 5 realms in business. With so many Sword Immortals that are famous in one continent and several continents, rather than discussing business with us merchants, why not go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to kill demons? It is more suitable. It is more in line with the bearing of a Sword Immortal. Wu Qiu felt that he had to thank the Tai Tang Fairy. After all, Dai Mingho took such a huge risk to speak. It was to fight for the interests of all the fairies in the 8 continents. If a Sword Immortal really wanted to kill someone, Wu Qiu would definitely stop him. The female Sword Immortal Xie Songhua, who was sitting opposite the steward of the Snow-White Continent, frowned. Good heavens, the snow-capped continent that he was in charge of had actually become the first person to jump out and cause trouble for him? Chen Pingan had been patiently listening to the old Jindan. His eyes had been fixed on Dai Hao, who was speaking like a needle in a velvet glove. However, he stretched out his hand and gestured to Xie Songhua twice. indicating that it was not a big deal and that it was a small matter. Chen Pingan nodded at the old gold core steward and said with a smile, "First of all, I'm not a sword immortal. Whether I'm a sword immortal or not is another matter altogether. If you're interested, you can take a guess. I've taken many intercontinental ferries and know that the journey is long and arduous. It's really impossible to travel without something to relieve boredom. Secondly, the true sword immortals present, such as sword immortal Xie who was sitting opposite Dai Hao, could be advised by outsiders when to strike or sheath his sword. It was a good thing that a good person was willing to say something sincere. Dai Hao, you've made a good start. Let's talk like this from now on. Be frank and be frank." This disappointed many of the stewards who thought that the young man would fly into a rage out of humiliation and turn hostile on the spot. Chen Pingan paused for a moment and tapped the table lightly. His smile did not diminish. "But at the end of the day it is beyond my control. Not to mention me, even our boss, Sword Immortal, is never restrained. What? Simple, sword immortals are sword immortals after all. Their bodies and swords are free. Otherwise, why would they be the leader of the troublesome ghosts of the four great mountains? Isn't it because they never cared about immortal money, sage principles, or sect rules?" The steward of Fuyao Continent's Tile Basin Ferry was Bai Shi. Opposite him was sword immortal Xie Ji. Opposite the Gold Armor Continent's ferry steward was the female sword immortal Song Pin who first offered a toast and then a punishment. Opposite the Flowing Dawn Continent was sword immortal Pu He. She was the one who threw a nascent soul ferry steward out of Spring Banner House like a chick. She even said that she would bring 2 or 3 friends to reminisce with Li Sun at the Ancestral Hall. The steward of the Three Continents ferry was deeply moved by the new hidden official's words. Chen Pingan maintained a pleasant expression, as though he was chatting with an acquaintance. "Dai Hao, although I appreciate your good intentions, it seems that it would be better for someone else from another continent to say these words. It is a little inappropriate for you to say it." Sword Immortal Xie attacked twice. The first time he destroyed the Great Tao Foundation of a pure Jade Realm demon. The second time he completely destroyed an ordinary pure Jade Realm demon. His soul dissipated, leaving nothing behind. As for his nascent soul and golden core, they are naturally gone as well. Therefore, Sword Immortal Xie is considered to have accomplished his mission. Not only will he not return to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he will instead leave the inverted hanging mountain with all of you and return to the pure Jade continent. Regarding this matter, could it be that Sword Immortal Xie was too busy reminiscing with his fellow countrymen and did not mention it? Chen Pingan turned to look at Xie Songhua. Xie Songhua stared at Dai Hao and said, "He did. I guess old Immortal Dai forgot." Chen Pingan waved his hand and glanced at the heavy snow outside the Spring Banner House. He said, "It's all right. Just treat it as me saying it again. It's rare to meet a fellow countryman in a foreign land. No matter what, it's worth reminding him again." Dai Hao stood up but did not dare to sit down. If he sat down he would feel as though he was sitting on pins and needles. "Why are you still standing? If everyone sits and you stand alone, it will be hard to avoid suspicion of looking down on a sword immortal." Chen Pingan restrained his smile and said to the old golden core, "Sit." Dai Hao immediately sat down. Wu Qiu and Tang Feiqian, the 2 pure Jade Realm cultivators of the Central Plains, quickly looked at each other. It seems that this new hidden official is not a sword immortal. The pure Jade Realm cultivator of the pure Jade Realm on the Snow-White Continent's Southern Basket Ferry was Jiang Gaotai. He was very old but had a young appearance. His seat was very close to the front, next to Tang Feiqian. He had some relationship with the Tai Tang ferry boat Dai Hao. In addition, he was directly exposed by the Great Wall of Sword Qi. His disguise was removed. Among the merchants present, which one of them was not an old fox with fiery golden eyes? Jiang Gaotai was worried that the business of Jiaolong Gully would be obstructed and ruined by someone. This made Jiang Gaotai, whether it was for public or private reasons, should say a few words. Otherwise, in such a big snow-white continent, would that woman Xie Songhua really choke him? Jiang Gaotai did not even stand up. He directly opened his mouth and said, "Master Hidden Official, our realms are not worth mentioning. In terms of fighting ability, perhaps all of us together, 2 or 3 sword immortals working together, this Spring Banner House's guests will all die." Xie Songhua narrowed her eyes. She raised one hand and gently stroked the chair's armrest. Jiang Gaotai turned a blind eye to this and continued, "People like us who reek of money are good at things. Since we aren't fighting, we naturally can't save our lives. We can only do some small business and earn some hard-earned money. If Master Hidden Official feels that we can negotiate, then we will. If you don't feel the need to negotiate with us, Then for the sake of our survival, we will accept the deal no matter how unsuitable it is. I don't care what my fellow Taoists from other continents think. My Jiang Gaotai and a tattered Nanji fairy will take the lead. Master Hidden Official, you can name your price. Even if it's a losing deal, I will accept it. Master Hidden Official, who celebrated Sword Immortal Chen's promotion to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Wu Qiu, Bai Shi and the others all looked at Jiang Gaotai in a new light. He was not sloppy at all. Excellent. The only thing that Wu Qiu was worried about was not the young hidden official who hid a knife behind his smile. Instead, he was worried about the people from his own continent, such as the North Continent and the White Border Continent, who had a feud with each other. Previously, Spring Banner House's Xiao Yunyan had personally arranged for a continent's ferry managers to gather in a courtyard. Then he had treated the guests as a sword immortal from his own continent. The conflict between the North Continent and the White Border Continent was known to the world. Therefore, an old nascent soul sword cultivator manager from the North Continent wanted to immediately tear down Jiang Gaotai's platform. Even if he did not drink wine with the floating duckweed sword lake sect master, Li Kai, as long as the White Border Continent's brat was showing off his power, the North Continent was willing to go against him. The two ferry managers from the White Border Continent spoke one after another. Did they really think that the North Continent was dead? In the vast world, only the ferry from the North Continent to the inverted hanging mountain earned the least money. However, all the ferry managers, including the old nascent soul sword cultivator, received Li Kai's telepathic reminder. Ignore this guy. Tonight's meeting is just for show. Qin Pingan smiled and said, stand up and speak. In the vast world, etiquette is the most important thing. When the young hidden official said that, the expressions of most of the ferry managers opposite the sword immortal changed. Get Dai Hao to sit down and then get Jiang Gaotai to stand up? Did you, Qin Pingan, finish explaining all the F***king reasons? Jiang Gaotai's expression turned gloomy. His life had been smooth sailing, and he had encountered many opportunities. Even when he was doing business with the White Border Continent's Lu family, he had never suffered such humiliation. Qin Pingan held his hands in his sleeves as he smiled at Jiang Gaotai. Dai Hao and the Great Wall of Sword Qi had said that they did not wish to delay the Sword Immortal from killing the demons, so the young hidden official said a bunch of nonsense. The most important sentence was that Sword Immortal Xie had destroyed the nascent soul and golden core of an unpolished Jade Realm demon. Was he referring to the old golden core Dai Hao? Jiang Gaotai took a step back in order to advance. It was obvious that he did not want to give the Sword Immortal a chance to attack, and at the same time he could test the Great Wall of Sword Qi's bottom line. In the end, the young hidden official said the etiquette of the vast world? Many of the old managers felt extremely awkward. Weren't these matters the best way to reason with the vast world? Jiang Gaotai smiled and stood up with cupped fists and said, I was lacking in etiquette. I apologize to Lord Hidden Official. Wu Qiu, Tang Fei Qian, Bai Shi and the others secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that Jiang Gaotai had given the young man a chance to make an example out of him. Unexpectedly, the young man smiled and said, I accept your apology. We can sit down and talk. Jiang Gaotai, an unpolished Jade Realm cultivator of the upper 5 realms, stood in place with an ashen face. If he were to fight with the young hidden official in the business field, no matter how difficult it would be in private, Jiang Gaotai was a businessman, so he would not be so embarrassed. What really worried Jiang Gaotai was that he had lost face at Spring Banner House tonight. He had been skinned alive and thrown on the ground, stepped on again and in the end stepped on again. It would affect many of his private transactions with the White Border Continent's Lu family in the future. Jiang Gaotai acted as if he did not want to be fooled and was about to leave. Xie Songhua said, Lord Hidden Official, then I'll take this southern basket back to my hometown. You don't have to send me off. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yunyan was even more thorough. He stood up and stood at the gate, the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the Southern Basket Ferry. I believe that Lord Hidden Official will not stop you. As an outsider, I don't care about these things. It's just a coincidence that Xiao Yunyan is the owner of Spring Banner House, so before Sword Fairy Xie leaves, please allow me to accompany ferry owner Jiang to walk around Spring Banner House. Xiao Yunyan did not want Xie Songhua to act too extreme, so as not to affect her future achievements. He was alone, so it did not matter. Jiang Gaotai stopped and laughed. He turned to look at the smiling young man. Lord Hidden Official, do you think we're fools? Is this how the Great Wall of Sword Qi opens its doors to customers? I'd like to see how many ferries will still be docked at Inverted Hanging Mountain in half a year's time. Qin Pingan smiled and said, Fairy owner Jiang is a smart person. Otherwise, how could you have reached the unpolished Jade Realm? How could you not know etiquette? Most likely, you weren't willing to do business with the Great Wall of Sword Chi from the beginning. No matter, we'll still let Fairy owner Jiang go out and let our owner, Sword Fairy Xiao, accompany you to enjoy the scenery. To prevent any misunderstandings, I'd like to mention something here. I have to explain that Sword Fairy Xiao has nothing to do with us. For tonight's meeting, we chose the Spring Banner House with the best scenery. I paid for Sword Fairy Xiao and Sword Fairy Xiao on behalf of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Xiao Yunyan smiled and said, Sword Fairy Xiao has graced our humble Spring Banner House with your presence. Therefore there's still a discount. Qin Pingan sighed and looked a little sad. He said to Gao Tai Jiang, My surname isn't Dai. I can't bear the accusation of forcing a trade. Even though I'm heartbroken that the Great Wall of Sword Chi and the Nanji Fairy can't do business, I can only blame myself for not being capable enough. It's a pity that I didn't even have the chance to bid. Fairy owner Jiang doesn't even want to hear my offer. As the old saying goes, the words of a lowly person carry little weight. You should be more tactful. I've made a fool of myself in front of everyone. Qin Pingan stood up and looked at Gao Tai Jiang, who still hadn't moved. I won't bicker about Fairy owner Jiang's lack of patience. Don't misunderstand that I'm not sincere enough. Instead, you're splashing dirty water on me. Gentlemen, break off relations and don't speak ill of me. At the end of the day, let's return the favor and part on good terms. Then Qin Pingan didn't look at Gao Tai Jiang anymore. He looked at Wu Qiu, Tang Feiqian and White Brook. The Great Wall of Sword Chi is very sincere in its hospitality. Dai Hao has spoken. So has Fairy owner Jiang. Now there's one more person who can speak before the Great Wall of Sword Chi. After that, I'll speak again. Anyway, I only have one goal. From today onwards, if the various fairy owners earn less money than before, let alone you, the Great Wall of Sword Chi and I won't do such business. At this point, Qin Pingan shifted his gaze from the other side to the Sword Immortals. Sword Immortal Xia, aren't you going to send Fairy owner Jiang off with Sword Immortal Xiao? Xia Songhua stood up and looked at the young recluse who had personally helped her accumulate 2 battle merits. This female Sword Immortal, who hated owing favors the most, looked guilty for the first time. Qin Pingan shook his head lightly. Xia Songhua smiled. She couldn't be bothered to be pretentious. She turned to Gao Tai Jiang and said, After leaving this door, Xia Songhua will only be the Sword Immortal Xia Songhua of the Snow White Continent. Fairy owner Jiang, let me and Xiao Yunyan, 2 Sword Immortals of the same realm as you, accompany you around the Spring Banner House? Jiang Gaotai's mind turned quickly. He asked, Lord Recluse, is it true that the Great Wall of Sword Chi won't let us lose money? Qin Pingan walked to the other side of the 4 immortal table. He pressed his hand on the jade tablet with the ancient words Recluse on it. Then he turned to both sides and smiled without saying a word. Xiao Yunyan had already walked to the door. Xia Songhua had already emitted a trace of sword intent. The sword in the bamboo sword sheath behind her trembled. Tang Feiqian stood up and turned to the side. He cupped his fists towards the young man and said, I implore Lord Recluse to keep Fairy owner Jiang. If we leave on bad terms, it will not be good. If Lord Recluse is willing to let Nanji Fairy Boat do its best, wouldn't that be better? Tang Feiqian was not helping Jiang Gaotai live. He was helping himself. He was helping all the people who were doing business with the Great Wall of Sword Chi. He had to hide his resentment. As long as they left the Spring Banner House and the inverted suspended mountain, everything would be fine. Qin Pingan asked, Vast World's mountain scenery is full of twists and turns. All of you are familiar with it, so am I. Let's not talk about business. Let's talk about the consequences of Fairy owner Jiang walking out of the door. Don't you know? Or do you think Fairy owner Jiang doesn't know? Why do you want to stay? Why do you want to stay? You are the third person to speak to me. Tell me properly. I will be patient and listen. Qin Pingan tapped the jade token with his finger and said with a smile, In this hall, there are rules for doing business. These rules will only be bigger than a recluse like me. In short, we are all doing business. We can all erase our grudges with the immortal money. After spending some time with me, all of you will naturally understand that I am the fairest person in the Great Wall of Sword Chi when it comes to doing business. At the very least, there should be one of. Sword Immortal Xieji laughed. That's right. Qin Pingan immediately said, We're family. Speaking for one of us will only make things worse. Xieji glanced at the Fuyao Continent's fairy stewards and said, Lord Recluse's words are unreasonable. I Xieji was born in the Fuyao Continent. I am the poor relative from the same hometown as these filthy rich immortal masters. Wind Snow Temple's Wei Jin was expressionless from beginning to end. He sat on the chair with his eyes closed. When he heard this he felt helpless. Wild Sword Immortal Xieji's words couldn't have been taught by Chen Pingan in advance, right? They should be sincere words that came from the bottom of his heart. Tang Fei Qian thought for a while and said cautiously, as long as Lord Recluse is willing to let ferry owner Jiang stay for a discussion, I am willing to make an exception and act on my own accord. The next time the ferry docks at the inverted mountain, I will reduce the price by 10%. Chen Pingan took the jade token and hung it on his waist. Then he sat back and said, why should I let a fool of the upper 5 realms who doesn't earn money continue to sit here and disgust me? Do you really think that my title of recluse is less valuable than a Nanji that only knows how to steal some dragon chi from the Flood Dragon Gully? 10%? The dragon aura that the Lu clan of the Snow Mountain continent sold to the backer of Tang Fei Qian is only worth 10% of the profit? You already looked down on me and now you want to look down on the great Tao of Jiang Gaotai. Tang Fei Qian frowned. How did the Great Wall of Sword Chi know about such a secret? Chen Pingan said in a deep voice, Sword Immortal Ku Xia. Sword Immortal Ku Xia was about to get up. Here. If it was said that Xie Songhua owed Chen Pingan a huge favor, then the Xiao Yuan dynasty where Sword Immortal Ku Xia was from would owe him a great favor. As the future pillar of the Xiao Yuan dynasty, Lin Junbai's future was bright. Sword Immortal Ku Xia didn't have so many tricks up his sleeve. It was that simple. If he couldn't pay it back since he was Zhou Xinji's martial nephew and had never asked his martial uncle for anything in his life, he could let Lin Junbai pass on a few words when he returned to the Central Divine Continent. As for whether his martial uncle Zhou Xinji would be willing to pay attention to his martial nephew's useless last words, Sword Immortal Ku Xia didn't think about it. White Brook knew that among the Sword Immortals present, Sword Immortal Ku Xia was the easiest to talk to. Once this person said something ruthless, it would be another shocking calamity for his side. Therefore, even if White Brook had to bite the bullet, he had to use his identity as the steward of the Mountain and Water Caves Tile Basin Ferry to stop Sword Immortal Ku Xia and speak first. White Brook had seen through it. When doing business with this young secluded official who was vaster than the world, he couldn't play tricks. White Brook stood up and said with an indifferent expression, if Lord Secluded Official insists on leaving, then count me Mountain and Water Caves White Brook, Indiana. White Brook even laughed and didn't hide his sarcasm. I only hope that Sword Immortal Xie and Sword Immortal Xiao don't think that my realm is too low and unworthy to travel with you. Xie Songhua only made an O sound and then said casually, it doesn't matter if you're unworthy. I have plenty of sword chi in my bamboo box. Xiao Yunyan stood at the door. Sword Immortal Ku Xia turned to look at the young secluded official. Chen Pingan smiled and gestured with his hand, indicating that there was no need to stand up and speak. With White Brook's unexpected willingness to use his death to resolve the situation, they wouldn't be led by the nose by the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Soon, cultivators from the same continent who were familiar with White Brook also stood up. Count me in. Even the nascent soul ship owner who was the first to be thrown out of the Spring Banner House by Pooh he resolutely stood up with White Brook even though he had apologized to the Sword Immortal like a dog. Duck Bell ship owner Lu Yu would also like to experience the beauty of the Spring Banner House and Sword Immortal Xie's Sword Chi. Not only that, there was also an unknown ship owner who was only a young Golden Core cultivator. She was a woman and had a special identity. She was an immortal from the Southwest Sea. Her seat was towards the back and was not far from Xiao Yunyan. She also stood up and said, Rainbow Dresses ship owner Lu Shen would be lucky enough to have another Sword Immortal tour the Spring Banner House besides Sword Immortal Xie and Sword Immortal Xiao. The one with the lowest realm was a female cultivator. This method of death was very particular. The last one to stand up was the Middle-earth nascent soul cultivator who had spoken telepathically with Miyu previously. She slowly stood up and smiled at Miyu. Great Sword Immortal Me, nice to meet you. I wonder if your swordsmanship has improved after so many years. Miyu smiled and said, I can't bear to. The female nascent soul cultivator sneered. Wu Qiu, who had been motionless, was extremely pleased. That's right. This is the minor worldly phenomenon that the various continents' fairies should have when doing business with the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Aren't sword immortals the best at killing people? Now there are people and there's more than one of them. If they extend their necks they'll really be killed by you. Do you want to draw your swords and kill them? Jiang Gaotai cupped his fists and said loudly, Thank you everyone. Tang Fei Qian, who had not sat down since he stood up, had a similar feeling as his good friend Wu Qiu. That young reclusive official, did he really think that everything would be under his control with a large group of sword immortals as backup and a jade token? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. What does he think he is at such a young age? Li Kai stretched out a finger and rubbed the corner of her mouth. She wanted to kill one of them with her sword. However, in her heart, the young reclusive official's voice sounded again. She was still not anxious. Only then did Li Kai resist drawing her sword. Wei Jin had already opened his eyes. The two old Dragon City ferry managers who wanted to make a move immediately became obedient. The ferry owners of the South Hassa continent were still relatively quiet. As for the North continent, they had no intention of getting involved at all. At this time, after the impassioned atmosphere in the hall, everyone gradually discovered that the young man who should have been in a terrible fix had long since rested his chin on one hand, leaning against the four immortal table and looking at everyone with a smile. North continent, Aquarius continent, South Hassa continent. Everything was negotiable. One was because of the ancient customs. One was because it was too difficult to talk. One was because it was too close to the inverted hanging mountain. After all, there was the Mellow Qin clan, and Qin Shunan had just left the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The Central Divine Continent, Snow Peak Continent, and Fuyao Continent were the most difficult to negotiate. One was because they were used to being arrogant and looking down on the heroes of the 8 continents. One was because no matter how big the world was, it was not as important as money. One was the one who had done the inverted hanging mountain business and was the one with the most ability to earn money. Jinjia Continent, Luxia Continent, whether it was negotiable or not depended on the situation. Right now, it was a situation where it was not negotiable. Qin Pingan's gaze finally swept past the two old Dragon City ferry managers, and looked at them a few more times. The Aquarius Continent's ferry ships were actually the 6 old Dragon City ferries, the Fu family's treasure-swallowing whale, and the floating island known as the Inverted Hanging Mountain. The Sun family had a mountain sea turtle that was captured and tamed by their ancestors, and the Fan family had the Osmanthus Island. Of the 2 housekeepers who were guests at Spring Banner House, one was the Fu family's treasure-swallowing whale manager, the other was the Ding family's ferry owner. He had been to Old Dragon City a few times, but had never met the two of them. Even if the two of them had heard of Qin Pingan, they would probably think that it was someone else. The young hidden official languid laughed. "Ma, a good business that benefits both of us, must we put our heads on the table and weigh the weight? I don't think there is a need." Tang Fei Qian laughed coldly. "Just now, the ones who wanted to kill and use the name of the Sword Immortal to decide the life and death of others, I don't think we are the ones." Qin Pingan maintained his posture and smiled. "I am young and hot-blooded, and with the power in my hands I am a little arrogant." Wu Qiu took a sip of Spring Banner House's tea and gently placed the teacup down and laughed. "All of us have no future in our lives and are completely different from Master Hidden Official. We are not the same people and cannot say the same things. It is truly not easy for us to earn money, and all of us are risking our lives for it. Why don't we change the location and time to talk?" "Still the same words?" "Master Hidden Official's words are very useful. There is no need to trouble the Sword Immortals. Perhaps Master Hidden Official doesn't even need to show up personally. If it were Master Yin or Sword Immortal Naren, it would be enough to deal with us small fry." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Previously I said that there are rules when you go out and there are rules when you sit here. For example, everything can be settled on the matter of the immortal money. It was noisy just now so you guys didn't think too much. So I'll make it clearer. This time I came to Inverted Hanging Mountain because I wanted to change a large number of ship owners such as..." Qin Pingan looked at the female Jindan cultivator sitting at the back. "Lu Shun, the owner of Nikhang, I am willing to spend 200 grains of grain rain money, or the equivalent of the pill shop's resources, in exchange for Lu Shun's junior sister to take over Nikhang. The price is not fair, but she is already dead, so what? Will she not come to Inverted Hanging Mountain to earn money in the future? She is gone, but the boat is still there. At least she can earn 200 grains of grain rain money. Why choose you first? Simple, you are a soft persimmon. When I kill you, your mountain and teachers won't even dare to fart." The female Jindan cultivator's face turned pale. Jiang Gaotai immediately laughed. "I wonder how much grain rain money my head is worth in Master Hidden Official's eyes?" Qin Pingan shook his head. "You are a dead man. There is no need to spend a single grain of my divine money. Sword Immortal Xie will take care of the Lu family of the White Snow Continent." Sword Immortal Ku Xia will also speak a few words with his uncle Master Zhou Xinji in the Central Plains to take care of Tang Feiqian and his backer. Everyone is in the business, so you should know that cultivation level is not that important. Qin Pingan said, Sword Immortal Xia, don't go out first. If boat owner Jiang says another word, kill her. Otherwise, they will think that Master Hidden Official doesn't even dare to kill a chicken to warn the monkeys. Xie Songhua exhaled heavily. She could finally use her sword to kill. Qin Pingan turned to look at White Brook. Your patriarch has an old grudge with the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The enmity between us is too great. Since the previous reclusive officials ignored you, I'll do it. Don't leave tonight. I will ask Sword Immortal Xie to make an extra trip to protect your ceramic basin ferry. Return it to the mountain and water cavern of the Fuyao continent smoothly. Make things clear with that patriarch. Once the grudge is settled, business will continue as before. Come if you don't want to come, bear the consequences. This time, it was the Sword Immortal's turn to stand up. Wild Sword Immortal Xie stood up and said with a sigh, It has been many years since we killed Master Fuji. How nostalgic. Qin Pingan continued, Tonight, if you don't leave your seat and make a fuss, you are all the Great Wall of Sword Qi's esteemed guests. Qin Pingan smiled. If we don't reveal all the details, some of the dregs of character will be stirred up from the mud and put on the table for everyone to see. Let the cross-continent ferry and the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and then let the ferry owners look at each other carefully. How can we do long-term business with confidence? Qin Pingan said, Miyu. Miyu stood up and looked at the female nascent soul cultivator with a cold gaze. Sorry, that was the last time I lied to you. Actually, I am willing to part with it. The nascent soul cultivator's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Then Miyu took out a booklet from his sleeve, looked around, and casually picked a steward who hadn't stood up, but had almost stood up just now. Then Miyu listed the 18 generations of the steward's ancestors. It was not only the origin of the master, who was the direct disciple, who was the most valued, how were the descendants at the foot of the mountain, where were the big and small private residences. It was not only the private properties of the inverted mountain, but also the residences and courtyards in various parts of the continent. Even those like Wu Qiu and Tang Feiqian who had family properties in other continents were all recorded in the book. Miyu casually revealed everything. There was even a lot of knowledge about which fairies were not the companions of the mountain but were better than the companions of the mountain. Miyu also mentioned the family properties of the two fairy owners as if he was very familiar with them. Then Qin Pingan smiled, That's enough, you can't do the same thing more than 3 times. Miyu nodded. I am now the leader of the Hidden Official's lineage, who was personally appointed by the Hidden Official. Qin Pingan called out another name and said, Pu-He. Pu-He stood up and stared at the nascent soul cultivator who had apologized to him previously. His eyes were gloomy as he said, I just don't understand. How can there be such a businessman in the world who almost died and wants to die again? I want to see if that unpolished Jade Realm will kneel on the ground and beg me to give him face when I board the ferry. Qin Pingan looked at the 2 main figures of the 8 continents ferry. Wu Qiu, Tang Feiqian. Old immortals of the upper 5 realms. The 2 of you even bought residences at Julie Mountain in the North Continent. Then, in front of me, you call yourself a small fry and say that it's hard to earn money. Li Kai stood up. I won't leave the inverted mountain, but I can send a flying sword message to the Fuping Sword Sect and the Taihui Sword Sect. Just say that there are some rumors in the inverted mountain that the 2 old immortals colluded with the demon race. That's right, Sword Immortal Ku Xia, Yu Juanfu, Zhu Mei, and the rest of the juniors haven't left the Great Wall of Sword Qi, right? Let them tell the Central Plains Divine Continent about this, so that the 2 old immortals can prove their innocence and prevent innocent people from being wrongly accused. Sword Immortal Ku Xia stood up immediately. Not difficult. That's how it should be. Qin Pingan blinked and said with a puzzled face, Do you think that I want to become enemies with the mountain behind you? Is it necessary? It's not that bad. I just don't like you guys. Except for a very small number of people who are going to die, I still do things with propriety. Moreover, I'll apologize afterwards and pay a lot of money. That's all. In the long run, no one will lose out. Do you really think that I called the Sword Immortal over just to drink and drink tea with you? Trash like you who don't want to earn money for free, are you worthy? Sun Jiyuan also stood up with a smile. I still have some ties with everyone here as well as the sects and ancestors behind you. As for personal grudges, I have never had any. So I don't dare to trouble our hidden official with the matter of compensation. I will do it. Yin Ming stood up. As for the compensation, my Yin family still has some money. I Yin Ming will do it until the compensation is done. Nayland Saihuan didn't move. Tonight's events had exceeded her expectations by far too much. Qin Pingan changed his gaze. Don't let outsiders see a joke. My face doesn't matter, but Nayland Xiaowei's face is worth some money. Nayland Saihuan could only stand up slowly. Qin Pingan completely lost his smile. Although he still maintained his lazy posture, he still stared at this nascent soul sword cultivator who had done a lot of business. Nayland Saihuan braced herself and remained silent. Qin Pingan asked, "Is the seat wrong? Should you, Nayland Saihuan, sit there?" Nayland Saihuan's eyes were fierce and she was about to speak. Sword Immortal Gao Kuei stood up and turned to look at Nayland Saihuan. Nayland Saihuan was about to call out the three words, Qin Pingan, but she immediately swallowed them back down. This inexplicable change. It made Wu Qiu and other outsiders feel more and more horrified. This young hidden official who had said that he was a vile person intoxicated by success, was truly ruthless. Could it be that he was going to slaughter his own people as well? It was hard to say whether a villain was intoxicated or not. This young man was very black-hearted. As for the statement that he held great power in his hands, it was really not ambiguous at all. Wu Qiu finally stood up and cupped his fists. Hidden official, there is no need to do this. Business is business. Let's both take a step back and ask for a happy ending. Let's ask for a long-term flow of money. The young hidden official just held his chin with one hand and looked at the heavy snow outside the door. Qin Pingan seemed to be talking to himself. Do you really think that the Great Wall of Sword Qi doesn't have any good relations with people in the world? Do you think that the Great Wall of Sword Qi doesn't exist without these? It's nothing more than not doing things like you, so you mistakenly think that sword immortals are brainless? Do you know why you are still standing but not dead? Qin Pingan asked and answered his own question. That is in the long history of nearly 10,000 years. Since the first cross-continent ferry to the inverted mountain appeared in the South Sa continent, it started with the Pillow Water. If I remember correctly, the second one was the sect that had disappeared in the Fuyao continent, Yunduan Mountain, and the Tilt Ferry. The third one was the Tongye continent, which no longer has a cross-continent ferry. It was the Tong Umbrella that capsized and died in a shipwreck. After the news was sent back to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the sword immortals could only silently draw their swords and pay tribute to it from afar. This matter is too long ago. I'm afraid that many of the native sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi are not very clear about it. Qin Pingan sat up straight. In the earliest days, almost all the ferries that rushed to the inverted mountain were not for money. It was equivalent to giving money to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Even if the situation changed with the passage of time, and in fact it changed a lot, it's fine. Our Great Wall of Sword Qi will still remember your kindness for the 8 continents under the vast heavens. Why was Nayland Roiwei so angry back then that he did not go to the Rain Dragon sect's territory to draw his sword? Now you know the reason, right? It's not because the Patriarch of the Mountain River Grotto was smart, nor was it because of his beautiful alliance. With a single strike of his sword he was gone. You earned money, but in the end, the fairies sent supplies to the inverted mountain and then moved them to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Without you, the Great Wall of Sword Qi would have long fallen. Our Great Wall of Sword Qi has to admit this and will admit it. Qin Pingan stood up and suddenly smiled. He stretched out his hands and gestured a few times. Sit down. What are you waiting for? I said I would kill, so I really did kill. Is there any reason? Do you really believe me? The young recluse chuckled and said, Ship owner Jiang, sit. Lu Xin, sit as well. Everyone sit down and talk. Harmony breeds wealth. We are businessmen. It's outrageous to fight and kill. Miyu did not take a seat. Therefore no one dared to sit down. Xie Songhua, Pu He, Xie Ji and the rest of the world sword cultivators clearly had killing intent, but they were still there. Qin Pingan walked to the back of Nayland Saihuan's chair. He stretched out 2 fingers and gently pressed on the shoulder of the female nascent soul sword cultivator. He reminded her with a smile in his mind, take a seat first or die. In your hands, there are so many businesses that have crossed the line. The secret records and files of the recluse's lineage are all recorded in your account. That's why I say you're still too stupid. Do you really think your patriarch's business skills are inferior to yours? You're 10,000 miles away from the old sword immortal. Nayland Roiwei has already saved your life once. He won't be able to save you a second time. Nayland Saihuan felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her mind was blank and her face was pale. She slowly sat down. Then the young recluse stretched out his arms and leaned against the back of Nayland Saihuan's chair. He looked at the fairy stewards who were at a loss and said helplessly, "Treat with courtesy, suppress with power, reason with reason, and emotion with emotion. I'm just a small recluse. I've done everything I can tonight. Why isn't everyone giving me any face?" Thus everyone sat down. That young recluse who popped out of nowhere was sinister, vicious, and mentally ill. Chen Pingan walked back to his original position, but he didn't sit down. He slowly said, "I can't guarantee that you'll make more money than before. But I can guarantee that you'll make a lot of money." This sentence can be believed. It's okay if you don't believe it. In the future, the account books on your desk will get thicker and thicker. You won't be able to fool anyone. Miyu stood up and shook his sleeves. Universe in the sleeve swept out a booklet and hovered in front of all the fairy stewards. Chen Pingan continued, "All the materials needed by the Great Wall of Sword Chi in the future are on the list. They are carefully divided according to the heavenly roots. The prices are also written on the list. As for the specific discount, it depends on your ability to dig 3 feet into the ground in the vast world. As for the other fairy stewards who can't participate in tonight's meeting, I'll have to trouble you to help me pass on the message. Because in the future, the Great Wall of Sword Chi will not accept any of the materials in the past. But for some materials, the Great Wall of Sword Chi will not refuse, and the price will only be higher. The 8 continents have their own specialties. If you agree to the Great Wall of Sword Chi on credit, if you don't agree to us on credit, the former is friendship and the latter is the duty of a businessman to seek wealth. You can discuss with me in private. Whether you want to use credit to exchange for the benefits you can find elsewhere can also be discussed." All the fairy stewards began to carefully browse through the booklet. At this point, Chen Pingan smiled and looked at the Mountain River Grotto Yuanian Cultivator by Shi. "Are you surprised? Actually, one of the things you planned was to unload and then load before coming to the inverted hanging mountain. You wanted a fairy to monopolize a few types of materials and asked for a high price, so as to avoid bargaining with each other and selling to the Great Wall of Sword Chi cheaply. Isn't it a coincidence that the Great Wall of Sword Chi helped you do it? Old immortal White Brook, ask yourself honestly, this is how the Great Wall of Sword Chi deals with you openly. Why are you still acting so sneakily? Why do you have to do this? As for who leaked your idea, don't bother to find out. With the rich products of the Fuyao continent and the capabilities of the Mountain River Grotto, you will be busy earning money in the future. Why bother with such a small matter?" When the cultivators of the snowy continent saw this, they were stunned for a long time. The Great Wall of Sword Chi was going to buy snow and spend money in the future? When the steward of the Fu family in Old Dragon City flipped to this page, he also felt that it was a little interesting. This was because the price of the Yunxia Mountain special product, the Cloud Root Stone, had increased. Even the North Continent's fairy stewards, who were the least willing to earn big money, did not know whether to laugh or cry. Well, it seemed that after returning to their continent, they would have to sit down and have a good talk with the Skeleton Beach and the Hemp Sect. In the end, Chen Pingan said, "The money from now on is for everyone to earn as much as they want. If there are people who stop the cross-continent ferry in our continent and do not want to earn this immortal money, and insist on acting like a child and fighting over personal feelings, that's fine too. The mountains will not change and the rivers will continue to flow. This friendship will be slowly settled. Also, other than official business, the fairy stewards should also think about your own Tao. If you want additional items from the Pill Workshop or some immortal treasures, the Great Wall of Sword Chi will record them all. As long as you can do it, we will help you exchange items. If you need more immortal money, of course we will tell you directly. During this period, I promise that the Great Wall of Sword Chi will not earn any extra money. Treat it as an extra small benefit for everyone." Jiang Gaotai flipped through the thick book without batting an eyelid. He asked telepathically, "Hidden official, are you really not going to kill people and only do business?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Only looking at the results and not the process, shouldn't I be thanking you? If there is a day when we stop doing business, we will settle the score after autumn. But don't worry, every business that is done, the price is right there. Not only is it consensual, but it can also be considered as a favor from you, so there is hope that we will be even. After that, the world is so big, whether we will meet again in this life is another matter." Jiang Gaotai was skeptical. Chen Pingan either used telepathically to reply to some people's quiet inquiries, or he took the initiative to talk to people. "Your young city lord Fu Nanhua, what is his current cultivation level?" "Fairy Lu, I was talking nonsense earlier. Your right-hand junior sister is indeed your trusted aide. In fact, she is extremely respectful to you. Don't hate our Miyu sword immortal. How could he bear to kill you? Of course he is just putting on an act for this hidden official. If you are sad because of this, you will make him even sadder. You are so infatuated that you have failed to live up to your expectations. The young hidden official spoke casually, as if he was exchanging pleasantries with an acquaintance. However, when those words landed in the minds of the ferry managers, the latter had to carefully chew on every word, afraid that they would miss out on some mystery. Because even if no one had any communication, they all had lingering fears about one thing. At some point in time, this young man wanted to kill everyone sitting in the room opposite the sword immortal. It might be true or it might be false. But what if it was true? Qin Pingan continued to hold his chin with one hand and looked at the heavy snow outside the door. At this moment, Lu Xianyang's ferry should be returning to the South Hassa continent soon. On the ferry that had long left the inverted mountain, Lu Xianyang was reading a book under the light in the room. There was a seal on the table. Border, Great Sword Immortal Qin Pingan. First seal, Elder Brother Lu Xianyang Hui Siyuan. Seal, move the mountains and drain the seas. Lu Xianyang glanced at the seal and smiled knowingly. Good boy. When it came to bragging, he learned from him. "6:35. For a time, there was only the sound of flipping books in the room. The ship owners were very good at doing business and accounting. After all, it was their specialty. Most of the sword immortals left after receiving the order of the hidden official. Li Kai, Ku Xia, Yuan Qingshu, Xieji, Song Pin, and Pu He had all returned to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Miyu and Gao Kuei stayed. Xiao Yunyan was still sitting at the gate. Xie Songhua had to personally escort a cross-continent ferry out of the inverted mountain, so she would not leave the Spring Banner House. Yan Ming and Nayland Saihuan also had to stay. In the future, they would need to cooperate with Xiao Yunyan to do business with the Eight Continents ferry in the Spring Banner House. Tonight's business in the Spring Banner House was really not small. In the vast territory of the Eight Continents, hundreds of dynasties, sects, and immortal families would all move in the future because of tonight's conversation. Qin Pingan had been sitting on the main seat, drinking the wine sent by Miyu. He did not urge any of the ship owners. He held the wine pot in one hand and clenched and unclenched the other. Nayland Saihuan was probably the one who hated Qin Pingan the most in the room. Gao Kuei's trip was only for one thing, to kill her, Nayland Saihuan. There was a lot of hatred but nothing could be done. Usually it was because there was more fear than hatred. Nayland Saihuan's greater fear was the young hidden official's words to her. I can pinch my nose and do business with these outsiders. Why can't a family member with real power tolerate it? It doesn't make sense. Nayland Saihuan, I promise you that the Nayland family will not lose too much money. If you are lucky you can still make a profit. But I can't guarantee anything about luck. Nayland Saihuan also promised something. Nayland Saihuan felt that she had really reached an agreement with the young hidden official and opened her heart to him. However, not only did it not change her current predicament, but it also ushered in the biggest fear. Gao Kuei still did not leave the Spring Banner House. He still sat quietly not far away and drank. It was not the immortal wine of the Spring Banner House, but the wine of the Bamboo Grotto Heaven. Nayland Saihuan calmed down and began to think about tonight's meeting. She wanted to know more about the young people from the beginning to the end. Previously, she had never really interacted with Qin Pingan or the second shopkeeper. It was only after he became the hidden official that the two of them discussed some matters, and it wasn't very pleasant. Nayland Saihuan thought of a young hermit's final words. The way a scholar chewed on words was truly terrifying. According to Righteous World's custom, it was supposed to be, persuade with emotion and reason, but Qin Pingan insisted on saying, persuade with emotion and reason. Love, it was the love of incense. This was something that the merchants of the 9 provinces ferry had forgotten. On the contrary, the Great Wall of Sword Qi had never forgotten about their nostalgia. The logic was even simpler. He was a sword immortal from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, a sword cultivator who used his flying sword to take the head. After that, it was the most vulgar way of saying that money moved people's hearts. Everyone sat down, talked nicely, and did business properly. It was just that before this, Qin Pingan's most ruthless threat was not that the sword immortal would kill people at any time, but that he made a cut and targeted the vital interests of some ferry owners. Putting aside any morality, business rules, and sect management, Qin Pingan chose to directly fight with his opponents. For example, Wu Qiu and Tang Feiqian's private residence in the Juli Mountain area of the North Continent, and the reputation of the 2 cultivators of the Upper 5 Realms. It was better to die than to live. Of course, there were also the lives of Nanji Jiang Gaotai and Nikhang ferry manager Lu Shen. They would die if they said so. Don't talk to me about the heritage of the sect or the aftereffects of flipping the table and not doing business anymore. As long as someone stood up from his seat, then the Great Wall of Sword Chi would only target a certain person in front of the young hermit. Talking about this with many serious immortal masters in the world, the direct disciples of the Hall of Ancestral Masters, especially those arrogant people of rich families, not to mention that they might not be able to come to an agreement, they might even fall out completely. However, it was most useful to talk about this with these merchants who were no longer pure cultivators. The real dividing line was, of course, the booklets that Miyu took out. Without them, no matter how much Qin Pingan schemed, when dozens of ferry owners left the Spring Banner House and the Inverted Mountain, Qin Pingan would not gain anything except implicating the entire Great Wall of Sword Chi and being hated. Perhaps he could continue to be a hermit, but the financial power of the Great Wall of Sword Chi would fall back into the hands of Yan Ming and her. Nayland Saihuan regained some spirit and felt that she finally knew how to get along with the young hermit. In terms of appearance and bearing, Nayland Saihuan was indeed a great beauty. Therefore Miyu glanced at her. Then Miyu shook his head. There was some pity and disdain in his eyes. He no longer looked at Nayland Saihuan and continued to close his eyes to rest. If Nayland Saihuan was a woman who could make men fall in love with just her appearance, then Miyu was a man who could make women happy with just his appearance. The nascent soul stage woman who was extremely resentful and sorrowful, accidentally, saw this scene. The haze in her heart was slightly lifted. This heartless man who should be cut into pieces, didn't even look at her after he said those shameful words that should be punished by the heavens. His gaze wandered to the opposite seat many times, and he deliberately avoided her every time. If Miyu did not have her in his heart, why would he be so deliberate? Moreover, it was said that Nayland Saihuan once fell in love with Miyu. Didn't she still not get close to him and become a pair of immortal Taoist companions in the Great Wall of Sword Chi? Thinking of this, the woman felt that she was better than Nayland Saihuan. Looking at Miyu again, he looked bleak and lonely. He turned his head to look at the beautiful snow outside the door and was speechless. He pretended to be cool and unrestrained when he served wine to the young hidden official like a lackey. He was like a different person. She felt a little sad for no reason. Now they are both sword immortals in the upper 5 realms. Miyu, you are still in your hometown. Do you still have to suffer this? Qin Pingan had been holding his chin with one hand all along. He had been looking at all the clues of human emotions. After noticing the subtle changes in Miyu, he could not help but admire him. Infatuated people could only be moved by their infatuation. Miyu was such a talented, heartless man. If he only cultivated the love between a man and a woman, this great sword immortal Miyu should be at the level of an ascendant realm. He could probably compete with Jiang Shangjin in terms of Dao techniques. Qin Pingan intends to find an opportunity to vent the anger of these infatuated women. He wants to beat Miyu up so that sword immortals can't fight back. Xie Songhua is a little worried. She wants to ride Jiang Gaotai's Nanji, and she can't miss Dai Hao's Tai Tang. This female sword immortal's eyes wander. The ripples caused by the sword intent of the bamboo box behind her never stop for a moment. The matter of Spring Banner House is over, but she has a few more personal grudges now. This matter is not over yet. The guys from the White Peak continent are the first to stand up and talk. In the end, it seems that the White Peak continent has the most people who want to die. This is slapping her in the face twice. Look at Wei Jin and Yuan Qingshu, and then look at the cultivators from the Aquarius continent and the South Whirlpool continent opposite them. Don't they all give them face? Well, I am a woman. Am I not a sword immortal? Frightened, Dai Hao has to take the initiative to ask the young man who is drinking slowly with his mind. He asked carefully, Master Hidden Official, is sword immortal Xie here? Dai Hao didn't even dare to raise his head to look at the main seat. He had no choice but to ignore the etiquette. Otherwise, as soon as he raised his head, Xie Songhua, a terrifying sword immortal who could easily slaughter a demon sword cultivator in the unpolished Jade realm, would definitely notice some clues. Qin Pingan laughed. Do you still remember what sword immortal Xie said to you fellows when you first met her tonight? Think about it. Among all the fairies in the White Peak continent, Xie Songhua will personally escort the one who needs money the most. If the escort is not successful, you can blame her. Dai Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for your advice, Master Hidden Official. Wei Jin, intentionally or unintentionally, did not go with Li Kai and the others. He was the last one to leave alone. Qin Pingan stood up. I will send Sword Immortal Wei off first. Miyu, you are responsible for answering the guest questions. If the discussion is successful or not, take note of it. I still have the same conscience. Once seated, everyone is a businessman. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. How much you earn depends on your Tao. I am no exception. Tonight, in the main hall of Spring Banner House, the rules of earning money will only be greater than the title of hidden official. Chen Pingan looked at Lu Shen, the owner of the Nikhang Ferry, and Lu Yu, the owner of the Duck Bell Ferry. After calling out their names, he smiled and said, I'll have to trouble the two owners to help me record the contents of the meeting. Chen Pingan sent the Sword Immortal of Wind Snow Temple all the way to the entrance of Spring Banner House. Wei Jin said, I don't like to meddle in other people's business. I just have some questions, may I ask? There is nothing you can't ask or I can't say. Chen Pingan laughed. I am very happy to be able to meet a Sword Immortal from Aquarius continent at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Furthermore, you do not lose to the other Sword Immortal seniors. Chen Pingan said, this is the truth. It is up to you to believe it or not. Wei Jin laughed. If you did not say such superfluous words, I would have believed it. Chen Pingan said, go ahead and ask. Wei Jin then asked, all the Sword Immortals from other places including Xie don't want to get anything extra because of what happened tonight. Why do you insist on making a deal before coming to Spring Banner House? Wouldn't it be unnecessary? Forget it, it should not be so. Since you are good at accounting, let me change the question. You only said that you would not let any Sword Immortal make a trip to Inverted Hanging Mountain in vain and act as a villain in Spring Banner House for nothing. However, you did not mention the specific reward, yet you dare to say that you would not disappoint the Sword Immortals. What is your so-called reward? Chen Pingan hesitated for a moment before saying slowly, in terms of the heart, it is to do good deeds and to do good deeds. In terms of the matter, it is to not owe any favors for the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Let's talk about the matter and do business with these Sword Immortals from other places with a clear conscience. As for the reward you asked about, it varies from person to person. I will not go into the details as it involves the privacy of the Sword Immortals. Other than that, Chen Pingan did not hide anything. However, there is a bottom line that I can say directly. In the future, every Sword Immortal from other places who has the chance to return to their homeworld can take away at least one Sword Immortal embryo from the Great Wall of Sword Chi in the lower 5 realms. Those who are not willing to take them away will be repaid when the time comes. Those who are willing to take 1 or 2 more, as long as the Great Wall of Sword Chi has such good seedlings in the lower 5 realms, feel free to take them away. Wei Jin shook his head with a wry smile. What kind of brain is this? Sword Immortals from other places, cross-continent fairies, Sword Immortal embryos from the Great Wall of Sword Chi that had yet to mature. In short, they were all included in the calculations. And if these young and innate Sword Immortals who had the chance to blossom within the Great Wall of Sword Chi and the Great Wall of Sword Chi and the Great Wall of Sword Chi and the Great Wall of Sword Chi, what kind of scene would it be? As for the batch of Sword Immortals from other places who were the preachers, regardless of their temperament, they were Sword Immortals who dared to come to the Great Wall of Sword Chi and even dared to die on the city wall. How could they not be devoted to imparting their knowledge to these direct disciples and especially favored them? Once this batch of children grew up and eventually rose to power in the various continents, how could they not form a group? If they formed a group, how could the Sword Immortals who had already left the Great Wall of Sword Chi and returned to their homeworld not form a group? Taking a step back, even if the Great Wall of Sword Chi no longer existed in the future, would the gathering place of these future Sword Immortals be considered a different kind of Great Wall of Sword Chi? Wei Jin laughed. He was looking forward to that scene. This was Wei Jin looking back. If he looked back, he would thinking back to the first time they met, Wei Jin's impression of the young man beside him was that he was a silly and timid country bumpkin. And that young man's eyes were very clear and bright. Wei Jin stopped in his tracks and sighed. He turned to look at Chen Pingan who was rubbing his hands habitually to warm himself. You're a foreigner. Do you have to think so much and so far for the Great Wall of Sword Chi? Chen Pingan laughed and said, I have a wife here. You don't. How can you compare to me? Wei Jin shook his head. He wanted to drink again and did not want to talk about this. As for his future, Chen Pingan had openly and honestly talked to him about it. At that time, the eldest Sword Immortal was also present. Wei Jin did not intend to refuse. He only hoped that he would not be inferior to Xie Songhua of the Snowy Peak continent. He hoped that he would first establish a merit worthy of the Immortal Foundation at the Great Wall of Sword Chi before going to the Fuyao continent to do that. Wei Jin did not have any thoughts about the Wind Snow Temple. After his master left, he had long regarded it as insignificant. But since his master had passed the immortal foundation to him, he had to do something. His master was a cultivator of the older generation. Old people like him cared about face the most. Wei Jin, as his disciple, had to help his master earn it. When he went to the grave and toasted with wine, he would not be silent. Qin Pingan said, "Can I tell you something that I have never mentioned to anyone before?" Wei Jin said, "If you don't have any plans, I'll listen." In the Wind Snow Temple, the sword opened the curtain of the night. Before the person arrived, the sword had already arrived. That kind of sword, immortal spirit. Song Yu of the Brushwater Nation burned a fire. 1 man and 1 horse against an army. 1 man against an entire nation. That kind of martial spirit. Lotus Flower blessed lands Devil Ding Ying. The true target of the Q-seeking fist was actually the Great Tao. That kind of great heart that competed with the heavens. These were the few battles that Qin Pingan had the most lingering taste in his heart. Wei Jin heard Qin Pingan's general words and laughed. It seems that it has little to do with the level of cultivation. Qin Pingan nodded and said, "It does not have much to do with it." Wei Jin left the Spring Banner House. Qin Pingan turned around alone and went back the way he came. Halfway back, he squatted beside a courtyard of a large courtyard. He picked up the snow and wiped his cheeks. He took a deep breath and rubbed a solid snowball. Xiao Yunyan stood behind the young hidden official and laughed softly. "Sword immortals kill without spilling blood. Sir, hidden official's actions tonight have the same effect." Qin Pingan shook his head and said with a smile, "It's not that good. It's like a family with a strong foundation. The younger generation took advantage of the situation to do things and succeeded. I have the ability, but it's not as great as imagined." He casually threw the snowball onto the roof ridge and lifted the golden rope of the jade token at his waist. "If it were Yan Ming or Nayland Saihuan sitting in my position, they could also do this. What they lack compared to me is not mental effort or scheming, but this jade token." Xiao Yunyan shook his head and said, "I don't think so." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "If everyone can be like Mr. Xiao, who can distinguish between sincere and polite words and can understand the implication, it will save us a lot of trouble." Xiao Yunyan said, "If there is really an apology, Sun Jiyuan and me, you will be there. As for the payment, it doesn't make much difference whether it's first Yan Ming, then Nayland Saihuan, then Spring Banner House or some other order. The only thing you need to pay attention to is how much you need to pay. Do you want to lose all your money and end it all, or do you want the 3 parties to pay half of it first?" Qin Pingan said, "Let's pay half of it first. If there is no improvement in the financial operation at that time, or if there is an accident, the Yin family and Nayland family are doomed to lose money. We can only let Sword Immortal Xiao sell the whole Spring Banner House." Xiao Yunyan smiled and said, "Okay. In fact, I'm not afraid of accidents, but I'm afraid of doing things without a plan." Qin Pingan said, "If we want those ship owners to leave Spring Banner House, they will still be unable to work together for warmth. They won't be able to be like the young ancestor of Mountain Water Cave who came out of nowhere to mess things up and twist people's hearts into a rope. If we want to do this, we have to let them be bitterly disappointed and completely distrust their original allies." In the end, the half-truths and half-lies that I had said earlier were not absolute facts. Many of those old foxes would not shed tears until they saw the coffin. Without experiencing the pain of a stick, one would not know the sweetness of a date. Therefore, I will do some dirty things next, and I may need Sword Immortal Xiao's help in many of them. During this period, if you need my help to mobilize any Sword Immortals, just say the word." Xiao Yunyan smiled and asked, "Mr. Hidden Official, let's not talk about people's hearts and visions. Just based on your style of doing things, do you deserve to be looked upon favorably and have high hopes by Sword Immortal Xiao?" Qin Pingan couldn't help but laugh. He raised his head and asked, "Sword Immortal Xiao, you don't have to be so straightforward, right?" Xiao Yunyan smiled and said, "My friend, you speak freely." Qin Pingan scooped up the accumulated snow as if he was scooping up water. He clapped his hands lightly, causing the snow to swirl in the air. He slowly said, "Doing something and wanting to do it well is always harder than being reasonable and being a good person. In the eyes of outsiders, a person who was too unreasonable would actually have a lot of reasons to support this unreasonableness. A person who liked to earn money and was able to earn money would actually pay a price that he didn't think was a price. There's actually such a person? So it's such a person. As far as the eye could see, the world was dark and there were walls everywhere. It was all up to fate. With a clear vision and a bright world, one would see many unhappiness. One suffered. One was terrible. Xiao Yunyan said, using one's own suffering to deny the kindness of the world. Using a grand vision to deny the joys and sorrows of others. Indeed, none of them are good. Chen Pingan stood up and said with a smile, Sword Immortal Xiao, you truly are an expert to be able to see through people's hearts and have penetrating insights. Xiao Yunyan smiled and said, I'm not as good as hidden official. You're too kind. You're too kind. They hit it off at first sight and hugged each other happily. Brother Xiao, did you really not leave a single blade strengthening gourd in the spring banner shop? I just wanted to take a look and see the world. Brother Xiao, you don't have to look at me like I'm a thief. Indeed, not a single blade strengthening gourd was left behind. They were all taken to the North Continent by Lu Sui. If hidden official doesn't believe me, you can search for it. If you find one, I'll give you another one. Alright, I'll have to trouble Brother Xiao to give me a map of the spring banner shop. I might have to come here often in the future. The house is too big and I don't want to get lost. I don't think there's a need for that. If Brother Xiao continues to be so disgruntled, we'll really be mocking brothers. You're too kind. The North Continent Ferry Steward had no objections to the almost cumbersome pricing of all the resources in the book. In fact, it was very different from the other stewards who browsed word by word. The old cultivators of the North Continent flipped through the books, drank wine or drank tea. All of them were relaxed and carefree. They didn't earn much before, but now that they had the chance to earn more, what more could they ask for? The South Swirl Continent Ferry Steward had some objections. The Fu family and Ding family of the Aquarius Continent's Old Dragon City also had some objections. The Central Divine Continent, Snow Peak Continent, and Fuyao Continent's Ferry Steward had yet to speak. The Liuxia Continent and the Jinjia Continent were neighboring continents, and their relationship was not bad. Many of the resources and minerals transported to the inverted hanging mountain were exchanged, so they had been communicating with each other. They planned to wait for Wu Qiu, Tang Feiqian, Jiang Gaotai, and Bai Shi to speak before they spoke. The thick booklet was compiled by Qin Pingan, who was in charge of the general direction. All the sword cultivators of the hidden officials took turns to read the files and compiled it together. Among them, Lin Junbai and the other foreign sword cultivators naturally contributed the most. Many of the old records of the hidden officials were actually unable to keep up with the changes in the vast world. Miyu did not dare to say that he knew everything by heart, but it was enough for Miyu to discuss matters in the main hall with the ship owners who were already extremely tactful in their words. Lu Yu and Lu Xin received an extra small task to help write down the contents of the discussion. Before Xiao Yunyan left the main hall to find Qin Pingan, he had already prepared a writing desk, brush, and ink for the two ferry stewards. How to earn money in the world was nothing more than expanding sources of income and reducing expenditure. The young man said that the products of the 8 continents each had their own strengths. So there was a lot of knowledge on how to expand sources of income and reduce the cost of the ferry stewards. Among them, there was a small preface in the book for the scenery section and the ferry section. There were words that enlightened the sect, hoping that the 8 continents ferry stewards, sects, and mountains behind them would have their own opinions. So tonight's discussion was not as simple as haggling between the ferry stewards and the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It was far more complicated and far-reaching than that. It involved all the ferry stewards and all the old trade channels. They needed to renegotiate the goods, negotiate the price and return. In the words of the young man, they could discuss it properly. They could discuss it openly or privately. Nayland Saihuan had been watching coldly from the sidelines. But the more she thought about it, the more she felt that there were many ways to do it. As long as she could connect the dots, she would realize that it was all an open and above-board scheme. If the immediate interests of the ferry stewards were used as a threat, it was the Great Wall of Sword Qi's unruliness in the business world. The many hints of the young hidden official reminded the merchants to consider their own cultivation of the Great Tao. There was no harm in haggling over personal gains and losses. Not only did the Great Wall of Sword Qi not reject this, it was even happy to see it happen. It even helped a little. This was the Great Wall of Sword Qi's unsheathed sword. It was a retraction. It guaranteed that all the ferry stewards would make a lot of money in the future. At most, it would be the icing on the cake. But if all the ferry stewards could take the money into their own pockets, it would be a timely help from the general business of their own mountain to a real business of their own. With this retraction and release, people's hearts would no longer be the same as before. However, the outcome of all these plans would depend on whether they could withstand the scrutiny of the world and whether they could withstand the unexpected impacts in the future. Approaching the central hall of the Spring Banner shop, Qin Pingan suddenly asked, "Are there any outstanding accounting talents?" Xiao Yunyan said regretfully, "I used to have a direct disciple who was an expert in this field. The business of the spring banner shop was handled by him. He was good at it and had the ability to create something out of nothing." Qin Pingan asked, "Is there a chance to ask the Huichen banner shop to do something?" Xiao Yunyan smiled and asked, "Do you trust my judgment?" Qin Pingan said, "People's hearts are unpredictable. The difficulty lies not in the past, the present, or the future. So I don't dare to fully trust it. Fortunately, I believe in the Great Wall of Sword Chi's ability to correct mistakes." Xiao Yunyan nodded and said, "Then I'll try to recall this person. He was extremely talented in the field of divination. He has a natural instinct for tedious and boring numbers and enjoys it. I originally gave him a secret letter to seek refuge with a bigger business sect in the Bale Peak continent. If he can first gain experience in the new spring banner shop, I don't think he needs my secret letter as a stepping stone." Qin Pingan said, "Tie him up and bring him back to the inverted mountain." After entering the lobby, they began a long bargaining session. Nayland Saihuan was surprised again. Because the young hidden official seemed to deliberately want everyone to grind the details and price to death. It seemed that he didn't care about writing a new booklet at all. Because even the North Continent ferry steward who had made up his mind not to speak was pulled to the business table by Qin Pingan with a smile. He asked in detail whether the North Continent had something similar to the booklet or a substitute for the goods in the booklet. After a few rounds, the old cultivators were annoyed. Since the hidden official made it clear that he wanted to talk business, they wouldn't be polite. Once they opened their mouths, it was a matter of a few words. The North Continent ferry owner who was in the same boat as the Great Wall of Sword Chi was like this. The South Saw continent was even more impolite. Even the two ferry owners of the Aquarius continent, who had the lowest voices, dared to say more. For some of the negotiated new prices, the young hidden official directly asked Miyu to erase the old text on the booklet and rewrite it at the side. Wu Qiu and Tang Feiqian were slightly relieved and then opened their mouths. There were those who raised the price and those who accidentally lowered the price. In short, both sides went back and forth. Yan Ming no longer remained silent. Even Nayland Saihuan didn't continue to be a mute. More and more ferry owners and stewards didn't hide their mental calculations from their seats. There were more than 10 people in the previous row. There was a sword immortal overseeing it. The young hidden official who sat in the main seat had the final say. Now this was his old profession. The beads on the abacus rolled up and down. It was hard to say who would win or lose. On the side of the Pure Jade Continent's ferry owner, Jiang Gaotai of the Pure Jade Continent spoke more. After a few rounds, he seemed to be the leader of the Pure Jade Continent's ferry. The other ferry owners really admired this Jiang Gaotai. He was someone who had gone through the gates of hell before. They didn't expect him to be so unafraid of death now. Jiang Gaotai's expression was calm, showing the demeanor of an immortal in the upper 5 realms. In fact, he was cursing in his heart. Damn it, I was forced by the hidden official to bargain fiercely. Does he really think that I'm so blind, a hero who holds his head with both hands? Qin Pingan raised his head and looked outside the door. Unknowingly, the sky was bright. In the account book, there were no one-off transactions. There were many clauses that were changed again and again. It was obvious that both parties were still in a stalemate. The crucial point was that as time passed, the various continents and the various ferries started to have disputes. At the start, they would restrain themselves, but after that, they could no longer care about their feelings. There were even people who slammed the table and glared at each other. Anyway, the young hidden official didn't care about such things. Instead, he laughed and took sides. He said a few words to appease the flames. He used the excuse of mediating the dispute to lower the price. Everyone present were all cultivators. They were not tired. As for whether their hearts were tired or not, that was another matter. However, everyone was well aware that once tonight's matter became the final conclusion, then the slightest bit of profit that anyone present could obtain for their ferry, even if it was just a slight difference of 1 or 2 snowflakes, would be an enormous profit in the future. Thinking about it, even if they were tired, they would still be happy. At noon, the hidden official suggested that they could return to their courtyards. The stewards of the continents would discuss the matter behind closed doors. If they wanted to visit and discuss matters, the Spring Banner House would definitely not stop them. Everyone in the hall immediately dispersed. Jiang Gaotai got up later and glanced at the young hidden official secretly. The latter nodded with a smile. Yan Ming and Nayland Saihuan also went to discuss matters. Qin Pingan found Gao Kuei first and said, "Thank you. Sword Fairy Gao, you can return to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Gao Kuei said indifferently, it's just getting up, staring at women, and drinking a pot of bamboo sea cave wine. It's not a big deal. Qin Pingan said with a smile, I still have to say some polite words. Miyu said with a smile, Gao Kuei, you should be polite when talking to the hidden official. Gao Kuei was very impressed with this Miyu, who was famous for being an embroidered pillow in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In the past, if he met Miyu who always wanted to crawl under the skirts of women, Gao Kuei would lose if he looked at him or said anything to him. After last night, his impression of Miyu did not change much, but he was willing to say something. Of course it was not good words. Miyu, don't always be like this in the future. If your brother Miyu was not dragged down by you, he would have already become an immortal. You should know that at the beginning Yu Qing's aptitude was not as good as Miyu's. After Gao Kuei finished, he strode away. Miyu said helplessly, this Gao Kuei deserves to be a bachelor. I like women most sincerely and women like me also sincerely. Is it wrong to exchange true feelings for true feelings? Qin Pingan said, look at you, you have to thank great sword immortal Miyu for not being chopped to death by the lonely sword immortals. Miyu turned to look at the snow-white continent's female sword immortal who was still sitting in boredom. Just as he called her sword immortal Xie Songhua smiled and said, please go away. Miyu sighed and walked out of the hall. He crossed the threshold and went to make a snowman. He went to a secluded corner and made a girl who did not look like a god. Great sword immortal Mi chose a flower bed in Spring Banner House. Even in the middle of winter, the flowers and plants were still beautiful. Nayland Saihuan's auntie was destined to not come to such a place. She was beautiful but she wanted to earn money too much. But the girl from the Central Plains Divine Continent would most likely come here, and she would definitely like this immortal peony that bloomed under the snow. When she came to the flower bed and saw the flowers, she would see the snowman secretly standing under the flowers and leaves. At that time she would know that she was infatuated with him. When foreign sword immortals left the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the local sword immortals would often treat them to drinks. Just like when Huang Tong of the Taihui sword sect was about to return home, the old sword immortal Dong Sanging personally sent him off. Xie Songhua naturally needed someone to send her off. Actually, Qin Pingan only sent her to the entrance of Spring Banner House. Xie Songhua was a little unhappy. She felt that she should not leave inverted Hanging Mountain like this. Qin Pingan said that she could wait at Flood Dragon Gully. If she was really bored, she could go to Rain Dragon Sect to take a stroll and relax. Xie Songhua's interest was immediately piqued. She asked, does this count as picking that Jiang Gaotai? What about that Dai Hao? How about we get rid of them together? I owe you a favor. Since you are so good at calculating, you have to make the best use of it. They are all heading north. Sword cultivators fly on their swords. Anyway, they are very fast. Qin Pingan shook his head. Wait for my news. Xie Songhua grumbled, so wishy-washy. If not for the fact that I owe you a favor, I would not be bothered to talk to you. When you reach the snowy border continent, don't come looking for me to catch up. There is no need to drink. Qin Pingan smiled. Those two girls from Stork Tavern will be under Sword Immortal Xie's protection in the future. Xie Songhua was in a good mood when she thought of this. They are all good seedlings. I will nurture them well. It might be a little difficult to become a sword immortal like their master. Earth immortal sword cultivators will not run away. Qin Pingan, I still have to thank you for this. But it does not count as owing you money. I will just thank you and forget about it. Qin Pingan exhorted him. He said that the two young ladies were born in the streets of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. They were too young and had never seen the outside world. The matter of teaching them the way of the sword was very important, but how could they live more freely in the vast world without forgetting their roots? He would have to trouble Sword Immortal Xie. Especially before they could protect themselves, they must not mention that they were born in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. They must not let their emotions affect their decisions when outsiders talk about the Great Wall of Sword Qi. No matter how unpleasant the words were, they should bear with it. They should treat it as a mental cultivation outside of learning the way of the sword. Xie Songhua felt a headache coming on. She could only say that she understood. The two of them approached the entrance of Spring Banner House. Qin Pingan finally stopped nagging and asked a strange question. Sword Immortal Xie, do you know how to brew wine? Xie Songhua was a little confused. Of course not. Qin Pingan smiled. I have a friend who once said his biggest wish in life was, what's the matter in the mountains? brewing wine with pine flowers and frying tea with spring water. Xie Songhua asked bluntly, Qin Pingan, you've been with me for a long time and now you want to tease me? Qin Pingan was at a loss for words. Qin Pingan felt that he was never good at dealing with women. He was far inferior to Sword Immortal Miyu and even more inferior to Jiang Shangjin, who had turned from an enemy to a friend. To be honest, he could not even compare to his good friend Qi Jinglong. Xie Songhua laughed heartily. You are indeed inexperienced. No matter how smart you are, you still can't take a joke. Qin Pingan heaved a sigh of relief. Xie Songhua cupped her fists. Please stop here, hidden official. You don't have to send me off. I don't have the habit of strolling with men. Qin Pingan smiled and cupped his fists in return. I can't imagine how outstanding a man Sword Immortal Xie would be if he could make you fall for him. If we meet again in the future, I hope Sword Immortal Xie can let me meet him. Xie Songhua sneered. Outstanding? Flirtatious mother asterisk cur, he still dares to flirt with me after finding me. Qin Pingan said helplessly, Sword Immortal Xie, this is different. Xie Songhua laughed. You are still young. Do you really think I don't know this? I am in a good mood to be able to make hidden officials suffer twice. Let's go. I will stop while I am ahead. Xie Songhua walked on the street outside Spring Banner House and strode away. After a dozen steps, she raised her hand and waved. She did not turn around but said something. Her words were very Xie Songhua. Jiner is not big and her waist is not thin. What are you looking at? Take a few more glances at Nayland Saihuan. That Lucian is not bad either. The table is about to collapse. Qin Pingan smiled bitterly and turned to walk into the mansion. He tapped his fingers and walked slowly. Senior brother is going to the southeast Tongyi continent. He will first find the old heavenly lord of Taiping Mountain and Song Mao. Wei Jin will go to the South Pasua continent. Xiao Yunyan and an undecided great sword immortal will go to the Fuyao continent. Xiao Yunyan will go to the southwest Fuyao continent in the future. However, there was a difference in priority. After all, Xiao Yunyan was limited by his current realm. As an unpolished Jade Realm sword cultivator, he could not shoulder the burden alone. Therefore, Qin Pingan had been struggling with the choice of the third sword immortal. It had to be a local sword immortal and had to be at least in the immortal realm. Qin Pingan thought about Lu Ji, Qin Shi or Qi Tingji. Compared to senior brother and Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple, he would definitely leave later. However, this choice would involve many hidden connections. It was extremely troublesome. If he was not careful, it would be a disaster. Therefore he had to wait and see. In fact, back then on the city wall, the person Qin Pingan really didn't trust wasn't the old deaf who was a great demon but was willing to rigidly abide by the rules. It was the peak great sword immortal Lu Ji. This was not to say that Lu Ji was a spy in the wilderness. That was not the case. It was just that Lu Ji was not willing to die on the city wall. She was the kind of person who would keep her sword and leave when the situation was settled. Qin Pingan did not mind Lu Ji making such a choice. Qin Pingan would also not underestimate Lu Ji because of this. Qin Pingan's choice to let Lu Ji protect the hidden officials was actually a hint. Qin Pingan could not figure it out. It did not matter. It would not change the outcome. If she understood and thought of it, then as the new hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he would do what the hidden official should do. For example, he would let Lu Ji leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi with a clear conscience. As long as she did not betray the Great Wall of Sword Qi during the war and turn the tip of the sword to her own people, she would be able to claim credit in the wilderness. This was the only bottom line for the eldest sword immortal Qin Pingan. In the 10,000 years of history of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, not to mention those who were willing to die, there were many sword immortals who did not want to die. Logically speaking, they did not have to die. It was just that they all died. The reason for all of this was that Qin Pingan wanted them dead. How would the eldest sword immortal Qin Pingan feel if he was in his shoes? It was not 2 or 3 years. It was not 100 or 1,000 years. It was 10,000 years. Was one's heart important? Qin Pingan would only feel that if he was in Qin Pingan's shoes, his Dao heart would have long been shattered. His state of mind would have been shattered and he would not be able to pick it up. He would either go crazy and use it as an escape or go to the other extreme. It was impossible not to think about these things, but it was useless to think too much about it. Qin Pingan thought about his senior brother's parting words. Originally, Qin Pingan thought that Zhuo would not be nice to him. But to his surprise, before his senior brother left, he was still smiling. His tone was extremely calm and even seemed to be half joking. He said to his junior brother with a smile, "Before learning, learn the sword. Learn martial arts with the sword before studying. Senior brother is so useless. As a junior brother, don't learn from him." Sword immortal Xiao Yunyan was already standing in the study room. After sitting down at the desk, he picked up a brush and wrote a sentence of insight. After gently putting down the brush, Xiao Yunyan was very satisfied. The smallest is the biggest. The most cautious is the best. The sun is the moon. Learn to be bright. Qin Pingan walked all the way back to the main hall and sat on the main seat. Since he had nothing to do, he reached out his hand and pressed on the four immortal table. The tenon that was originally tightly connected began to loosen and tremble slightly. When Qin Pingan raised his hand, the table quickly regained its calmness. Qin Pingan stood up and walked a few steps before turning around. He squatted on the ground and looked at the table. He saw that it had been stable for 10 million years. "636. Jia Xin Tent, not a sword cultivator but a leader's wooden clog. Lu Cha's only disciple, Beijing. Moon supporting mountain's last disciple, Li Zhen. You see, bitch. Female sword cultivator Lu Bai." A group of people appeared at the southernmost part of the battlefield. You see squatted on the ground, pinched a handful of soil with 2 fingers, and gently crushed it into powder. She clapped her hands, stood up and said, "Both sides' sword wills are decreasing and the other is increasing. The degree of conversion is about the same as expected. This is the only good thing left." Lu Bai frowned. "It's obviously a trap. Why do we have to jump into it? Besides, it's not only us who feel that it's inappropriate, the Jia commander's tent is still ignoring us. What's going on? Our Earth immortal sword cultivators are being targeted. How many have died? Up until yesterday there were already 9. Next, how many merits are we going to give to the Great Wall of Sword Qi? This is a war. How can there be such a way of fighting to save face? Wooden clog, what's going on?" After you replied, you didn't even say a word. "If we're really wronged, Li Zhen, Beijing and I can all talk to our respective masters." She was one of Zhou Mi's direct disciples. She followed the teacher who was known as Xue Hai, and was familiar with military books. She was used to being calculative. You see also said, "Wooden clog, don't keep it to yourself. On our side, there's nothing that can't be said." Wooden clog said, "The Jia commander's tent didn't say the specific reason. They only said that after Q-Sword, including Yang Ji and Huang Luan, the 2 seniors who made up for their mistakes, they would carry the heads of the sword cultivators who came from behind and throw them to the Great Wall of Sword Qi as a return gift after Q-Sword." Lu Bai said angrily, "What return gift? If the Earth immortal sword cultivators didn't die in vain, there wouldn't be heads of those hidden sword cultivators? That's 2 different things." Wooden clog sighed, "Yes. I don't understand either. I don't understand why there are so many of our sword cultivators dying here. It seems like they have to die." Tan laughed, "Since it's already like this, what else can we do? At most, we can only watch and do nothing." On the battlefield far ahead, one of the sword immortals from the savage lands revealed his true form of 1,000 feet tall. He stood alone on the battlefield and wielded a sword with both hands. Above the sword formation waterfall of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, hundreds of bright red lightning bolts suddenly fell from the sky. It was as if the gods were enraged, holding thunder whips in their hands as they smashed the ground randomly. The sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi responded as well. They used the Sea of Sword Qi to block the lightning, preventing it from landing on the sword array and harming the sword cultivators of the middle 5 realms. There was a slender female sword immortal on their side. She did not carry a sword with her. Her sleeves fluttered, and sword Qi condensed on the ground within a radius of several miles, turning into thousands of flying swords. They shot towards the majestic sword formation that seemed to fall from the sky. Above the city walls, great sword immortal Yu Qing used one of his 2 intrinsic flying swords, Skylark in the Sky, to confront him. In the battle between the Dharma treasures of the demon cultivators and the sword-seeking battle, several unknown cultivators in the savage lands seemed to have been born. There was a demon cultivator who was not a sword cultivator. He was only a Qi cultivator of the cave-dwelling realm. After he attacked with his sword, he was only there to make up the numbers for the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Unexpectedly, he accidentally obtained 2 streams of the ancient sword intent of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Moreover, they were of extremely high quality. The young man was destined to become one of the 100 sword immortals. Large amounts of resources would be poured on him. Perhaps, when he reached the vast world, he would be the seed of the sword Tao that had the potential to establish his own sect. A golden core realm sword cultivator's intrinsic flying sword, which was originally of little value, made an incredible contribution in battle. He made 2 sword immortals of the enemy attack with all their strength twice. Not only did he save the 2 earth immortal sword cultivators, but he also made the sword immortals flying sword inexplicably smash on the Great Wall of Sword Chi's sword formation. On the Great Wall of Sword Chi's side, 2 golden core realm sword cultivators each died in an instant. The sword immortals of the middle 5 realms who were below the earth immortal realm had their intrinsic flying swords heavily damaged and were directly withdrawn from the battlefield. This golden core realm sword cultivator was immediately ordered to withdraw from the battlefield. After that, an Ascendant Realm Senior used a camouflage technique to re-enter the battlefield several times, specifically targeting the sword immortals' all-out attack. As for why a golden core realm sword cultivator could predict the sword immortals' attack, only the Jiazi camp knew the truth. The Jiazi camp and the other military camps had no right to ask. In addition, a pair of nascent soul realm sword cultivator Dao companions broke through to the upper 5 realms one after another in the battle. If it were not for these shining embellishments, the sword-seeking battle in the savage lands would be a joke. This was because the speed of the Great Wall of Sword Chi sword cultivators was quite different from the results of the various military camps' deductions. It was much slower than expected. Wooden Clog said, "In war, people and money are just 2 things. The other side's sword cultivators' losses are less than expected. It's just less, it's not like there aren't any casualties. Next, it will depend on the immortal money. In fact, this is more important than the sword cultivators." Now, the sword cultivator's spiritual chi in the Great Wall of Sword Chi has gradually begun to show signs of drying up. The spiritual chi on the Great Wall of Sword Chi's battlefield is so turbid. Both sides can forget about absorbing it. However, we have the entire savage lands behind us. Moreover, the 2 seniors used their great magical powers to guide the 2 streams of spiritual chi together. It's like a river that is continuously flowing over here. However, how big is the territory behind the wall? How much spiritual chi can it store? As the battle drags on, how much power can it support the sword immortals' all-out attack? Regarding this matter, the Iwu military camp had already made an accurate calculation long ago. As long as there are no accidents, the current sword cultivators on the Great Wall of Sword Chi will only die later. When the time comes, many of them will die very quickly. UC smiled and said, "It's even very likely that they will die quietly. Even if they summon their flying swords, they won't be able to take them back." Lu Bai said in a deep voice, "The premise is that there are no accidents. The Great Wall of Sword Chi has no unexpected source of spiritual chi. However, this battle will bring us a lot of accidents, right?" Wooden Clog nodded and said, "Then let's do a rough calculation. The Great Wall of 8 continents fairies, not to mention the North Continent, might even take out half of their continent's resources. Fortunately, only the North Continent would do such a thing. The Tongya Continent doesn't have any fairies. The closest to the inverted hanging mountain are the South Hassa Continent and the Southwest Fuyao Continent. The Fuyao Continent's fairies are led by the Shanshui Grotto. They have old grudges and won't be easy to talk to. They might be doing us a big favor. The Hassa Continent, on the other hand, won't be easy to talk to. Even if the fairies' owners are crazy and are willing to help the Great Wall of Sword Chi, it depends on whether their sects and mountains dare to agree." Wooden Clog said this and laughed. Fortunately, the Great Wall of Sword Chi has never been good at dealing with the Great Wall of Vast Lands. Lu Bai was used to playing the devil's advocate. What if there is someone in the Great Wall of Sword Chi who can persuade the 8 continents fairies to supply the Great Wall of Sword Chi? Tan looked up at the Great Wall of Sword Chi and sneered, "How can you persuade them? Is it because of the sword immortal? How can a kind-hearted person who doesn't earn a lot of money become the owner of the fairies? How can they do the business of the inverted hanging mountain? Do they have to rely on the sword immortal to personally give them immortal coins? What a coincidence, the Great Wall of Sword Chi actually lacks the immortal coins with the purest spiritual chi." Wooden Clog looked up at the city wall and said, "If there is a chance, I would like to meet that person. I would sit on the city wall and review with him." Li Zhen said, "That depends on whether he can live until that day." Lu Bai suddenly had an idea and was about to speak. Wooden Clog seemed to have guessed her thoughts. He shook his head and said, "Accidents naturally have to be corrected with accidents. There are some existences on the inverted hanging mountain that won't always be a bystander. You built a snowman and secretly picked flowers and leaves from the garden. He put the snow woman in a flowery dress. The color and style were all the same as when he first met her. When he came to the lobby, he saw the young hidden official squatting on the ground and looking at the table. Miyu crossed the threshold and leaned against a small table. He asked curiously, "Hidden official, is this four-immortal table actually a valuable treasure with hidden mysteries? Are you planning to move to the summer palace?" Qin Pingan stood up and said, "Let's go out for a walk." Miyu stood up straight and glanced at the four-immortal table again. It seemed that it was not so valuable. As one of the four major private residences in the inverted hanging mountain, the Spring Banner House occupied a large area. It was lined with corridors and aisles, ancient trees towering into the sky. It was especially famous for its artificial mountains and strange stones. Waterfalls and springs flowed, complementing each other perfectly. Qin Pingan and Miyu walked on a stone path filled with water vapor and abundant spiritual energy. Miyu asked, "Hidden official, allow me to say a few more words. You tightly covered your own rice bowl and snatched rice from other people's rice bowls. The taste was especially good, but those people were not ordinary people. They only gave benefits but still did not learn their lesson." Qin Pingan laughed and said, "Are you blaming me for mobilizing so many people and calling so many sword immortals to support me, but in the end no one died?" Miyu said, "I wouldn't dare." Qin Pingan explained, 11 sword immortals came to the inverted hanging mountain. Their killing intent was so strong that it could not be faked. To put it bluntly, do sword immortals need to pretend to want to kill people? But in the end they still did not use a single sword. Do you believe it? Miyu said, "No." Qin Pingan nodded and said, "So Wu Qiu, Bai Shi and the rest will not believe it even more. Don't look at how the merchants seem to have returned to the small world of accounting books and abacus when they talked about serious business later. In fact, they were still worried about life and death. If you look more at many details and not just focus on the female ship owner's beauty and flaws, it is not difficult to discover the truth of what I said." Miyu was a little resentful. Habit became second nature. This was also his small world. It was just that he could not compare to hidden officials' foresight. Miyu's opponent was only the beautiful women in the world. Qin Pingan stopped and turned to look at the waterside pavilion not far away. "You can kill a few more. Wu Qiu from the central divine continent, Jiang Gaotai with the strongest cultivation, Bai Shi with the most enmity with the great wall of sword qi, Lu Shen with the lowest cultivation and the least worth mentioning. Kill until the group of people that the other party thinks will not die are all dead. Only then can we force the other party into a corner with no way out. The situation in people's hearts are like this." On the fake mountain there were thin and wrinkled mountain rocks. Between the cracks there were lush green pines and cypresses. Qin Pingan sat on a step. "If the situation is not like this, then don't kill a single one. Let them think about who to kill. Just wait and see. As long as I give a little hint, there will be smart people who will help me choose to kill. In turn, they will hint to me that the person who dies the least will not need Yan Ming and Nayland Saihuan to pay a lot of money. They might not even need Sword Immortal Sun Jiyuan to apologize. Since you feel that the Great Wall of Sword Qi must kill to establish its power, a few people on the ferry will have to die to answer to the hidden official and Sword Immortal, then you will die but not me." Qin Pingan pointed to the sickly pines and cypresses. "If you can live in the mountains and lakes, you can live well here." Miyu was suddenly enlightened. The accumulated frustration in his heart dissipated. However, Qin Pingan said, "Killing is not a fun thing. If you talk about the feelings in your heart, you will only be happy if you kill the row of ship owners in the hall. But if you think about it and pick them out individually, who do you think deserves to die? Bai Shi? He is not the patriarch of the Mountain River Cavern after all. Wu Qiu. Why does he deserve to die? High Platform Jiang, if I did not pester him endlessly, and if he did not want to take advantage of me in the 8 States ferry, would he have fallen to the point of death?" Miyu was silent for a moment. He sat beside Qin Pingan and said in a deep voice, "It's not fun to make money from the dead. Aren't all of you having fun? If I were the hidden official, I would have taken action long ago. Of course, the consequences would be terrible." It was rare for Qin Pingan to say words of comfort to Miyu. Sword Immortals naturally only do what Sword Immortals should do. If I remember correctly, you were already a Golden Core Sword Immortal at my age. Then you entered the Nascent Soul realm at the age of 64 and broke through the Nascent Soul bottleneck at the age of 196. In fact, your aptitude is not at the bottom among the many Sword Immortals. Instead, it can be considered to be in the front. Excellent aptitude ensures that you can enter the upper 5 realms that others dream of. But in the process, you change to do something familiar other than sword practice. You really like it. In the eyes of outsiders, the results are not good. But you don't think there's a problem. At most, you feel guilty towards your elder brother Mihu. Miyu was a little embarrassed. Lord Hidden Official, it's fine if you say it directly. Miyu is just more interested in romance and flirting with women. I'm also better at sword practice and killing enemies. Qin Pingan smiled. A place nurtures a person. The world can't produce so many sword immortals. But the price is that an outsider who is familiar with the rules of the outside world has to be the hidden official. But if I get distracted because of this, my Dao heart will become more and more distant from the word pure. If I continue on this path, even if I make progress in scheming against people, once I'm too focused on this, my future cultivation bottleneck will become bigger and bigger. But I can guarantee that as long as there are no major accidents, compared to Sword Immortal me, my attainments in the Great Tao, especially in killing, should still be higher. Miyu nodded. Realm can't solve everything, but it can solve many things. Qin Pingan said, Realm can solve many things, but it can't solve everything. Miyu praised, there's a reason why Lord Hidden Official is Lord Hidden Official. Qin Pingan didn't continue the conversation. He smiled and said, earlier Xiao Yunyan took advantage of the situation and said something to me. It could be considered a different way to express his attitude, which was roughly the opposite of yours. He wanted to persuade me not to act on impulse and kill indiscriminately. He said it very tactfully, but if I don't listen to him, the next meeting will probably be at Water Fairy Palace or Lingji Cottage. Do you think that Xiao Yunyan is sitting at the entrance just to be a door god for our Great Wall of Sword Qi? A sword immortal won't have low ambitions. Miyu frowned. Qin Pingan waved his hand. There's no need to vent your anger on Xiao Yunyan. As long as it makes sense, we will listen to him. Besides, Xiao Yunyan doesn't mind us using some ruthless methods after this. I tested him and he accepted. Not only that, he was willing to do it himself and promised to help me find that Shang clan genius who is proficient in falsifying accounts. So, after going around in circles, in the end, it's still the result that I want. Miyu said softly, it's been tough. He did not address Lord Hidden Official respectfully. Generally speaking, it was Sword Immortal Mi's heartfelt words. Qin Pingan stood up. We can't just beat them with a stick. It's time to give them real benefits. Otherwise, when they come back to their senses, they will still try some tricks. I can deal with them, but I can't afford to waste time. Back at the Spring Banner House, everyone was already seated. Qin Pingan sat on the main seat and smiled. Don't argue, don't quarrel, don't be friends. Since we're friends, I have a small gift for everyone. Unexpectedly, no one felt relaxed. They held their breaths and focused. Many old ship owners even tucked their hands into their sleeves, ready to run for their lives. Now that the row of sword immortals was gone, this Lord Hidden Official was finally going to kill someone? This young hidden official's brain seemed to be very different from ordinary people. He could really do it. Qin Pingan smiled. It's just a small gift for everyone. There's no need for everyone to sit up so straight. Miyu stood up slowly. A few timid ship owners almost stood up subconsciously. But just as they lifted their butts, they realized that it was inappropriate and quietly sat back down. Miyu put one hand behind his back and shook the sleeves of his robe lightly. Pieces of strange jade tablets with flowing light and sword chi lingering around them flew out and hovered in front of the 54 ship owners. Miyu's mind moved slightly. Without any ripples, all the jade tablets instantly stood up and rotated slowly. This allowed those guys to open their eyes wide and take a closer look. Everyone could no longer care about the remarkable ability of a jade unpolished sword immortal. Wu Qiu looked over. It was the most common style of the vast world. There was no front or back. One side was engraved with the words Great Wall of Sword Qi, and the other side was engraved with the words Vast World. But beside the 4 words Great Wall of Sword Qi, there were the words Hidden Official in Xiaozhuan. Wu Qiu quickly looked elsewhere. Tang Feiqian had the number 12, and Jiang Gaotai had the number 16. Fuyao Continent's Tile Basin Ferry Manager Bai Shi had the number 13 on his jade tablet. The Rainbow Ship owner Lu Shen, who was closest to the door, had the number 96. Qin Pingan leaned against the 4 immortal table. Miyu opened his mouth and said, regardless of the size of the number, everyone is unique. This jade tablet was personally drawn and engraved by the hidden official. Every jade tablet has the sword chi of 2 to 3 sword immortals. As for which sword immortals favored which jade tablet, Other than the hidden official, no one knows. As for how to figure out the answer, everyone can only use their own methods to investigate. In short, looking at the entire vast world, no one can copy it. If you want to say it's valuable, it can't be said to be valuable. Everyone here is in business and has seen all sorts of good things. But if you want to say it's not valuable, it's still a rare item. Miyu said with a heavier tone, in the future, if other people want to get a jade tablet like this, they will have to see if they have the opportunity to meet our hidden official, and if they have the qualifications to become an honored guest of the Spring Banner House. I can guarantee that it will be extremely difficult. And there are only 99 of these jade tablets. No more will be made. Therefore, the largest number is 99. So in the future, if anyone sees a jade tablet with the number 100, just treat it as a joke. Xiao Yunyan suddenly said with a smile, I'm also a guest. Why am I the only one who doesn't have a jade tablet? I think the smaller the number, the more honored the guest. Then I'll take the jade tablet with the number 99 engraved on it. Miyu didn't dare to act on his own. He turned to look at Qin Pingan. Jiang Gaotai suddenly stood up and cupped his fists. He said solemnly, Hidden official, can I exchange my jade tablet for the one with the number 99? This time, it wasn't that the young hidden official said anything to him. It was Jiang Gaotai himself who truly wanted to exchange his jade tablet for the one with the largest number. A small gamble for fun? It wasn't necessarily a small gamble. Jiang Gaotai had always trusted his intuition. In many crucial moments on the path of cultivation, Jiang Gaotai relied on this unreasonable and illusory intuition to earn his current wealth. Xiao Yunyan smiled. Shipmaster Jiang, are you fighting with me over this? Aren't you being too unkind? Moreover, the smaller the number, the higher the level of the 2 or 3 sword immortals who poured their sword chi into the jade tablet. Why bother with the number? Jiang Gaotai smiled as he turned around and cupped his fists again. Sword immortal Xiao, please part with your treasures. Xiao Yunyan shook his head. There's no room for discussion. Qin Pingan said, take the jade tablets as a small gamble for fun. Bet on which sword immortal's sword chi is contained within and are willing to exchange them. Or perhaps this jade tablet is the one you fancy. It's up to you. You can discuss it in private. However, you must record it in my records. Although I'm the one who gave you the jade tablet, I still have to know who received it. Before you leave Spring Banner House, remember to inform our sword immortal me. As for the jade tablets, you can give them to your sect or mountain, keep them for yourself, or sell them. Just treat them as jade tablets. They aren't worth much anyway. You can do whatever you want. Now, let's not talk about such trivial matters. Let's talk business. Miyu sat down again. Xiao Yunyan and Jiang Gaotai also sat down. Miyu was a little awkward on the way here. He asked, even I find it awkward. Don't those sword immortals feel awkward? Do they know that these jade tablets are to be given to those bastards? They do. I've told every sword immortal clearly. Qin Pingan's answer was simple. What's there to be awkward about? In the future, every jade tablet in the vast world will be mentioned. What's the name of the sword immortal? What's his realm? What great feats he has done? What great demons he has slain? They might even be more familiar than you, Miyu. Miyu immediately said with a wry smile, Lord Hidden Official, I'm also a sword immortal. Why didn't you tell me beforehand? Qin Pingan chuckled and said, many sword immortals who agreed without hesitation would ask if there was great sword immortal Mi's sword chi in the jade tablet. When I said there wasn't, the other party felt relieved. What do you want me to do? You're the leader of the hidden official lineage after all. How can you be so disliked by others? I'll help you tear off the page on Miyu's side and place it at the front. So what? Will it be useful? If you think it's useful and feel better, tear it off yourself and place it near Yu Qing and elder brother Miyu. I can pretend that I didn't see it. Miyu's heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. His heart was being torn apart, and it was even more serious than the emotional pain. Now he didn't feel awkward at all. He only hated that he couldn't participate in it. At this moment, everyone in the hall had already carefully put away the jade tablet. Apart from treating the jade pendant as a rare and precious treasure, he was also worried that the jade pendant would mysteriously explode along with the sword chi. He was also worried that the sword chi of the jade pendant wouldn't kill anyone but would cause them to reveal their whereabouts. Perhaps all of their words and actions would be seen and heard by the young hidden official. After all, every noble and virtuous person of the Confucian Academy had a jade pendant at their waist for this purpose. Miyu was filled with emotions. He thought about the pointers that the young hidden official had given him on the way here. With these merchants, no matter how much you talk about incense, talk about old friendships, or promise a future, it's all empty. We need to see the big picture from the small. We don't need to say clearly what they can obtain from the Great Wall of Sword Chi with this jade tablet. Let them guess for themselves. It doesn't matter if the answer that the smart person guesses is correct or not. In any case, it's very reliable. The discussion in the hall became smoother and smoother. The more disputes on the table, the better. This didn't mean that it was a bad thing. It was only at dusk that the discussion came to an end. During this time there were all sorts of schemes, big and small. The 8 provinces' fairies worked together to scheme against the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the fairies of one continent worked together to scheme against the neighboring continents, and the fairies of one continent schemed against each other. Miyu really wasn't interested, but he had to participate because of his duty. For the first time, Miyu had the thought that practicing the sword wasn't such a chore. Everyone dispersed once more, returning to their courtyards to discuss in secret. In truth, after most of the sword immortals had left, the discussion in the hall was already stable enough. But to have such a process made the stewards of the intercontinental fairies feel much more comfortable. At the very least they felt more at ease. Otherwise, when they looked across and saw that the sword immortals weren't there, just the empty chairs where the sword immortals sat was an invisible deterrent. It was really hard to be at ease. Chen Pingon continued to walk around the Spring Banner House alone. He agreed to meet everyone 4 hours later to discuss the matter. Sword Immortal Miyu had something to do. This was because the young hidden official had instructed Miyu to do 2 things. In the Summer Palace, Miyu still felt that he was a little redundant in the face of those young sword immortals. He didn't expect that there would be so much burden on his shoulders at the inverted mountain. The first thing was to mention the words reciprocity to those fairy owners when he visited them in private. He had to hint to them that this was a small personal friendship with the hidden official, and not a big deal between the intercontinental fairies and the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Miyu would be in charge of receiving the gifts. Yan Ming and Nayland Saihuan were not suitable for this. Miyu then asked about the final destination of these benefits. Chen Pingon said bluntly that they had to be handed over to Yan Ming and Nayland Saihuan. But before that, all the sword immortals of the hidden official's lineage could choose an object they liked first. Miyu asked curiously, "Could it be that I also have a share?" Chen Pingon said with a smile, "Of course, if you really can't help but have protective feelings for the fairer sex, you can return the 2 treasures and personal belongings that the nascent soul female fairy owner handed over to her as a reward in advance." Miyu was greatly impressed. The hidden official is the one who knows me the best in the world. The other thing was to ask Miyu to find Yan Ming and Nayland Saihuan. The 3 of them discussed and came up with a good name for this Spring Banner House meeting, so that all the fairy owners would feel proud. They would feel that this meeting was a joint venture and not a coercion. At least they shouldn't let the outside world think so. They should also let everyone feel that the Spring Banner House meeting was an excellent topic worth talking about. As long as there was a good start, even if these businessmen left the inverted mountain, all the fairy stewards would naturally help to secretly add fuel to the fire and encourage momentum. Some small fairy owners who had to hand over the jade token to the sects could also take the opportunity to keep the jade token as a private collection. The chi cultivators in the world were all prideful, so they would give it to them. Anyway, the Great Wall of Sword Chi and the hidden official's lineage didn't have to pay a single cent. A total of 11 sword immortals showed up in person to entertain the guests. The fairy owners had a hard time in the Spring Banner House before, but when they left the Spring Banner House in the future, as long as both parties had a tacit understanding, these fairy owners would be carefree and could earn a great reputation as long as they operated properly. Everyone would become a part of this great story. Chen Pingon was really just strolling around. On the way he made a big snowball and hid it in something close to him, intending to give it to Guizhu. Now the Great Wall of Sword Chi was scorching hot. Lingji House's business would probably be good in the next few days. This was the sect's share, so it could be recorded in the account. However, everyone would probably have to fork out their own money, and then take out a decent immortal treasure. Giving a gift but not a bill, they were hoping that good things would come in pairs. After an hour, Miyu came to look for the young hidden official. Chen Pingon smiled and joked, "The other party didn't agree, but it was better than agreeing. Did you gain a friendship for nothing? Did he look at you with his watery eyes and scold you, asking you to get out?" However, with Sword Immortal Mi's skills, he should have succeeded in keeping the treasure. Miyu said helplessly, "Hidden official, if you spend a little more effort on women it would be amazing. In the end I placed the treasure at the door." Chen Pingon hesitated for a moment, I asked you to do 2 things, so I'll give you one more treasure. When we reach the Great Wall of Sword Chi, you can pick one and give it to your elder brother. Miyu began to feel awkward again. He knew that this was the hidden official's good intentions. He also knew that his elder brother, Miyu, would be pleased to see that he had made some achievements in the hidden official's lineage. At least he wasn't just sitting around waiting for death. However, Miyu couldn't do such a thing. There were too many such small things in life. He just couldn't thank someone or apologize to someone. The two of them walked side by side. Qin Pingan said slowly, I don't want you to deliberately play tricks. I want you to be stubborn and curry favor with your elder brother. If that's the case, I'll be trampling on the two of you and myself. A person can scheme many things, but ultimately, it's because he doesn't want to scheme against a few things. The reason why you're awkward is because you still don't understand what's more important, compared to your elder brother Miyu. If you really want to talk about contributions and returns, can you, Miyu, compare to Miyu? If Miyu wasn't burdened by you, he would have been a great sword immortal on par with you, Qin. However, he's only an immortal who just broke through. The entire Great Wall of Sword Chi knows why he's like this. I suggest you meet Miyu. It's not to return anything. In fact, Miyu doesn't need you to return anything. However, Miyu should use one thing or one sentence to let your elder brother understand that your younger brother, Miyu, knows all the contributions you've made. I won't play dumb. At this point, Qin Pingan didn't want to be too serious. Hence, he joked, if you want to be more shameless, when you meet great sword immortal Miyu, Miyu can just say, Elder brother, I don't have any extravagant hopes of reaching the immortal realm in this lifetime. However, in the future, the Mi family's lineage and family line will definitely be one of the best in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. In the future, there will be more than 1 or 2 little fellows who will call you uncle. Qin Pingan finally said, this is just what I, as an outsider, think is good. What you, Miyu, think is actually very important. Miyu smiled and said, I think so too. It seems good. I'll give it a try later. After Miyu left, Qin Pingan walked on a stone path that was connected by mountains and rivers. It separated the rockery from the spring. The path was paved with colorful stones that must have come from the immortal mountain. Spring Banner House didn't have many guests, so the stones were not worn down. This reminded Qin Pingan of the Jade Cliff in the North Continent's Spring Dew Garden. Coincidentally, Xiao Yunyan was not far away. He was holding an exquisite porcelain basin and was throwing bait into the water. Qin Pingan walked over and leaned against the railing. He looked at the scene of fishes fighting for food and said, how many small fishes are in the clear water? Xiao Yunyan smiled and said, Elegance, please get to the point. After a while, Xiao Yunyan asked, is there anything else you're worried about now? Qin Pingan nodded and said, I'm worried that the ferryboat steward's mountain has already colluded with the wilderness. I'm even more worried that the collusion is so deep that they will risk their lives to destroy the Spring Banner House Alliance. I'm also worried that some unexpected people from the inverted hanging mountain will attack with brute force. No matter what kind of worry it is, as long as it happens, no matter what the truth is, the result will be that people will die under the sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Fuyao Continent and Snowy Peak Continent, especially mountain caves by Shi, the chances of people dying are higher. After the event, they will have a lame excuse that is disgusting enough. When the time comes, the people will be in chaos and the things that were previously agreed upon will no longer count. Xiao Yunyan said doubtfully, you've done so much. Even if people die and there are loopholes everywhere, can you really turn the situation around? Qin Pingan reached out and wiped away the snow on the railing. How can there be so much logic in people's hearts? Building a table and stool takes a lot of effort, but if you want to break it, it's just a matter of 2 or 3 moves. If you want to scheme against people, you have to be prepared to be schemed against. Then Qin Pingan asked with a smile, then what if I assume that someone indiscriminately left the inverted hanging mountain and killed those ferryboat stewards without a second word? Would they still dare to dock at the inverted hanging mountain in the future? Xiao Yunyan's expression was solemn. Regarding this matter, I don't think it's right to tell the ferryboat stewards. If I tell them, everyone will avoid them. If I don't tell them, once it happens, they won't come again in the future. Qin Pingan leaned on the railing. That's why I said I'm not afraid of accidents. I'm only afraid of accidents. They're obviously hiding. As long as the other party is patient and doesn't make a move, I can only wait with them. Xiao Yunyan asked, how should we deal with it? Qin Pingan sighed. I have to meet that great heavenly lord now. I hope I won't be rejected. Xiao Yunyan's expression was strange. I just received the news. He's already in seclusion. Chin Pingon reached out and rubbed his forehead. He had a headache. After thinking for a moment he said, "That's good. It's equivalent to making a decision for me. I have a third Sword Immortal candidate to accompany Sword Immortal Xiao to the South Swirling Continent. It was that female Great Sword Immortal, Lu Ji. In fact, the battle merits she had accumulated were enough for her to leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi. From the looks of it, she wanted to travel and practice her sword in the wilderness more than the vast world. The premise was that she was willing to leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi and guard the inverted hanging mountain. Otherwise, not to mention the title of hidden official, it would be useless even if he brought out his eldest Sword Immortal. However, even if Lu Ji agreed, her leaving the Great Wall of Sword Qi in advance would have a huge impact. It was really just choosing the lesser of two evils. Chin Pingon reached out and gently knocked on the railing. He discussed the solution with Xiao Yunyan. Should he leak some of the contents of the Spring Banner House's meeting and exaggerate it in advance? He deliberately left only Sword Immortal Miyu behind so that he could lure the other party to make a move immediately after weighing the pros and cons? Should he inform Xie Songhua, who had already gone to the Flood Dragon Gully and the Rain Dragon sect? Lu Ji, Miyu, Xie Songhua and Xiao Yunyan. As long as the other party appeared, the higher their realm, the better. Even an Ascendant Realm demon would not be able to escape the calamity. 2 days later, the young hidden official returned with a full load. He received many gifts. Sword Immortal Miyu stayed in the Spring Banner House. There was no wall in the world that didn't leak. The Spring Banner House's meeting caused an uproar in the entire inverted hanging mountain in just one night. The general content was nothing more than the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the manager of the 8 States Ferry. One side would provide the sword and the other side would provide the money. They would work together to deal with the siege of the savage world. Miyu, Xiao Yunyan and Xie Chunhua were hidden in 3 different ferries. Even the 3 ferries did not know about this. They were actually able to be escorted by a Sword Immortal. Southwest Fuyao Continent, South Hasa Continent, and Eastern Aquarius Continent. Lu Ji, who had quietly come to the inverted hanging mountain, was in charge of the inverted hanging mountain. She was in charge of supporting a certain traveling Sword Immortal at any time. On the Fuyao Continent's ferry, White Brook sat in the cabin. He frowned. There was a knock on the door. Before this nascent soul cultivator opened the door, an old man appeared in the room. After removing the camouflage spell, he turned into a lazy young man. White Brook stood up and said in a low voice, "May I know what Senior is here for?" The young man smiled and said, "I'm not Senior. I'm called Border. I'm a little sword cultivator from the Central Divine Continent. I want to ask you about the details of the Spring Banner House's meeting before deciding whether to start a massacre." White Brook was silent. The young man's eyes turned pitch black. He reached out his hand and wrote a line of words on the table. Then he said in a hoarse voice, "The ancestor of your mountain water cave is an old friend of mine. His natal magic treasure was an opportunity that I gave him back then. The words on the table should be something that every steward of the Tile Basin Ferries would be informed of before they died. Don't you find it strange that every steward of the ferries would suddenly die within a few years after they leave their post? Just to hide this strange little secret. You're the one with the best luck. You were born late and had the chance to see me. You received a great fortune for nothing. This unbreakable nascent soul bottleneck of yours, when you met me, naturally could be easily broken." White Brook immediately clasped his fists and bowed, "Welcome, Senior." After the Border sat down, he asked with a smile, "You and the ferry couldn't have been tampered with without knowing it, right?" White Brook didn't sit down. He still stood and said, "The ferry has been carefully searched, especially my residence. There's no possibility that it was tampered with. As for the jade token, I left it in my private residence on the Hanging Mountain. Moreover, all of my words and actions were reasonable. I even complained a little after the incident, which was nothing more than a show for Chun Banzai to see. That scheming young hermit would not only not be able to find any clues, but would also dispel his suspicions." The Border smiled and said, "What jade token? Young secluded official? Tell me about it." White Brook first explained the general idea of the jade token. He was greatly praised by the Senior, in front of him. Then White Brook described the meeting of the Spring Banner House in detail. The Border nodded, "If it works, it will be a great trouble. My risky trip was not in vain." After saying this, the Border laughed and said, "You're too low to guess that I'm in the immortal realm." White Brook cupped his fists again. "An Ascendant Realm demon. Whitebrook finally asked carefully, Senior, when do you plan to make your move? The boarder glanced at this ant. Whitebrook braced himself and said, After you make your move, please sink the Pottery Basin ferry. It's okay if more people die. Otherwise our Shanshui grotto will be too suspicious. It will only delay your future plans and affect the overall situation. The boarder smiled and nodded, That's good. Since you're so clever, you've received a great fortune. The Southeast Tongyi continent had a plan. Unfortunately, it was exposed in advance. It only damaged the vitality of the Fuyao sect in Taiping Mountain. And one of the arrangements of the Fuyao continent in the southwest was that this person who had been born in the Fuyao continent had gone to travel to the borders of the central divine continent. In order to deceive the imperial advisor of the Shaoyuan dynasty, it had been very difficult. Luckily, this young sword cultivator boarder that he had chosen was quite capable. As for the South Sa continent with Chen Chunan there, he wouldn't go to his death. There was no plan. The boarder said, I'm not in a hurry to make my move. The risk is too great. I won't touch the scattered fairies for the time being. Next time, when they earn more money, they will leave inverted Hanging Mountain again and die happily. Whitebrook heaved a sigh of relief. This was indeed a safe move. Otherwise, he was really afraid that this senior would rely on his Ascendant Realm cultivation base to act with brute force. The boarder laughed and said, That young man called Qin Pingon is smarter than you think. On the Rainbow Ferry, there's an unpolished Jade Realm sword cultivator hidden. It should be the lackey sword Immortal Miyu that you mentioned. Anyway, I'm just sightseeing. I'm not in a hurry at all. I'll just treat it as playing with them. I want to see how patient these arrogant sword immortals are. If they're really patient, I'll just make my move later. The boarder's smile disappeared. Standing up, Whitebrook felt like he was being strangled. In front of the Ascendant Realm Great Demon, his feet left the ground and he slowly ascended. Outside the door, there was a very familiar voice that Whitebrook seemed to be speaking for him. Don't blame others for your own stupidity. The boarder sneered and said, Qin Pingon, you're actually willing to exchange your life for mine? What are you thinking? Outside the house, a young man was swearing and tearing off the woman's skin on his face. Beside him stood Lu Ji, who didn't tear off the man's skin. In addition, both of them had a camouflage technique personally cast by their boss, Sword Immortal Chen Qingdu. The boarder asked, How did you follow me? The young hidden official smiled and said, I learned from Shanshui Cavern, gambling big and earning big. Just as the boarder was about to make a move, he instantly froze. Because an old man in a Confucian robe who shouldn't be here appeared in the house. The boarder laughed and said, Good, good, good. A few sword immortals aren't enough. You even invited Chen Chunan. The old Confucian said indifferently, Is my name something you can call? You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.